reduction, and stagger also going to be a big help when you find yourself getting hit that often. Maybe that's just what they want to prioritize. The damage going to be coming back and forth here up on the top side. FindMuck does win the battle for that orb as it ends up coming up, and Deathgun opening up the goal. Nicely job faking out the timing there on that core flip. Winter Freezer going to wet one through as well, but now going to be looking to push up onto the top side. The left, they've already opened on up the goal, so LP Thieves going to look to get this job done. The soup does expire. Deathgun still looking for these KOs, but can't quite find them, and now the goal's been opened up on the other side as well. Winter Freezer knocking it back up. Swift Duelist does have that core flip, will go for it, gets it knocked into the air, but can't quite find the shot, gets stuffed back away. I think that was Deathgun who did it, but now going to end up going down. FindMuck trying to take it back onto the other side, but now Swift Duelist and Japanese Box with an opportunity to score. Now, so far, FindMuck doing a great job of keeping this cleared out. He's just covering everything. So now looks like going to be the soup coming in back and forth. Nobody quite ending up with any of the extra damage, and going to still be cleared out for the time being. Vladilina going to find it off the back of the log roll. Really nicely placed there.
Oh man, I was accidentally muted, but I just watched Deathgun be trapped by 2 Dubu ultimates, and that was hilarious to watch. I literally did not know where the core was going to go at that point after one of the Dubu ults wore off.
Yeah, it's one of those little back and forth moments. Generates a whole bunch of energy, but other than that, not really going to end up having a big difference. As Deathgun finds themselves a KO up the top side onto Swift Duelist. Deathgun, though, taking a fair bit of abuse for their troubles, stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and those being Vladilina and Japanese Box, who will manage to take out a bunch of their stagger, but otherwise is not going to achieve too much. As I say that, Swift Duelist gets the job done, knocks them out off the bottom side, and now the damage coming in on a FindMuck as well. Definitely having to take these fights 1 versus 2, 1 at a time, 1 versus 3 even, as Vladilina gets involved, steps up onto the top side, knocks him down into the staggered state. The respawn from Deathgun has ended up coming on through, and they're going to manage to open up the goal now, but Japanese Box taking another KO really needs to carry this forward into actually getting something done towards the goal, and so far Winter Freezer has done an excellent job of keeping that prevented, sneaks it on past the bamboo up on the top side just to keep buying time for the respawns, and now it's back to a full-on 3-on-3.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of just keeping this core alive while being down a player, but it seems like that Chikara is having a hard time finding these passing plays, and they are just passing to where the enemies are also. So I would like to see them spread out a little bit more in these situations. And unfortunately, Vladilina hits the secondary instead of striking.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Going to not quite be able to make it to get that defense off, and now going to be tied 1-1. Set scores 1-1 as well, so a very close game for our first match of the day to start things off. Winter Freezer coming on out, going to throw down the soup. There we go. Back and forth Pong gameplay once again. Not going to end up actually resulting in anything going down, but it is a big KO picked up for Swift and Japanese Box, and they're going to open up the goal at the same time. Core flip for Vladilina. Doesn't actually manage to hit the core, but going to still be able to get control off of it, stepping up towards midfield, and there they go. They knock it in with the Flying Phoenix from Swift Duelist.
Yeah, that was a lot of pressure in such a small area with Rasmus primary being scared of Juliet dash punch. I do want to make a quick note over here because these matches are so close so far. Vladilina does have 10 stacks of Orb Ponderers, so having Orb Dancer and Orb Replicator could be the difference maker for the rest of this game.
Yeah, definitely. Would make a huge difference if they are able to just keep sharing those orb benefits across the rest of the team. I'll have to see if that Replicator can be secured at some point coming up soon. They have managed to keep things cleared out, and they are getting at least the cooldown reduction for themselves, which is certainly much better than nothing, as Japanese Box will get that goal opened up, goes in for the core flip. Nice block there with assistance from FindMuck. Will manage to make them keep on going here. They got to keep working for it. LP Thieves not going to give up that easily. So there's going to be that Molten Bolt ticking down onto Swift Duelist, trying to take it up on the top side. Gets forced down, though, through that speed gate. Now Winter Freezer just sitting here waiting for it. The pendulum swing just takes him down. Him and Japanese Box, a little Western showdown, ends up with a set win going on over.
Yeah, Japanese Box and Winter Freezer were basically just playing a little mini game of who would hit first, and Winter Freezer unfortunately dies while being able to clear it. And again, as we see, the momentum has shifted into Chikara's favor, and I honestly think that Chikara doesn't have enough damage to help deal with these bulk up and reverberation. The slight extra max stagger seems to be making the difference for them, unable to die, and Vladilina does get Replicator over here.
It's been secured, now going to be sharing all those benefits, all that cooldown reduction off with the rest of the team. The fully stacked Ponderer going to make such a big difference now, especially when you're Rasmus and Juliet, right? Both of these characters love to have their abilities up more often, Rasmus especially, and now just going to be able to keep throwing them out on cooldown, taking full control in this game. Appears to have the Awakening advantage, but that's an early KO picked up by Deathgun and Feinmucked. They're going to need plays like that to be able to come back in this one and get themselves to set number 5. Great job opening up the goal. Passed up to Deathgun, and they're going to get the first goal of the set.
Yeah, Deathgun out here looking for revenges, just saying, I can't just let this happen. I gotta dash punch and just get it. He kills Japanese Box, and they do find the goal over there.
Really nice work there as they're going to be taking it up on the top side. Deathgun clearing things out, but they are going to find their way on to that second goal barrier. Now knocking it back and forth on the top side. Deathgun trying to take control, but it's Japanese Box ticking up to level 10, and Swift Duelist passing it back up to them. The strike misses, but they're going to find it on the follow-up, and with the help of the Whiplash, they're going to try to take this into a goal up against Winter Freezer. Great job of clearing them back out there by Deathgun to keep them forced back, and Vladilina looking to make the difference at midfield, going to end up losing a goal barrier for it. Swift Duelist now taking it down towards Japanese Box. They want to get this score in. They want to take the advantage in what could be the final set, and they will be able to knock it in off the back of one more KO.
Yeah, and Swift Duelist over there just made the transition to run all the way over with this Egoist proc. Egoist just huge advantage with Fire Up again. So I was really hoping to see Egoist, Catalyst, and Fire Up on one person, because that would have just been insane amounts of mobility and control as soon as you hit anything or anyone.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a recipe for success if they can put it together, but so far, now just Japanese Box. There's work cut out for him here, really trying to force it through. Swift Duelist comes in with the assist. Core flips coming out from every single side. There's another one from Deathgun, and they're going to be able to open up the goal. Now stepping forward, another core flip from Vladilina to keep things cleared out, and it's going to be an open goal picked up for the LP Thieves. Chikara trying to fight their way back in. Deathgun finds himself another KO, and now it's Japanese Box trying to help out Vladilina and prevent themselves from going down 2-1 in this next set. It gets knocked back up, and there's nobody there to receive. It's a lead and set point given over to the LP Thieves.
Yeah, and that was like one of the most unfortunate bounces that Japanese Box had. I think he wanted to either bounce on the center to hit it down, or just hit it through the center so it would go in the top right corner. But unfortunately, the bounce just wasn't in his favor, and doesn't really help out Vladilina. And wow! Swift Duelist finds 2!
Just a huge set of KOs picked up by Swift Duelist, coming alive when it matters most. Going to be able to open up the goal, and now he and Japanese Box, they're ready to slam this in for another goal. 2-2, match point. This could be where Chikara takes game number 1.
Yeah, and something that was super unfortunate there was that Winter Freezer ended up using his core flip as soon as his teammates died, and he couldn't find a way to clear it to try and stall for his teammates' respawns. And right there, Chikara just swarms him right after, just finds such an easy goal with core flip, because there's not much Jubu can do against 3 people in a row.
Yeah, 3-1, real tough for any character, frankly. And Winter Freezer finds that out as Japanese Box just takes control, and Winter Freezer up too far, not ready to guard. That's going to be game number 1 in favor of Chikara.
Yeah, that was such a crazy game, because as we saw that round, LP Thieves had such a huge control of the game, and then just in like 2 moments, Chikara just turned it around and just took all the points back like instantly.
Yeah, huge play there, as a really good performance from Chikara all around. Had a really good performance in the Swiss stage of this event, and now are looking to carry it through the rest of the way. Up against the LP Thieves, they were able to take some big upsets, but not quite able to find their way into the winner's bracket in Launchpad number 1. And now coming back in Launchpad number 2, having a lot more success so far.
Yeah, definitely. And something that I'm actually interested in seeing for the future, because of this Chikara roster. This Chikara roster is made up of a couple of the teams, I believe, and most of them, almost all of them actually, participated in OSAS. I've heard there was like 5 teams, I believe, if I remember correctly. But maybe in the future, something that could happen is, you know, we get to see what the map is beforehand, and maybe they can replace players depending on what map it is. It'll be very interesting to see. But moving on, something that I want to note is that how much of a lead that LP Thieves felt like they had early on, especially because, honestly, Deathgun was just finding a lot of ways to just get kills comparatively to Swift Duelist early on. And Swift Duelist having that prize fighter, he kind of just put himself behind, unfortunately. So something that I want to see is that I want LP Thieves to actually play more damage comps, because something that happened throughout the game was they slowly didn't have enough damage, because Jakar is definitely more of a midfield character, and once you take like a couple stagger trainings like Jakar did, he just doesn't do enough damage to help stagger people so that Juliet can get these easy dash punch kills or even ult kills to trap them.
For sure. So, going to have to see if it's a difference in prioritization of Awakenings coming into game number 2. Obviously, going to be a different map here. It looks like we've rolled Atlas's Lab for game 2. I'll have to see what they're going to opt in for on both sides, and if Chikara can take themselves to a qualification off the back of this win, or if we're going to be going to a game 3 thanks to the LP Thieves.
Yeah, I really like Atlas's Lab as a map because it allows for a lot of different comps, and a lot of the different comps generally are played based on if they want the center gravity well or not. So if you have like a more midfield type comp, you want to get rid of that gravity well as soon as possible. And if you have comps that like are really good at like 1v1s in the center, like Jakar, Juliet, or brawlers in general, then you usually want to leave the gravity well in place and actually like defend it a little bit and just don't let them get it for free, or force them into the gravity well to get hit to take like half their health instantly. And it does seem like this is a mirror match. I'm wondering why, if it's double Atlas, I wonder if this is a twin drive start or if they are just comfortable with Atlas on this map.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here as we start loading on in. It is the mirror match. Aimee's, Juliet's, and Atlas's coming through on both sides. And it looks like it's Stagger Swagger and Primetime as the starts. So everybody taking Primetime except for Deathgun.
Yeah, and the Stagger Swagger is very interesting on this map because just stepping on the center and then taking just a little bit more damage, you can basically just instantly proc Stagger Swagger. So that might be the difference maker for Deathgun here and why he chose it, because that's when Stagger Swagger was in the game before this recent patch. That's what a lot of teams did. They took Stagger Swagger, just stepped on the center, and it looks like it's working out a little bit more for Deathgun because he's able to heal up just a little bit more even with the nerf to Stagger Swagger.
Yeah, worth noting, yeah, the old version of Stagger Swagger, so much of the power was loaded in the speed that you would just want to be low health all the time, and this map was the prime place to take advantage of that. Now, a lot more of the power is in the regen, which, you know, you don't necessarily want to take a bunch of damage just to regen it back up, but the movement speed, it's still there, it's still present, and it still is certainly going to be a tactic that teams can use on this one as goals get opened in on both sides. Swift Duelist now trying to take it back up on the top side, going to get knocked in towards that right, but with the numbers advantage, the LP Thieves want to take it. Feinmuck was looking for a cyber swipe, doesn't find it, but will get it with the knock-in anyway.
Yeah, and Vladimir just died kind of randomly there, unfortunately, but that was a really good kill, I believe, from Feinmuck just to find it. And it seems like both these teams are comfortable playing around the center box over here and just leaving it open. And unfortunately, Japanese box does use the core flip and just whiffs.
Yeah, and now instead going to get taken up off the top side by Swift Duelist. Feinmuck, though, still keeping control. Opens up a second one, gets the pass on down, looking for the goal in the 2 versus 3. Can't quite find it, but still keeping up the aggression. And now Deathgun's back up, coming in with the Flying Phoenix. A nice block by Vladilina will buy them some additional time. And the KO this time is picked up once again by Chikara as they're looking to take control. But Deathgun still keeping things cleared out. So far, Swift Duelist and Japanese box, they haven't been able to pair together to actually make anything happen. A double KO picked up now. Swift Duelist takes him out once again, just in time for Feinmuck to come back up. And now here comes the opportunity to actually play with some aggression. Japanese box knocks it in for the goal.
Yeah, and right there, Chikara just decided to finally take the 2v1 against Atlas. Atlas is very hard to deal with when there's only one barrier left. One of the big things that a lot of people do on this map is end up trying to hit the core behind one of the barriers so that they can just double hit, and it's usually a lot harder for characters like Atlas who have no mobility or really ranged abilities to deal with it before it even gets there to that point.
Yeah, that's the risk. Will depend if they're going to be able to actually find ways to play around it. Swift Duelist, though, just dumping some punishment here into Death Gun. Both of them now very low. Juliet on Juliet. Either could go down. The save comes through for Swift. So they are going to go in for that core flip. Now going to be some nice defense played by Vladilena. Still 3-on-3 on the board, but the goal opened up. Swift Duelist finds themselves another KO, a 4 KO streak. Swift has been the one constantly coming out ahead in these matchups, and a nice use of the glitch pop to knock it back in by Japanese Box.
Yeah, and Japanese Box showing us why he's probably, in my opinion, the player to watch on Chikara. He just, while he was getting hit by Death Gun and just getting pressured, he just finds the glitch pop and just scores with a really good angle on it too.
Dash punch is making a huge difference here for Swift Duelist, buying them all that space. And yeah, a great use of the glitch pop. Every time I do that, I'm knocking it backwards towards myself. I'll tell you that right now. A very difficult timing to pull off there from Japanese Box. Great plays by them to be able to secure that goal. And now on set point in what could be match point for the side of Chikara. Pressure starting to come on here as Vladilena playing the defense, going to be able to keep their second goal barrier safe, knocked on down towards the bottom side, and now Swift Duelist knocked aside by Death Gun, as I mean to say, and neither one going to end up going down, but the double staggers come on across. This is another chance for Swift Duelist to pick up multiple KOs. They'd have to get themselves an angle on to the side of the LP Thieves. Going to be nice core flips coming in from both sides, and the KO actually picked up by Death Gun. Numbers advantage for the Thieves, knocking it back down towards the bottom side, but cleared back out once again by Vladilena. The glitch pop's not connecting this time. The goal going to end up coming on open. Swift Duelist is back on the board, and now going to find a KO immediately, turning things back around for the side of Chikara, moving back up towards the top side. Vladilena still playing the defense, clears it back out with an astral projection. The Japanese Box glitch popping their way on down, trying to keep it in the hands of Swift Duelist, but another KO found, this time by Fine Mucked. And knocked back up towards the top side. Now Death Gun looking for the goal. Nice block by Vladilena. Still has that core flip as well. They do use it. They do knock it back up towards Swift, who has found a KO as well. 2 versus 2 for a brief moment, but Japanese Box has managed to come back on out and is looking to take control on the top side.
Yeah, over here, Chikara just getting so much damage off, and Death Gun is just constantly low and just pressured, but he does have Stagger Swagger, and with an Atlas, just be able to res him. And Death Gun just gets a really clean score, dribbling it off the corner and just finding the corner pocket shot right there.
All right, 2-2, going the full distance in this set number 1. See who is going to be able to take that control early on in game 2. Going to be Vladilena letting through one of the first goal barriers, and there's going to be the second one. Nicely played here by Fine Mucked, keeping control over the core and navigating it exactly where they wanted. Another big glitch pop. They could have nearly ended it right there, but Vladilena does find the defense. Swift Duelist now left out deep behind enemy lines, losing themselves a lot of HP for that effort. Is now just getting pressured in onto the top side, off the center, coming in off the sentry turret. Really tough to defend here. Vladilena manages to do it. Another block on the core flip from Fine Mucked. Vladilena, though, can't defend it all, and it is going to eventually be knocked in by Death Gun on the top side. A 3-2 set goes over to the LP Thieves.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that Chikara decided to change up their strategy where Swift Duelist just starts trying to 1v1 their goalie, because as you saw, what happens over there is that without the Juliet pressure of dash punching off the corners, Fine Mucked and Death Gun are just allowed to have so much free pressure in the 2v2 on the other side instead, because they have to find a way to get it to the Juliet in order to score, but without anyone else up there to help her, it's kind of hard to get these barriers against Atlas in a 1v1 situation.
It can definitely be tough, and the healing coming through just means that it's not always possible to be able to get in their face and KO the goalie like that, and like you said, it seems like it's not really working out as the strategy now. Swift Duelist might have to settle for, I think that was Orb Ponderer, ends up coming on across, and yeah, going to be now at a little bit of a disadvantage in the Awakenings department versus what you might have wanted. Both Juliets probably not super thrilled about what they've ended up with.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Swift Duelist took Orb Ponder over Super Surge. And in fact, I'm surprised Vladilena didn't take Orb Ponder again this time in order to start stacking and took Missile Prop. But we'll see what happens, because Missile Prop might make the difference with that right click and making sure that Juliet can't get in range to dash punch, or even just hitting the core before Aimi gets pressure. And Japanese Box finds the kill on Winter Freezer.
Nicely played here. Now both Aimis going to be brawling it out on the other side. It is going to be a KO picked up onto Swift, and Japanese Box with another glitch pop finds their way into the goal.
Japanese Box is so good with these glitch pops at just challenging back on the strikes over and over again, as we see. So what's going to have to happen is that I think against Japanese Box specifically, they're going to have to play a little bit slower with these strikes. But if you play slow, I wonder if Japanese Box will just change his strategy, just play aggressive with his Cyber Swipe, because that's kind of what it is. If you're too close to the core, you just get hit by an IME Cyber Swipe. And if you're too far, then the glitch pop just hits it right there. Because he's been really good at reading these positions.
And there's that value of the missile propulsion there, the long-range astral projections from midfield coming out here from Vladilena, as they are looking to try to secure a goal for the rest of the team. They've already gotten their first one, knocking it back down towards the bottom side. Japanese Box with the core flip at the ready, stepping up, knocked back up. Swift Duelist can't quite get it to him, and now still just looking to posture to be able to find their way onto the flip. It'll be so tough for Winter Freezer to defend that if you knock it from the bottom all the way back up towards the top, but can't quite get it on a cross. Now core flipped on the other side. Here's the flip from Japanese Box, but Winter Freezer blocks it with the astral projection. Japanese Box with another nice glitch pop, though, trying to keep that control and prevent things from coming on down. Sentry turret thrown up towards the middle, but they can't get their way onto the core either. Death Gun and Swift Duelist duking it out. Another glitch pop nearly takes him out. Has to go elusive to avoid Swift Duelist, and it's Swift who ends up actually going down. A numbers advantage to the LP Thieves as they manage to open up the goal as well. Find Mucked, goes in for the glitch pop, doesn't quite find it. Another shot comes through, and it's going to be Japanese Box who knocks it into the bottom corner.
Yeah, and Winter Freezer really tried to find the angle on that, but I think he had to try and hit that straight vertically. Yeah, vertically. In order to reach that. Just a little bit more down, and he probably would have actually been able to save that because it just would have gone straight up and down back to him. But again, Japanese Box is crazy.
Ooh, knocked in towards the bottom side. Japanese Box getting so much done. This IME play has been so impressive. I was talking about last week when I got to see him play. It was mostly on the Rasmus, and that looked really good as well. But this IME has been something else so far. Always been perfect on these glitch pops, and has found a number of unexpected goals, so they're going to get rocketed off the left side to go down early on in this potentially set-winning round. Swift Duelist wants to finish the job here, but another astral projection will knock it away from Winter Freezer as the respawn comes through for both teams. Back to the full-on 3-on-3. Japanese Box trying to clear it out. Another core flip comes through from Vladilena to get it back onto the right side of the map, and the LP Thieves now going to have to play defense. There's going to be the glitch pop, not quite finding its mark this time as Death Gun keeping the pressure on the bottom side. There's going to be the clear out of the bottom as Japanese Box moving forward, knocks it in with the sentry turret. Here's the flip back out from Winter Freezer, blocked again by Vladilena. Japanese Box on the bottom side trying to knock it up with another big glitch pop, but it's getting cleared out by Death Gun. Swift Duelist trying to finish the job, moves forward with the Flying Phoenix, can't quite get anybody out of the way though. Another shot blocked by Winter Freezer, and the glitch pops coming in from Fine Mucked are managing to keep it cleared out in the same breath. It's going to be Swift Duelist up on the top side, already very low on stagger, gets knocked out, but Japanese Box finishes the job once again.
How does he keep getting away with this? That's like the third time with these glitch pops.
Japanese
he keeps
Box,
finding
man.
Such good angles.
Keeps on finding them as we're back into the draft, and they are going to rightfully earn themselves a first pick here.
Yeah, and over here, IME has really good trainings over here. I'm actually surprised he took, Specialized.
I think taking that and then the Monumentalist, yeah, we'll go to the Atlas, and now you deny both from the second IME.
Yeah, those are some pretty good options, but IME does indeed get Rapid Fire over here, and one of the Juliets does take Tempo Swing, and I believe that one is Swift Duelist. Yeah, Swift Duelist does take Tempo Swing away from Death Gun, making it so Death Gun can't get Tempo Swing plus Stagger Swagger value, just perma stay alive for the rest of the game.
Yeah, feels like a huge draft for Chikara here. Now tying things up at 1-1, but getting themselves everything that they could have wanted. Let's see exactly how they're going to be able to play around that, taking down one of the goal barriers already. Swift Duelist with that Tempo Swing now going to be able to stay a little bit more topped off when they're brawling here in the enemy side. There's going to be Death Gun trying to turn things back around, though, playing up against Swift Duelist, going to be able to clear things out. Now both are pretty low on the stagger, but Swift can, of course, work their way back onto that. There's going to be an opened up goal earned for the side of the LP Thieves, and they're just forcing it through with this sentry turret, but not quite going to be able to find it as Swift Duelist actually gets the return. KO and manages to keep things cleared out. Now going to be focusing on towards the bottom side. They're going to be able to open up the goal, passing it on down. Japanese box over to Swift Duelist. There's going to be the knock aside from another glitch pop from Feinmuck. The Death Gun going to be able to finish off the KO. Now knock back over towards this left side. Vladilena clears it out once again, but Winter Freezer coming on out towards midfield, has the core flip to try to push it the rest of the way through. Feinmuck stepping up as well. Winter Freezer goes in for the core flip, knocks it back up to Feinmuck, and a beautiful pass off the bounce, going to be able to earn themselves the goal.
Yeah, that was such a shallow pass and made it so Vladilena honestly probably wasn't even expecting Feinmuck to even reach that. And Feinmuck just able to take any free shot in any corner where Atlas, if Atlas stands in the center, it's just a free goal on any corner pocket shot because it's Atlas. He doesn't really have good mobility or ways to deal with those corner pocket shots if he is standing in the center.
Oh, Japanese box wishing so hard that they had gotten one more tick on that sentry turret. The core flip actually going to get stuffed there and going to end up losing them a goal barrier. But now Feinmuck very low, going to be fully staggered, and Swift Duelist could finish them off very easily. Big heals coming on across from the Celestial intervention. Core flip misses from Vladilena, trying for a little bit of a mix-up there. Now it's going to be Swift on the bottom side, pretty much all alone. Another glitch pop from Japanese box doesn't quite find its mark, but they do end up with the KO from Swift Duelist at the end of the day. And now Vladilena up at midfield, going in with the Astral Projection, looking to knock it in. Japanese box up on the top side, goes for the cyber swipe forward, doesn't quite get it through, but it is going to be knocked on in towards the top side. They want to get it to Swift Duelist. He's going to be ready to knock it in if they can sneak it down, but two members keep on clearing it and are going to prevent that. Reality is now going to be able to be a numbers advantage over to the side of the LP Thieves. Glitch pop on up, Death Gun goes for the shot, but it gets stuffed away as Japanese box is able to come in with the respawn and keep on assisting.
Yeah, and over here again, Japanese box honestly just 1v3 on that top side over here. And we'll see if they are able to find the goal. Swift Duelist with his core flip, and oh my god, Japanese box just sees Winter Freezer's just about to strike it and just cyber swipes immediately.
Really well played there. They end up with that 1-to-1 score line. The cyber swipe has been the difference maker at quite a few intervals and is going to end up with a tied up set score, a tied up goal score in this third set. We've been here before. This was around the time that the side of Chikara took control in game number 1. Let's see if they're going to be able to run it back here in this next one. As Swift Duelist just getting bullied around the map, hasn't been able to find a target to heal off of, and is just tanking these glitch pops and these astral projections. They will be able to open up one of the barriers, now knocking it back on in. Japanese box get the core flip, but couldn't find a good shot. Sentry turret keeps things cleared out once again. Glitch pop comes through, great damage on the Death Gun there, but not going to be able to finish the job. Is now going to be a nice core flip to open up the goal for the side of the LP Thieves, and they knock it in from Feinmuck's cyber swipe.
Yeah, and that was super unfortunate because Swift Duelist did find the kill on Death Gun, like right before he could possibly get a pass from Feinmuck, but Feinmuck just finds the goal as that happens, so it didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, has been like that a lot of the series, it feels like, where like a member will be down, but they'll still be able to keep up the aggression with the remaining midfielder, and just ending up with a little score for it this time around. Swift Duelist just bullying Feinmuck, now chasing him down, going to be able to force him off. It looked like they nearly got a KO, but I guess they cyber swiped out of it just in time. Now going to be followed up the rest of the way. Astral Projection up towards the top side. Feinmuck getting pushed around and finally will go down. Swift Duelist gets the job finished, but their goal's been opened up. Death Gun's had a lot of time to play with, as that took quite a bit, but now it's going to be Japanese box up on the top side, knocking it back down. Core flip from Winter Freezer to save that remaining goal barrier, and they're going to use this sentry turret to try to pressure it further. Death Gun at about half HP, stepping on up, now going to get knocked aside, staggered, but not done yet, as they're going to be able to work the goal through. Just one more shot for a set advantage given over to the LP Thieves.
Yeah, and if you watch, the difference maker for that one was Death Gun having both midfield souls and Stagger Swagger. He actually almost ran to the core faster than Vladilena could have reached it. And in fact, because he was so close to him, he just was able to find a goal and just attempt his 1v1 against Vladilena before they could do anything. And unfortunately, Winter Freezer is able to receive Twin Drive on Atlas.
Huge difference maker there. Going to give them a lot more defensive capabilities, and we praised the draft that was able to be secured. At least I praised the draft that was able to be secured for Chikara coming out of that last round, but they end up dropping the set, and now it's going to be a favorable set of awakenings given on over to the LP Thieves.
Yeah, actually, something interesting that I want to talk about from that draft was that Swift Duelist actually took heavy impact over Big Fish, and I believe that the reason why he actually did that was to give Japanese Box Big Fish, because I personally think that Big Fish is quite good for Juliet.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you already have that tempo swing picked up, but as you say, they want to give that over to Japanese Box, so they're going to be the one with the increased size and the increased stagger, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do with it as open goals come through for both sides. Japanese Box now with breakaway on the bottom side, but getting bullied by Fine Mucked, and Swift here now going to be the KO found by Swift. Death Gun gets it pushed on past him. It's Japanese Box up on the top side. Swift Duelist waiting in the goal arc. Core flip comes through from Winter Freeze. Winter will go down. Death Gun tries to get the job done, and he stuffs the core flip. Beautiful play by Death Gun for an early advantage in set number 4.
Yeah, and that was literally a guaranteed score if Death Gun didn't do that, because both Fine Mucked and Winter Freezer were both down at the time. So if, honestly, he didn't want to be one that goalie, it was just a guaranteed score from Chikara. So what a play from him.
Wow, just a fantastic run of it there from Death Gun, making all the difference, and now looking to step up once again here, finding themselves an early barrier, getting taken out, though, by Swift. We'll see what they're able to do with this numbers advantage on Chikara's side. Again, they are already up 1-0. This is match game for them. If they are able to win, they will qualify. We will go to game number 3 if it is a win for the LP Thieves, as they are in the advantage in this game number 2 so far. Another Astral Projection comes on across, not going to be able to find its mark. Vladilina up on the top side. Death Gun gets knocked aside, going to be staggered here. Glitch pops from both sides, end up with Swift Duelist having the core in their hands, but Death Gun sneaks it away while still in that staggered state as the goal opens up. Death Gun wants to get it done, finds it again, 2-0 set.
Yeah, and again, this Stagger Swagger speed is finding so much value for Death Gun. Every time they leave him low, but aren't able to finish him off, he just finds a way to score so very often. And this is just becoming a problem. If they want to start attacking Death Gun, they need to just try and secure the kill no matter what at this point. Because I think he's honestly changing the tide by being so low all the time.
Definitely going to be now pushed back up from Japanese Box, going to look for the opening here. Great damage comes in from Swift Duelist, forces Winter Freezer into the revive, and that's going to be enough time to open up the goal. Japanese Box trying to keep it away from the sentry. A core flip comes in from Vladilina, now pushing forward. Fine Mucked actually gets the KO onto Swift there. Now Japanese Box trying to make up the difference, clear back away. Vladilina keeping with that Expanse, trying to prevent anything from coming on through, but Cosmic Expanse not going to be able to get the job done. Swift Duelist back on the respawn now. Death Gun very low on stagger, knocked up forward. Swift Duelist gets it done. Vladilina has to keep the save going, does manage to clear it back out. Fine Mucked trying to keep it on this side of the map, but it finds its way back over to Swift Duelist. Pass back up, Japanese Box goes in for the core flip, and it is going to be Swift Duelist knocking it back away from Winter Freezer.
Yeah, Swift Duelist just did exactly what Death Gun did earlier, just 1v1 the goalie right with the core flip. Just said, you know, it's in my name. It's my time.
We'll see if it is, because they could close things out this game if they're able to find themselves just a few more goals, a couple more sets, but not need to prevent even a single goal from coming through this set to be able to do it. Now, Japanese Box actually finding themselves a nice KO off the bottom side. Winter Freezer wisely doing as much time buying as they can, but wow, Swift Duelist damage, just insane there. The Flame Flurry gets it done, and they're going to take the goal as well.
Yeah, and I think Chikara's changing the game plan a lot here. You know, Chikara's been doing really good at getting all this damage off, but now instead of trying to kill Death Gun, they realize it's really hard to kill Death Gun with this Reverberation plus Stagger Swagger. So instead, they've just opting to kill Fine Muck and Winter Freezer and saying, we're going to force this Atlas to use his ultimate hyper defensively instead of using it forward to save Death Gun. And it seems like it's making a difference, because since they're so far away, even if Atlas reses, they don't get a lot of tempo from the res itself.
Yeah, no, some great early aggression there out of the LP Thieves, going to be able to open up the goal, but they lose a member once again, and now the goal's opened up by Swift Duelist. Japanese Box with a chance, but Swift Duelist just closes it out on their own. We're going to set number 5 in game 2.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it, Swift Duelist has been doing an extremely good job these past 2 times, straight up actually just dueling their goalie in a strike war. And over here, we have the draft. over here. And Swift Duelist, I don't think there's actually that many good options for Juliet, but he does have Orb Ponder, so he could have taken Dancer, but he does opt for the Quick Strike in order to midfield a little bit more. And Atlas does go for Glass Cannon in order to gain more speed. And whoa! Death Gun takes Hot Shot. So I'm wondering if he's looking for Hot Shot so he could find very interesting dash punch angles and just making the core so fast that Vladilena wouldn't be able to stop it with these demon angle dash punches.
That might be the recipe here. And then, yeah, it's going to be the Quick Strike for Swift Duelist, as they're going to be looking for more plays like they found last time, just trying to sneak in those strike wars. Vladilena, though, going to end up losing one of their goal barriers, starting off very early, but Swift Duelist finds themselves another 4 KO streak. Nice glitch pop there from FineMuck to keep things cleared out. Going to be playing as interim goalie there while they wait for the respawn to come on across. Now towards the bottom side. This should be secure, but another cyber swipe actually opens up the goal. FineMuck played that excellently while Winter Freezer was away, and Death Gun capitalizes by taking the first goal of the set.
Yeah, and over here, you just see the difference. You just see the difference right here. FineMuck just being a really good position to feed it to Death Gun, and Death Gun does find a dash punch while challenging Vladilena, because Vladilena didn't have any abilities up using it earlier.
Yeah, core flip now coming on across. Nice block with the Cosmic Expanse there from Vladilena. Keep things cleared out. Now here comes the Sentry to keep up that pressure, but FineMuck, again, coming alive in this set number 5, finds a sneaky KO, and is going to buy some space, but the double barrier off the core flip from Swift Duelist, or was that Vladilena? Either way, it's fantastic for Chikara to be able to buy some space, but the counter aggression coming on through from the LP Thieves. Vladilena gonna have to keep this cleared out. Japanese Box gets it past, takes it to themselves with that cyber swipe, but can't quite get the job done off the glitch pop. Astral Projection to clear it back away. Death Gun keeping the pressure up against Vladilena as they're going to be able to knock it back through. There's going to be the Sentry Turret, and there's going to be a KO found by the Aimi off the glitch pop, and Japanese Box does it all on their own once again.
Yeah, as we said, I think Japanese Box is just the star of the show over here. Finding these glitch pops over and over again, constantly challenging Winter Freezer. And I think Winter Freezer's going to have to change up his game plan a little bit. I feel like he's trying too much to open clear out in the open, and I believe he should just start trying to vertical clear a little bit more using bumpers.
Very possibly. Going to be the core flip used by Winter Freezer once again to be able to get themselves that second goal barrier saved. Death Gun, though, already low. Stagger Swagger going to try to regen them for now, but they are kind of stuck in that Sentry Turret as the goal opens up. Another big Astral Projection from Vladilena. Swift Duelist knocking Death Gun aside, keeping this guy out of their face while they try to get their work done here into the goal. Going to be Vladilena still playing defense. Another core flip comes on across, going to open up the goal there for the side of the LP Thieves. Vladilena now has to keep things cleared out. It comes back on over. FineMuck nearly had the chance to score, but didn't get the core into their hands. Swift Duelist clears out that center once again, but FineMuck sneaks it past the Sentry Turret. Swift Duelist with the core flip, looking to launch it forward. Cosmic Expanse blocks it away, but Japanese Box trying to finish off the job. Can't quite get it with the Cyber Swipe, and now getting knocked aside by Death Gun on the top side, clearing it back on over towards Winter Freezer. FineMuck goes forward with the Cyber Swipe, can't find it either. Another Sentry Turret going to possibly be enough this time, as one more strike will sneak it through for FineMuck.
Yeah, and FineMuck had a really good positioning on that Sentry Turret because it actually cut off the Atlas from being able to come back down, and he just gets a free goal because Atlas can't walk through the Sentry Turret for free.
That's all it takes here is the clear out once again. Japanese Box taking the core first and foremost, has managed to find themselves that first barrier and doing a fantastic job of this so far, but we are on game point here for the side of the LP Thieves. They can close it out right here. Whew.
Yeah, and again, with the corner bounces, as I said earlier, against Atlas, just being able to find both barriers, and right there, LP Thieves are able to take the set. Well, this game.
Great job by the LP Thieves. We are going to be going into game number 3 between these two teams. Then neither one wants to drop to that loser's bracket. They want to take themselves a qual right here and now. And that means we're going to get at least a third game of action here, Yumi.
Yep, and quick side note, because we mentioned earlier, I believe we were told that every game on stream today is a qualifier match. So, yeah, if whichever team wins just automatically moves on to lift off.
Yeah, definitely, and whoever loses will have another chance. They will drop down to that lower bracket. They will get another qual game, which will be played on stream later on. So, the loser, this will not be the last time you see them in today's streams. The winner it will be. The winner, you'll see them again once it's liftoff time, but their job will be done. They'll have succeeded in their mission for today.
Indeed. And I'm wondering how Chikara is going to change the game plan, because I think Chikara has been really good at finding a lot of this damage, but sometimes maybe not being able to finish off the kills. But that last game, they were able to finish a lot, but gave up a lot of pressure. I think one of the biggest things that we're seeing here is both these teams are playing, I'll say, a little bit self-centered. A lot of these teams, there's not a lot of huge passing plays going on, and it just seems like a lot of it's just 1v1s against goalies or 1v1s just within their lane.
Definitely feels like that's how a lot of these have ended up playing out. It's been a lot of individual outplays to score some of the more crucial goals. And when there have been pass plays, they've been great. They've been very successful. But yeah, it does seem like not quite been able to execute them on the level that you would have wanted, at least so far in these first 2 games.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm wondering if Chikara is going to change one of their players for this match. They do have a huge roster, and I was told that yesterday they were flexing it around quite a bit. So I'm actually curious to see if they do make a change with players and are able to change into a mindset where maybe someone just decides to switch and just start making calls for passes and such. So I'm quite curious on what goes on next.
Yeah, they do have that deep roster, so they are allowed to swap out which players they want to use if they desire. I do think they've been using this set of 3 the whole way through, but we'll be the first ones to call out if it does end up changing. We are in queue for this game number 3, so as soon as we end up finding our way into a match, we will let you know. We'll see if that change ends up coming through. Japanese Box, though, I do want to give them praise for their IME performance. I think outperformed by the team as a whole, but did have some really solid plays there, redirecting the core, finding those kinds of solo goals. So if we're in a solo play-centric game, Japanese Box, I think, continues to be the main character, win or lose.
Yeah, he's been so good at just finding Winter Freezer's clears and just constantly challenging him over and over again. And there was a lot of times where Japanese Box was in situations where he had to win basically double strike wars against the enemy forwards and then still finding a way to get it past. So he's quite a star right now. And honestly, he's just putting so much pressure on them. So I'm wondering if LP Thieves will change their style to start focusing down Japanese Box a little bit more like they did game 1. And we're about to get into the game right now to find out.
Yeah, that's the question, is what character will they be on, right? Are they going to be able to get the IME again? Is Find Mucked find it worth it as long as they get to play the IME too? IME's app comes on through. I do think this might necessitate a Rasmus ban coming in for up against the side of Japanese Box.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious because a Juliet ban might be warranted here because we do have 2 Juliet players, but maybe we don't ban Juliet because it seems like both rosters do end up playing Juliet quite a bit. So I'm wondering, and we do see an Atlas ban instead with a Rasmus. So Juliet's going to be quite open. And Juliet is quite a bit of a problem on this map because she can kill you from almost anywhere because of the center.
Yep, absolutely. So it is that Rasmus ban, so not going to get to see that one out of Japanese Box. That does leave the IME up for them, though, and I'm going to guess that's what they've locked in here. We are, of course, looking at the spectator of the LP Thieves right now, so going to not know exactly what's going where, but it looks like Julie's and IMEs for both sides. It's just going to be that goalie difference. Winter Freezer picking up the Dubu, where it does look like it is going to be that Kai picked up for Vladilina.
Yeah, and Chikara does have all the same players. I'm curious to see what the trainings are, and we do see them actually. So we have Deadeye over here with Quadruple Orb Dancer, which is pretty interesting because I would actually think that I know that a couple players on Kai love the Deadeye to be able to apply huge amounts of pressure on Kai, and one of the biggest examples that we've seen recently overall is Maddie. Maddie loves playing high damage Kai, and Find Mucked and Death Gun are able to find the kill on Japanese Box. Oh, no, sorry, not Japanese Box, Swift Duelist.
Yeah, they do take Swift Duelist off the map there, but Japanese Box still keeping up on that defense. The goal's been opened on up. They have yet to find their way onto this barrier. The big old Dubu makes it really tough, but they are going to be able to get it eventually. It's now Death Gun taking control on the bottom side, and they will get it through. Actually knocked back up into the sentry turret from Japanese Box, and that's the first goal picked up for Chikara.
Yeah, it's quite hard to deal with sentry turrets sometimes. It's more about finding how close to which side of the core the sentry turret is on, and then striking it on the same side, because then you have the highest chance of being able to clear it. But sometimes you have to put yourself into those corner clears where the sentry turret is still quite scary in order to constantly hit it out and just not give them any leeway.
For sure. As the big pressure coming in on that top corner does end up opening up the goal here for Chikara. Swift Duelist not able to secure it as Winter Freezer knocks it away, but Japanese Box finds themselves a KO, and now Swift Duelist knows the numbers advantage is there, but great job there by the Soup to be able to keep it cleared up, but Winter Freezer can't get his hands on it, and that will be a goal scored once again. Swift Duelist getting their name on it.
Yeah, and I think that was such an unfortunate situation, because if you watch there, Chikara actually layered their abilities really well, because while Swift Duelist was able to challenge Winter Freezer, even if Winter Freezer won, Japanese Box's Glitch Pop was actually right there to challenge him again, so I think he was just in a no-win situation.
Got a knockback over. Swift Duelist passes it up. There's a little bit more passing out of Chikara. Not necessarily setting up for a huge slam in, but at the very least not just focusing solely on moving past the enemy defenders, but now going to be Feinbucht actually finding themselves a nice little shot up on the top side. Vladilina can't get over there in time.
Yeah, and something I actually want to note here is the training differences between Japanese Box and Feinbucht. Japanese Box here with the slick kicks and Feinbucht here with pummelers. And Ivy with pummelers on this map is pretty good because she can just dash across the side and just find free kills because there's limited amounts of space to move in the center. Yeah,
for sure. We'll have to see whose gear ends up reigning supreme here as Death Gun going to get knocked aside. Feinbucht now with the pressure on them on the bottom. Everything coming in on towards Death Gun here as they get knocked aside by another core flip out of Japanese Box, but the defense is there for Winter Freezer. Feinbucht goes for another shot, gets stopped away by Swift Duelist, and now passing it on up. Death Gun gets it in with one more fist.
Yeah, and as we said, Death Gun right there, just challenging them in a 1v3, and I think what happened there was Japanese Box hit it down, or maybe Death Gun just hit it before like anyone else could reach it. But an unfortunate situation over there.
Yeah, definitely. Just one more knock in, that big old hitbox, that's all it takes, and they will be tying it up at 2-2 here in set number 1 for game number 3. Knocked aside, still keeping that goal barrier defended. It's going to be Feinbucht looking in with the glitch pops. Japanese Box taking control up on the top side. Vladilina passing it up to him, but gets stuffed back away by Feinbucht. And Swift Duelist now on the bottom, facing off up against Winter Freezer. Gets it in there. Japanese Box with a nice little glitch pop. Gets it through. Playing up at midfield consistently the whole way through, trying to find their way through. Not going to quite get it. Now Swift Duelist very low on the stagger as the control gets moved back on over towards the LP Thieves. A nice clear out though. Japanese Box swiping forward. Not landing onto the core, missing the strike there. Vladilina lets it get past him. That is going to open up the goal now. The two Juliets brawl it out. Now Swift Duelist going to come out on top, knocking him off the side. And one more shot. Japanese Box gets blocked away by the somersault. Vladilina up at midfield, has the core fill if they need it, but they don't. Japanese Box gets the goal in this set.
Yeah, and they had such good positioning over there. Japanese Box staying on the top side. Vladilina making sure they're right behind Swift Duelist to make sure they are able to catch any core that is just stray. And over here we see Kai with first pick, and prime time is up. That's one of his best trainings, and we should be seeing it. Yep. And over here, Dubu does take Glass Cannon for the movement speed. Fast Dubu is always a scary Dubu. And we have Feinbucht taking Timeless, while Japanese Box does take Super Surge. And Juliet takes one of her best trainings again with perfect form coming back. And we see Swift Duelist opting to take Quick Strike again. It seems that wait, no. Death Gun took Quick Strike this time. Okay, Swift Duelist does take his piss. Okay. And I'm actually kind of surprised that we're seeing so many more Quick Strikes instead of Catalysts. I think Quick Strike is pretty good if you are able to challenge way more often. And, able to find the corner goal over there.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick goal picked up by Death Gun. Seems like Vladilina just wasn't expecting the crisscrossing sentry turrets to end up working out the way that they did. That's going to be a very early goal earned by the LP Thieves. Worth just as much as any other goal, though, so they're going to be plenty happy with it as the Giga Blast comes through from Vladilina, but gets stuffed back away by that Soup coming on through from Winter, as that's going to be another KO earned by the LP Thieves. They are really looking to take control here in set number 2, setting up really nicely, but not able to convert, at least not yet. Feinbucht passes it down to Death Gun, who goes in for the shot, blocked away by Vladilina, but the glitch pop finds it for Feinbucht.
Yeah, and over there, Vladilina didn't really have anywhere to clear it to, because if he kept clearing down, Deathgun was seeming like they were looking for a dash punch. But Feinbuck just finding the top clear with his glitch pop. So Vladilina was kind of just trapped, and I feel like the only clear there, even if he hit at the center, actually, Feinbuck was at the center position. So he was actually just fully trapped, which was a really good play by LP Thieves.
Definitely was, as Japanese Box trying to keep on the aggression. Swift Duelist finds a KO in the center pit there, and that's really crucial, as the momentum has really been favoring the LP Thieves so far in this second set. Deathgun finds themselves a KO as well. Now it's just Juliets and goalies. Feinbuck's coming back on out. Deathgun going to open up the goal. Now ready to receive on the bottom. Gets it back up to Feinbuck. A nice core flip from Vladilina just to keep things cleared out. But Feinbuck finds the KO again. And there's the double KO and the goal by Deathgun. And if you blink, you might miss it. But that's a 3-0 set win picked up here for the LP Thieves.
Yeah, that was crazy fast. They just swept the momentum extremely well over here. And both Juliets do have the first pick, so... But there's not really any good trainings over here that any of the Juliets want to like take definitely. I believe that someone is going to take... Yep, we do see a twin drive deny, which is a pretty early deny. And then we have tempo swing, stacks on stacks. And I'm wondering if Vladilina is going to take Orb Ponder or Replicator. But he does opt to take specialized training for the damage Kai.
Yeah, already has the Orb Dancer there for Winter Freezer, so they're going to be very happy to have the Replicator in their hands. And still got all those stacks as well. The stacks were reset on a Vladilina with that last second KO from Deathgun in the previous set. So really rough look there, although doesn't look like that's going to be enough to dissuade Chikara as they start things off with a really early KO. Swift Duelist now just trying to keep up that aggression while they have the numbers advantage. Japanese Box up on the top side. Deathgun has respawned, and Deathgun is immediately going to turn things on their head and pick up a lead for these LP Thieves. Moved back uptown towards Deathgun, going on in with the Flying Phoenix. Can't quite find the goal, but Feinmuck is still up, keeping the goalie at bay, but not able to get the shot through. As now Swift Duelist comes back up, and he's going to find the KO as well. Back and forth, over and over between these two Juliets. Coming back onto the map and immediately taking somebody else off of it. Now Vladilina up at midfield, trying to turn things back around for Chikara. Swift Duelist knocking it on forward. They will be able to open up the goal finally after all their efforts. And the Soup going to block things for now. Core flip comes through Vladilina, nearly getting it knocked past them. Deathgun again going to have their efforts thwarted as Vladilina keeps the defense up. And Swift Duelist is there to assist as well. Deathgun again goes in for the shot, gets it blocked by Vladilina. Japanese Box now back alive and is going to be able to take it into the goal.
Yeah, and something that you just watched right there, Winter Freezer kind of played a little bit scared of Japanese Box there, and Japanese Box just hits the core right before he's able to strike it, and instead of trying to challenge, Winter Freezer moves back a little bit just to see if he could get the core, but I believe that that was a mistake, because I think one of the biggest problems that goalie players have is that instead of challenging, they move back to see if they could outplay or get a read, when realistically, they should just take the 50-50 challenge.
Really makes sense. An adaptation, perhaps, as Japanese Box moving forward. A nice glitch pop into a nice cyber swipe will secure them that goal barrier. Deathgun now trying to take control on the bottom. Vladilina still on the defense, knocks it back aside. Feinmuck, though, waiting for him, and Deathgun manages to knock it in.
Yeah, and they're getting so much extra speed from the Orb Dancers, the Orb Dancing value over here. And we're seeing just the differences in these teams. LP Thieves loves playing around all this speed, while Chikara loves playing around and getting all this damage and control with their 1v1s over here.
For sure, Swift Duelist now pushed in onto the bottom side. Vladilina been searching for these shots from back on the near side of the map, but not being able to make too much of a difference. Feinmuck incredibly low on that stagger, blocked by Winter Freezer. Very nicely played with the rollout, with the strikes, going to keep their barrier safe, but they're not done yet. Japanese Box steps up alongside Swift Duelist. They do manage to find the opening, but Vladilina going to have the same happen to them. Feinmuck ready to receive on the bottom, goes for the shot, but gets knocked out by Swift Duelist as Vladilina keeps it cleared out towards their striker on the bottom. Back up to Japanese Box. He takes it, he throws down the sentry turret. So difficult to play through for Winter Freezer, but they manage to execute it. Pass back up to Japanese Box, back down to Swift Duelist. Neither can find an angle past this goalie until finally Japanese Box sneaks it in on the top corner.
Yeah, and Winter Freezer moved down a little bit because he assumed that Feinmuck would at least stop the corner shot angle, but it was just a really good shot by Japanese Box, finding the exact pixel that he could hit the core into, where Winter Freezer wasn't, and he challenges Winter Freezer with the cyber swipe and does get the barrier.
Huge there, as Swift Duelist going to be able to take themselves that KO, moving things back in favor of Chikara. Pass back up to Japanese Box, who wants to secure themselves the lead in this final game of the series. Vladilina at midfield, throwing out the barrage to keep the core advancing forward. Feinmuck already very low on stagger, but keeping control until Swift Duelist punches them right off the map into that center pit. Now moved forward, going to be the core flip attempt from Swift Duelist. Doesn't quite find it, but they do find themselves a KO on the goalie, and they do find themselves a set win. 2-1 in sets for Chikara.
Yeah, and right there, they also wiped all of Winter Freezer's Orbs Dancer stacks. So I feel like LP Thieves is quite behind now. So they're going to have a really big issue if they can just continue to make sure Winter Freezer isn't able to hit 10 stacks. And over here, one of the Juliets is able to grab 1-2 punch, was incredibly good for this map. That just means they have permanent pressure over the center.
Definitely does, and it's a huge difference maker when they are able to take that. The 1-2 punch proc so constantly and easily. It is going to be a big fish for the Julie on the other side. Death Gun, so they're going to be not too dissatisfied with their selection either. Nobody taking the stagger swagger, just deciding, hey, we're getting one shot by the center pit anyway. No reason to be worried about that.
Yeah, this map definitely has an issue where a lot of it feels very stuffy if a lot of players end up playing on one side. So you end up taking a lot of damage really fast and easily, especially with how much area of effect damage there is. And Swift Duelist is able to 1v1 Death Gun.
Yeah, see, Stagger Swagger not going to save you there. That's a little bit of what we're talking about, but is going to get cleared on up towards the top side. Vladilina, though, not finding any shots onto the core, can't play defense, and Feinmuck actually just gets themselves a nice easy score.
Yeah, Vladilina, I believe they tried to use their ultimate to hit the core and Feinmuck at the same time, but Feinmuck is just slightly too far away from the core for it to be able to hit. Wow. And again, over here, Death Gun just dying on repeat through the center. So I'm wondering how much. So I'm wondering how Chikara will capitalize on this, especially if this keeps happening over and over again.
Yeah, that one was just off a glitch pop, just knocking them a little tiny bit of the way into that center and resulting in the blow up. Now Japanese Box up on the top side, and while the goalie is still on defense, Japanese Box takes themselves a KO, resets the count of the orbs crucially, and scores a goal.
Yeah, this is definitely a huge problem because both Death Gun and Winter Freeze are losing all their Orb Dancer stacks on repeat now. So Swift Duelist and Japanese Box just working together to deal a lot of damage, and Feinmuck is super low already and has to use Flip.
Yeah, huge there. Vladilina, though, still does have their fully stacked Orb Dancer, so at the very least able to keep themselves zooming around and using that to step up towards midfield. Goes in for the core flip, doesn't find it. Swift gets stuffed as well. 2 core flips used by Chikara, neither accomplishing much of anything, but Swift Duelist finds themselves another KO here and is going to try to move in towards the bottom side. Japanese Box taking control, has their own core flip, uses it to pass, but gets blocked by Death Gun using their own flip to keep things cleared away. Now going to still be moved back on up as the bottom side is getting plenty crowded here, and Death Gun still standing strong, gonna maintain control. Japanese Box up towards the top side, though. Swift Duelist ready to receive as well. Glitch Pop knocked back up towards the top as it's passed up to Swift, knocked on down, blocked by Feinmuck. Great assist there on the defense from the IME as Death Gun wants to turn it back around, but Japanese Box ready to receive on the bottom side, gets it in off a Glitch Pop, and it's match point for the game, for the set, and for the entire match.
Yeah, I think Winter Freezer didn't think that it was going to essentially demon angle him there. I think he thought it was going to hit the bumper and just go straight vertically up to him, and so he didn't really walk up to try and grab the core because he just thought it was going to come to him for free.
Yeah, that's what makes the difference. Could be any little factor at this point, as Chikara are an inch away from qualifying for liftoff. Going to do everything in their power to stop that. They're the LP Thieves. Japanese Box might just be unstoppable here. Another KO picked up for Chikara. Japanese Box one-on-one against Feinmuck on the bottom side. Vladilina knocking it back on over. Clearing it back towards the top side. Swift Duelist keeping the pressure onto Winter Freezer, who does have the core flip to keep it safe, but Japanese Box finds the KO and the 4 KO streak for themselves as they take the goalie off the map. Vladilina trying to make advantage of this numbers lead as they are going to be able to open up the goal. Death Gun now very low as well. Swift Duelist stepping up. Japanese Box going to get cleared back out by the sentry turret. They're going to have to reset and try again with the full numbers present. Death Gun, though, taken off the bottom side. Swift Duelist Duelist on an 8 KO streak, knocks it back up off the Flame Flurry. Vladimir ready to receive on the other side. Swift Duelist can't quite get control. Japanese Box knocks it up. Swift Duelist finishes the job, and it's going to be a qualification for Chikara.
Yeah, congratulations to Chikara over there. And that round was kind of crazy because honestly, every time they found a kill, they were able to constantly apply pressure to someone else and just basically, they just chained kills over and over again and just had so much pressure that eventually they were going to score, especially on Imi's app. One of the biggest problems is if you are behind on Imi's app, you have a huge problem where constantly you really lose a side because essentially like there's two sides, and if you lose one, you kind of lose a clear angle to a teammate. So congratulations to Chikara over there.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP earned by Japanese Box. And I can't say I disagree there, making a huge difference, getting huge setups, but also Swift Duelist with 10 KOs in that game. And, you know, that's compare that to Death Gun's Julie, who ends up with 3 at the end of the day. Swift Duelist really starting to run away with it once they get their core set of awakenings and just constantly being able to find these sneaky little KOs off the bottom side or off the center.
Yeah, definitely. But we are going to see LP Thieves again. So I really hope to see them bounce back in the future. I believe that we are going to see them again in losers quarterfinals.
Yes, that is also going to be a qualification match. Who they play against is still TBD. As we are going to move now into our second winners bracket match. And it's going to be Chatting taking on Platinum Exclusive. Chatting, of course, coming in as our top seed off the Swiss stage. They went the full 5-0, so they should be considered the favorites. They do have themselves some familiar faces here. Appabug, Alexander, and Evil Drew Danger with Ultimate Dog on the squad as well. Platinum Exclusive coming in with a team that I haven't gotten to see too much of before.
Yeah, on Platinum Exclusive side, it's Pineapple, Ken Clam, Boom, and Zay Forever. I believe, from what I remember, Pineapple was a beta Luna goalie player. So I'm not actually too sure who was playing yesterday or who is going to play today. But I do know that It's a Pineapple is a pretty good player, and Zay Forever is definitely an up-and-coming name that a lot of people are saying, like, oh, yeah, this guy is definitely one who's going to make a mark pretty soon. And so hopefully we see that.
Yeah. First mark to be made would be a qualification for Liftoff. Just sure to be a banger tournament coming in the next couple of weeks, as we are going to be seeing who our contenders are going to be for the next season of the North American Strikers League. Of course, can only round out 10 slots, 4 slots already determined, so 6 slots up for grabs. Want to make sure that one of those is going to be going to you, and so that's going to require first a visit towards Liftoff, and that is going to require a win either in this series or in one of the other series today. Again, we're on the winner's side, so same rules as last match. It's going to be a best of 3. Winner qualifies for Liftoff. Loser going to drop down to the loser's bracket and continue to have opportunities to qualify, but we'll have to play more later on today.
Yeah, definitely. And it's something I'm actually excited about is that we are going to see a Luna goalie. Now, it isn't Luna forward, unfortunately. So my dream is still not there yet.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I've seen the Luna forward. I've seen people cooking with it. It happens from time to time. It's growing in popularity, and that means it's only a matter of time until we start to see it taking part in some of these events. Now, going to have to see. Looks like we're popping the queue here, so should have a map for you guys, as well as some rosters before too long. Again, Chatting. Going to be coming in here, presumably as the favorite off the back of their dominant Swiss run. We are in Athens City, so everybody stay tuned for these orbs.
Yeah, and looking at it, I think on Aten City very much favors midfielders, and I believe Appabug is a Juliet player, so he might have a little bit of trouble on this map, but Platinum Exclusive does opt to ban out Appabug.
Definitely. So looks like the Zay Forever not going to be playing here. It is going to be Boom, It's a Pineapple, and Ken Lam. So something to be checked for. See what Ken is going to be able to get done. Hovering the Juno for now. That would be an interesting one to see. Looks like they're going to start off with a Rasmus pick, though.
Yeah, Juno's a very interesting pick because I think this is actually one of Juno's best maps because it's very open. But Juno has been struggling to see a lot of presence in the meta currently, especially with these huge KOs. And KOs are just super important because it's so much easier to KO since they brought back all these trainings that add so much extra power, like 1-2 punch, perfect form, etc.
For sure. So looks like it's going to be the X coming on through for Appabug. Going to be a fun pick to see. Haven't seen it in a while. It looks like it's Big Fish and Hot Shot as the starting awakenings. And Appabug immediately just going to throw themselves in the middle and start going for those bell ringers.
Yeah, and something to note here is that It's a Pineapple opts to take Powerhouse Pauldrons instead of the usual Menta Boots, so I'm wondering how much of a difference that'll make. And with the starting trainings of a Hot Shot and Big Fish, again, it's going to be pretty interesting, but over there we see Pineapple has a really hard time of dealing with Appabug, because Appabug is just going to stand on top of him and constantly strike him and force him into the same spot. So one of his teammates is going to have to start helping him do a little bit of damage or keep X off him just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure, and that Big Fish just going to make the problem even worse, because Appabug is bigger and higher in stagger than they would be otherwise. So a really great start. This is why they likely selected the X. Alexander now receiving up on the top side. Bell ringers still coming on across. They're just trying to get themselves control over the core. Alexander with these lock-in loads, trying to find ways to knock that core in and open things on up. True Danger, so far a solid defense. Boom looking for a cheeky little KO off the back of that pendulum swing, and a nice death touch from Boom does manage to open things up for them. Core flip missed by Appabug, as he actually has not been able to get too much done on the Pineapple so far in this round, but still ready to receive on the other side. Pops the Maximus and is just going to force out that evasive, and otherwise not accomplishing too much. Evil Drew Danger now has to play defense and not going to be able to find it. A nice use of that pendulum swing by Boom gonna open things up.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised Evil Drew Danger did hold his core flip, but maybe he wants to use it more aggressively or wants to be able to put it in a position where he can free pass the Appabug to freely challenge the goalie. Because Drew does like going forward and using his core flip more aggressively rather than defensively.
Definitely. So now Boom stepping up once again. Looks to be leading this offense as they managed to find themselves the opening, and now stepping forward once again, going in for that nice death touch, and Boom with a second goal picked up for Platinum exclusive.
Yeah, and that's definitely something we're going to see in the future. One of the biggest problems that X has is that X usually has to stand next to a goalie unless they have a lot of speed trainings. And because X is usually next to the enemy goalie, he doesn't have a lot of pressure in this midfield. And with Juno and Rasmus, they just have so much pressure in midfield, especially with Juno with Hot Shot and Rasmus with Big Fish. It's just so much to deal with in midfield, and with only Alexander being a huge midfield presence, they're going to have a lot of trouble finding this core.
Yeah, and we talked about currently 21-0 in sets being the count over here for chatting. They're on the verge of losing one here. We'll have to see if they can keep that streak alive. Appabug stepping up forward, looked in for that bell ringer, couldn't quite find it. Now going to be a core flip coming through from Alexander, passed on down to Appabug. Appabug going to get knocked into the goal, though, off a big core flip from Boom. Astral Projection, Evil Drew Danger coming out of the goal arc to try to make some plays happen here, but there's going to be the Let It Rain coming on through from Ken. Ken going to get it cleared back on out right past them. The respawn has come on through. Appabug is back onto the field. Once again, it's Boom. Nice, clever use of that whiplash there. Ken trying to finish off the job, can't quite get it. And Appabug looking to knock it on in. Evil Drew Danger up on the top side, lets it through. And the 21-0 set score is destroyed. It is going to be 21-1. Chatting drops their streak.
Yeah, and it seems like Appabug is having such a hard time finding this pressure without Juliet, because one of the things is Juliet can play a little bit more midfield and look for a dash punch. And over here, we see Boom deservedly getting that first spot over here. And he does take prime time, but that means Drew Danger is able to get twin drive over here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really still surprised that this team's been hyped up to me so much, and they end up dropping their first set. We have it, we've already updated, I see. No longer 21-0 in sets. Definitely still plenty of game left to be played, but a huge start for Platinum exclusive coming in as seed number 5.
Definitely, and it seems like the ban against Appabug is working out in their favor, and this double midfield is just working out so well, and they are able to find a kill on Alexander.
Huge early KO picked up. Drew Danger knocking it back up towards the top side. Appabug doing their best to take control, knocking it up off the top. Pineapple going to still be on that defense, though, clearing it back away. Alexander off the back of the respawn, coming on up, throws out the Molten Bolt. But Drew Danger keeping it cleared over on the other side, knocking it back up and forth to themselves. Appabug trying to get the job done, but Pineapple still kind of immovable here so far. Has that Big Fish themselves, and has just been able to shrug it off so far as Boom nearly finds themselves the goal, goes on in, pulls it back with that death touch, and Ken ready to receive up the top side. KenClam wants to get this job done, but now passing it over to the Blobs, knocks it back on down. Boom trying to receive, can't quite find it. Has the core flip though, gets it to themselves. Nice block there by Drew. Gets it back up over to Alexander, and now down towards Apabug. They finally get the goal open for what feels like the first time in a while. Drew Danger once again just finds themselves on the back foot.
And Boom just barely missing the corner clear, and Apabug just instead just changing it back. He says, yep, here's the core. I got it.
Secures it for himself there, knocks it on into the goal, and is going to be able to take an early lead here for the side of Chatting. Alexander now, once again, loses out on that very early strike war to KenClam, who will try to push things on over, but now the death touch finding its mark. They're going to try to start bullying onto Boom where they can, as Apabug picking up all these orbs that they can, but now trying to find their way to actually get some aggression in onto the goal barrier. Pineapple, though, been immovable as a defender so far in this first set, and Apabug not really able to get the kind of harassment that you want out of the X thus far, maybe hoping for a little bit of damage in the Awakenings in future sets. Now, going to be cleared on back out once again. Drew Danger still just trying to keep the defenses up. Now going to be the core flip from Alexander. Apabug tries to get the job done, can't quite get it. And now going to be Boom trying to once again work it past Evil Drew Danger, but the clears have been just a little bit too good from this Atlas. These sets have been going long so far, and it looks like they're not showing any signs of slowing down. Finally, Apabug knocks it in on the top.
Yeah, that's definitely something that happens with Aten City. Aten City is a very massive map with so much room to be able to dribble, to be able to move the core. And if you're just open clearing it, these matches take such a long time. And Apabug finally finding opportunities to 1v1 Pineapple in Strike Wars. And that's definitely one of the things that's going to happen, because Apabug, there's no way he kills Pineapple with Big Fish, Bulk Up, and Powerhouse Pauldron. And in fact, they are able to kill Apabug instead.
Apabug off the map now. Numbers advantage picked up for Platinum exclusive. So they are stepping up, opening up the goal. Now pass on down. Boom has that core flip ready. KenClam ready to receive. Core flip comes out. Doesn't actually find anything. Boom was hoping for a goal there, but didn't quite get it. And Apabug now in that X Maximus does manage to get the goal open. But Boom gets it on the other side and is going to be able to take that into a set point.
Yeah, Boom's scores have all mostly been the same. He finds a single dribble to himself, whether it's using his ultimate, using his primary, and just being able to shoot at the corner that Drew isn't. And that's kind of one of the weaknesses against Atlas. If Atlas is stuck in one corner, you can just shoot at the other one for free.
Yeah, definitely a big difference maker. As so far, been those great death touch plays from Boom that have made all the difference, and looking to come back now in this set number 2, cleared back out. Now going to be Drew Danger again, under pressure, can't quite keep the goal barrier safe. Very tough to do on this map. And KenClam looking to finish the job. Alexander does manage to steal it away though, get it back over to Apabug, but again, Pineapple has just cleared it out every single time. Alexander gets the big pass over, going to try to knock it forward. Here comes the Molten Bolt. He's going to be able to get the opened goal, and there's going to be a set win picked up for Chatting.
Yeah, and Apabug able to finally get these opportunities where he is allowed to score. I'm wondering if Apabug is going to change to a less damage-oriented X build and focuses a little bit more on movement speed, so he is able to challenge this more often. And I believe that that would be the right decision, because he's going to have a hard time reaching Rasmus and Juno for the rest of the game, too.
For sure. Looks like it's going to be the Orb Awakenings picked up here for both goalies. No big surprises there. We're going to have to find out what the rest of these guys are going to go for. It is going to be the Catalyst picked up for the X, and Empowered Special, of course, coming on over for Boom.
Yeah, and now Jakar is forced to take Deadeye, which isn't necessarily a great training for him. I believe that his shotgun can barely even reach it without missile prop. Oh, he does have missile prop, so it's kind of okay, but he definitely would not opt to rather have Deadeye. So Alexander is definitely a little bit behind on training, as Apabug picking up the Catalyst means he is able to get more core flip opportunities, especially with his ultimate. He's just stacking up his core flip already. He's already, like, right there.
Yeah, you can really stack those up fast when you get that Catalyst going. Drew Danger, though, still going to have to keep on top of the defense, though, to even let Apabug participate. Stepping forward, goes in. Big bell ringer, is going to be able to find the goal and is just going to pop that core flip right away. but not really able to secure it. Alexander, though, clears it back on out. Once again, Applebug ready to receive on the top side, goes in for the bell ringer and finds themselves a goal. Really well played there by Applebug. Great core control.
Yeah, and that was definitely a very good goal. He was able to dribble to himself and then use his bell ringer to hit both Pineapple and the core. So because Pineapple doesn't have enough movement speed to keep up, and that's kind of the issue with Powerhouse Pauldrons. But Powerhouse Pauldrons is a great choice against X because Momentum Boots doesn't really get you that much because X is usually just going to constantly wail on you. And Pineapple trapped himself inside his own ultimate, unfortunately.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. The soup betrays, the soup giveth, the soup taketh away, and Applebug going to make sure that it taketh as he knocks the goalie right on in and gets another set score.
Yeah, and Applebug, again, like I said, he's finding so much pressure, and that was his second core flip of the game. He's probably going to get a third just right on this one and just score a third time with this Catalyst. So I'm wondering how they're going to keep the core away from Applebug, and that's kind of the issue we're having now. Drew is able to finally use his core flips to hold the core and just find passes to Applebug for free.
Okay, Alexander sneaking one in up on the top is going to be able to open things up. The pumpkins come down, and there's going to be a core flip from Evil Drew Danger to knock it back up towards Applebug, who wants to finish it, and will. A clean 3-0 set for Chatting. 23-1 in sets. I'm starting to see a little bit of what we were talking about.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem that they're having is no one's really challenging Applebug on his dribbles. And like Juno could just slime it and just try and see if she could steal it away, or she needs to just start jumping backwards just to help challenge Applebug. And we see Applebug right at the start. He does pick up Fire Up for his Catalyst. And we do see Pineapple taking. Yep, and we do see Orb Replicator being taken away from Drew Danger because Drew Danger is at a very dangerous 9 Orb Dancer stacks.
Yeah, definitely going to be a big factor here for both Pineapple and Drew Danger whenever they can secure it. But yeah, it is way more stacks for Drew at this point. They are just one stack away from being able to max out that movement speed. Pineapple, of course, going to be the one with the Replicator, but going to have a lot of work to be able to get back into it as they did just get KO'd by Appa at the end of that last set. So tough work for them as Appa taking control, goes in for the core flip, nearly scores, just takes it anyway off the ricochet. I mean, some real next level geometry there comes on out from Chatting as they score once again.
Yeah, and Chatting finally finding the momentum. Well, maybe not finally, but they were able to find the momentum after getting the first set taken away from them. It was just a warm-up, as they say.
Yeah, as now going to once again looking to take a dominant potential whole game #1 here. It's really going to have to be some big plays from Platinum Exclusive here to try to turn around their fortunes. Applebug, though, is all over this goal arc. He gets it again. 2-0 in set #4. Match point, game point over to the side of Chatting.
Yeah, and Applebug with this Catalyst and Fire Up is just able to get his teammates core flip so fast. And that's kind of the issue that they're having now. Applebug's just constantly having core flip on repeat, applying so much pressure, especially when you can't really clear past him anymore if he just is in your face.
Yeah, core flip. Huge tool. Great to have, but Applebug taken off the map there. A little bit of relief earned for Platinum Exclusive as they're going to try to seize the opportunity. Passed on over. Boom! Gets the job done and scores their first goal in a while.
Yep, and I'm wondering if they are able to take the momentum back here with Boom and Ken, because hopefully they are just able to keep the core away. Like I said, Juno needs to use this hot shot over here, and he'll be the start of the next round.
Reminder, Applebug just got KO'd last round, and he already nearly has the core flip ready again. The combination of Catalyst and Fire Up is a hell of a drug, as they're going to be able to have that ready again here very, very soon. Although Boom managing to open up the goal on the other side. There's going to be the core flip used by Applebug. He wants to finish it right here. Alexander moving up as well. Can't quite find it. And is going to move it on down. Applebug now once again with control. Newt's in, but now going to be blocked away by the soup. Applebug dashing forward with that bull rush. Again, trying to get the job done. Evil Drew Danger, though, lets it pass. Knocked back away by the Blobbo. And 2-2 here in this next set. Platinum Exclusive, they are not done yet in this game.
Yeah, and as soon as someone comes in to help challenge Applebug, we see it right there. Drew has such a hard time dealing with both Juno and Rasmus, both really good stuffers and have so many ways of getting the core.
Yeah, definitely, as it's going to be moved on up here. That's going to be an opened up goal, but here comes the flip from Appabug. Does manage to open things up and shares that movement speed with the rest of the team. Core flip from Alexander, down over to Appabug, blocked by Pineapple, and Evil Drew Danger now stepping up on the top side, knocks it past Ken Clam as Appabug knocks it to themselves, just trying to stack on up more of that energy to potentially finish it off. Drew Danger gets the KO off the back of the core flip. Boom now has to be on the defense, but one more bell ringer will do it for Appabug, and they take themselves game number 1 in favor of chatting.
Yeah, and Appabug not being able to find pressure for that first round, and then just able to just constantly be able to get this core flip with Catalyst and Fire Up, and his team just constantly had core flip over and over again.
Huge plays there. They do drop their thank you again, Saya, for bringing in the updates. I see we now say it was once 21-0, but 24-3 is fine too. And I'll agree, it's fine. It's certainly still a very impressive scoreline, and they are well on their way to being able to qualify for liftoff.
So, are we going to change Platinum exclusive to was able to beat the undefeated for once?
I mean, they deserve it. You got to give them the credit. They got 2 goals in that last set too. They were not just run over in this game. And for 5th seed taking on 1st seed, and the 1st seed as dominant as this one, that is definitely something that you got to give them some credit for.
Definitely, and it seemed like the ban worked on Appabug at the start until Appabug was able to constantly be able to find such great trainings for himself and his team. And his teammates were able to hold it down a lot more often to give Appabug the space he needs and the time he needs to set up.
And that's all it really took, and ending up with 1 KO, which usually signals a disastrous X game, but Appabug making it work, just getting enough pressure, even if they don't manage to convert it into the full-on KOs, and in fact get out-counted in that stat by the rest of the team. So we are looking to queue on up now for our game number 2. Again, a win for chatting will qualify them for liftoff. A win for Platinum exclusive will take us to a game number 3.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what Platinum exclusive is going to change, and because they do have another member, Zay. I'm wondering if he's going to come in or if he's just out for the day. But I think that Platinum exclusive is going to have to change their game plan a little bit more. Even though they were playing double midfielder, they weren't really working together really well to stop Appabug from being able to get these free goals against Pineapple. And as we see, Pineapple is going Dubu on, and the map is Night Market. So Night Market is a very heavily... It's quite hard to get passes around on this map sometimes.
Yep, that's something we were chatting about back in game number 1 of the day, as definitely manifested there. Now going to be the Julie and Aimee bands coming through from each side. Boom, still hovering this Rasmus. Will he want to stay on it for game number 2? Did have some success with it in that first set, fell off afterwards, but he's going to try to run it back.
Yeah, and as we saw, again, Appabug being banned out with the Juliet, but I believe that is him on Asher this time. And Ken Clam does switch over to the Estelle. I'm wondering if that is going to stay on Night Market. Yep, okay. So that's the teams. So Appabug is on Asher, and Ken Clam does opt to switch to Estelle, which I believe Juno is actually a little bit better than... I believe Juno is actually pretty good on this map, because back in beta, we had a map that was very similar to this called Split, and Juno just had so much presence on that map too.
Yeah, definitely was super powerful pick, but both players going to be making those swaps here, and Appabug immediately looking for a sneak KO up on the top side with that barrier beam. Doesn't end up finding it, but does keep control over the core for the rest of the team, as Drew Danger already out here in midfield, just looking to keep it going, and is going to be paid off for that one. As by the way, everybody has built different as they're starting Awakening, so gonna be built difference across the board. Perhaps not built so different after all. Built the same as everybody else on the map.
Yeah, and I want to note again on Dubu, Pineapple did opt to take Powerhouse Pauldron instead of Momentum Boots this time around, which is kind of surprising because a lot of Dubus have been opting for these movement speed over and over again. And this time, Appabug isn't on X, but maybe he believes Asher does the same thing, where he just plays in front of him constantly.
Yeah, Appabug certainly would be happy to do that as well. So, woo, Pineapple, clutch save there, nearly having it thrown back into him off of that little center bumper there. So now it's going to be clear coming on out. Alexander going to try to use that core flip, but going to get his stuff back in his face. Still gets plenty of damage on a boom as Drew Danger gets stuffed by Ken Clam, and that is going to be the first goal of the game coming through for Platinum exclusive.
Yeah, a very slow goal. And again, as we said earlier with this double midfield comp, they are able to take control of the core quite a bit more often. But Apabug does have the scoring power of Asher versus Dubu, but Dubu does have a decent matchup against Asher, so we'll see what happens in the future.
That is going to be the question. Is Drew Danger stepping up here, trying to take control, moves it back on over to Apabug. Core flip comes through from Pineapple. Apabug can't quite catch it with the barrier beam and is going to be looking to rush on forwards. Finds himself another one. Nicely played there as Boom getting knocked a little bit lower by that Molten Bolt, and Apabug really trying to bully onto Pineapple here with those pauldrons or not. Still plenty happy to just keep on dumping every ability they have into the Dubu, and now with the core flip ready, going to look to finish the job, and they do it. There's going to be another score coming on through for chatting.
Yeah, they were able to stagger out Pineapple, so even if he was able to save that, I believe he was just going to die to Apabug. And something that you noticed right there is that they left a lane fully open where Alexander was just freely able to pass to Apabug, and that's not something that should be able to happen for Frey.
Yeah, no, definitely. Maybe getting a little out of sorts with which forward and which midfielder is sitting where, and going to end up letting through that first goal for chatting as now everybody grouped up on this top side here. Apabug gets it through though, finds themselves onto that bottom barrier, and Alexander ready to receive up on the top side. Boom going in with the pendulum swing, but Drew Danger ready to block once again. Boom keeps on reading these core flips up against Drew Danger though. It's very impressive, but so far has not been able to convert it too many times into actually being able to win these sets and these games. Not going to be dissuaded here. Goes in for the core flip. Doesn't quite find it onto the core, but gets some good damage onto their opponents for it. Alexander comes in from the bottom side, manages to open up that remaining goal barrier, but Drew Danger going to let one through on the other side as well. So open goals coming through from both sides as Boom knocks it towards the bottom and does get it over to Ken Clam for the goal. Set point comes over to Platinum exclusive.
Yeah, and something that I've been noticing with Evil Drew Danger is that he does like to play aggressive there, and as you saw, he was a little bit too far forward and just gave up the barrier kind of for free.
Definitely. Apabug, though, on the bottom side. Knocked back aside. Platinum going to be trying to close out this set, trying to make it 2 set losses in that category for chatting. And good job so far. They get the KO. Now we're going to have that numbers advantage. Boom, up on the top side, 1 versus 2, getting cleared back away. Alexander has the core flip as well, uses it, wants to just buy as much time as they can as Apabug has just re-arrived to the scene. Alexander up on the top side takes a bunch of damage from Pineapple Somersault and the piercing shot as well. Cleared back out though, Drew Danger across the map, around the world, off the ricochet, scores themselves a goal.
And that was a crazy angle to find through the center. And with the speed up too, Pineapple didn't really have much time to react right there.
Yeah. Not having the chance to find that strike to keep things cleared out. And now Apabug with control up on the top side, trying to just keep on to that game plan of being up in Pineapple's face all day, every day. Apabug takes control here, throws down the path splitter, trying to keep the pressure on with the barrier beam. None of it going to be enough to work its way past Pineapple though. Stalwart defense from the Platinum goalie. Now Alexander knocking it back on over. Appa ready to receive, cleared out again by Pineapple. And Boom trying to get that sneak away onto the bottom side to look for more of that one-on-one magic he's had up against Drew Danger this whole way through.
Yeah, and as we saw right there, Ken Clam tried to play aggressive, but he lost the angle. But because he played so aggressive, they were able to get a free angle to pass the Apabug, and it's just going to keep happening. I think that what happened was kind of an issue that we're just going to see over and over again. Apabug able to get free angles because other players play just a little bit too aggressive and just give him enough space to find free passes.
Definitely. Now, into the draft here. Ariel's going to get taken for the Drakar. Big Fish maybe going to be coming on over for the Asher, but no, going for the Catalyst, just all in on these energy-focused awakenings so far has been Apabug today.
Yeah, it seems like Apabug wants a repeat of this game 1 with this Catalyst to be able, and hopefully he finds Fire up again, because that'd be pretty funny. And over here we see Boom is able to get Big Fish on Rasmus, which is kind of crazy. I'm just going to say it, because I thought Asher was going to take Big Fish, because Big Fish is kind of, in my opinion, Asher's probably best training.
Yeah, very surprised to see that one coming on through, but Apabug really all in on the truth that is the energy-focused awakenings, you know, they are kind of like another, you know, aggressive brawler type ability, if you want to think about it that way. They do damage, they knock people aside, they can finish off KOs, and they can guarantee you a nice win in a one-on-one up against a goalie. And really, that's all that Apabug's been looking for in their game plan on this team. That's the role that they fill. And now we're just going to step forward, take the KO, knock it in with a big barrier beam. Huge play there as Apabug gets the first score.
Yeah, and that was such unfortunate placement from Boom's death touch over there. His death touch was just blocking Pineapple's clear, and unfortunately just get passed down back down to Apabug, just right in front of the goal box.
Huge, huge, huge so far. It's Apabug moving on towards the bottom side, opening up both the goal barriers with some assistance from Alexander. And Alex going to be able to pass it on over. KenClam does receive on the bottom side, goes in with piercing shot, manages to open up a goal barrier for themselves before Drew Danger is able to get back and respond. Like Apabug right there, just running up to intercept the death touch, making sure that none of these crazy Rasmus plays are going to be possible, and instead just going to be a big pass. Again, Boom manages to stuff Drew Danger here. He just cannot win those coin flips.
Yeah, Boom really good at these 1v1s against core flips, and now he has core flip. So I'm wondering if he's going to run up and just try and use it to score, but he's trying to stay out in the open. And he does push it forward against Drew Danger. Doesn't even need to use flip, but wait, did he just use flip right after?
He might have. You know, it's just a little bit of a cherry on top of the outplay. You know, you score the goal and you say, hey, I don't even need this. Dump it away.
It was a celebratory flip.
Yeah, we'll see if it makes a difference. I mean, it does mean he's not going to have the flip now. But, oh my goodness, there's somebody who has the flip, though. It's Apabug just demolishing KenClam, taking him right off the map as Pineapple going to try to clear things back up once again. But it's Apabug still in control, still dominating the opposing side goal arc. KenClam, though, back on up, gets some good damage on through with those Crystal Thorns, but the healing from Drew Danger makes up all the difference for Apabug as they are going to be just fine. As here comes Alexander off the stealth. And Xeno Cloak making a big difference is just walls on walls on walls, knocking the core back aside, but not really making it move anywhere at the end of the day. Core flip comes through from Apabug, blocked back away, and Apabug goes down to Boom up on the top side. Drew Danger now going to have to play at a numbers disadvantage. The first goal barrier falls. KenClam wants to make it two. Boom stepping forward, knocks it on over. Great block as Apabug is back onto the map and ready to resume their activities. But Boom and KenClam still keeping up that aggression with Apabug back on the other side. Core flip comes through from Drew Danger, but not going to be enough. Boom, once again, finds it right in his face and stuffs it back into the goal barrier.
Yeah, and I think Drew Danger, right there, he was trying to wait for Boom to core strike it, but Apabug just uses his secondary and just pushes Pineapple into the goal. But as I was saying, what happened right there in that situation was Drew was trying to wait for Boom to strike so that he could strike it past him. But this time, his core flip ran out and Boom just struck it right into the barrier instead.
And you know, once you start losing those checks a couple of times, it starts to really get in your head, and you know, you might end up in situations like that and just keep losing more. It's been very tough for him so far, but luckily Apabug and Alexander have been able to pick up plenty of that. And, you know, losing one-on-one strike fights off your own core flips to Boom, that is not the sole determinator of who wins the game. So going to be chatting still, coming on up with some solid advantages in this game, in this series. All in all, so far, still doing a very good job, and one win here from getting themselves to match point in regards to sets.
Yeah, Apabug over here trying to do his best Oki cosplay to kill Pineapple, but this powerhouse Polygence making him take a lot less damage from the Asher, and he's just able to stay alive the whole time while Apabug is just mashing abilities right on top of him.
A nice deflect there, going to open up the goal, and Apabug once again set up to maybe finish it. Nice deflect by Pineapple, sends it up towards the top side. KenClam ready to receive. Here's going to be the block once again. Core flip comes through. Drew Danger gets it past Boom this time, and Alexander ready to receive on the other side, but doesn't quite get the shot in that he would have wanted. Knocked back up past KenClam. Apabug takes control. Apabug ready to receive, but Pineapple gets it past him. Evil Drew Danger once again sends it back out, ready to go in for another round. Has to catch it again off the back of that core flip, but now ready to receive. It's going to be Apabug moving up on the top side. Drew Danger trying to get it to him. And there's going to be Boom on the bottom, though. It rockets down to him, and he's ready with the pendulum swing.
Yeah, that was such an unfortunate clear that they were able to hit it to KenClam, who was able to just barely bounce it from the top all the way down to Boom. And as we're seeing over here, again, they're just getting so much pressure, and we're at another 0.5, I believe.
definitely are. Could be a set win coming on over to Platinum Exclusive, going to make it up to 2 set wins for themselves, or going to be potentially the final set of our match if it is going to be Chatting ending up taking it. Drew Danger now on the top side has let through 1 goal barrier. It's going to be this Asher trying to take control once again. Appabug has successfully opened on up the goal. It's going to be the same thing for Boom, as they're going to look for it. They get themselves the death touch, but Alexander knocks it aside. Appabug now ready to receive on the top side, block away from the Pumpkins, coming in towards the bottom lane. Alexander comes on up. There's going to be the core flip from Pineapple, but it's not going to be enough to keep it cleared on out. It's back in Appabug's hands, and Appabug pushes it into the goal to get that set win for the side of Chatting.
Yeah, I think that was super unfortunate timing from Pineapple, because it just looked like he was lagging there for quite a bit.
Definitely a tough look there for them. I think this match is being played on Central, so it's as good a ping as we can get these players when they're facing off up against each other. I'm going to be the Egoist. Yeah, he's all in, man.
Between Egoist and Fire Up, whew, he's just going for all these energy trainings constantly, and Drew Danger does opt to take Fire Up. And Boom out here denying or Ponder away from Drew. So even if we see Replicator, the only thing they have to worry about is the speed in the future.
Yeah, so this gives us a lot of insight into Appabug's philosophy with these energy trainings, right? So first of all, energy trainings over everything. Big Fish, we don't care about that. We're here for the energy trainings. And then second, supporting my team or just giving myself a ton of movement speed, myself, all day, every day. We're taking that Egoist.
Yeah, I mean, that core flip is essentially a 4th ability. Honestly, more than just a normal ability. It's basically just an ultimate with how good it is.
It's really, really good. There you go, right there. You can see Appabug zooming all over the map, can then find a victim to use that core flip on and take him right off the map. I cannot blame him for this tech. It seems to be working out for him quite well, and he's already 2/3 of the way back to having it up again. This is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and as we see again, Drew a little bit too far forward, and because he missed the strike, the barrier is down for free. So we'll see if Platinum Exclusive are able to come.
Appabug, he's so fast. He's just up there. Now he get back in. Pineapple, there's just nothing he can do.
Yeah, so much pressure over and over again, and kind of the only thing that could have happened was hopefully we saw like Cast the Last or Chrono Boost from Pineapple, and maybe like a training to give him slightly better cooldowns so he could stop Appabug more often. But because of all these energy trainings, he just has such a hard time at dealing with all these Appabug core flips, and it just seems like it's going to be a repeat of the first set.
That is what it's looking like. There's going to be the goal open back on up, though. So, still a little bit of life alive for Platinum Exclusive, but Appabug knocking it back up and forth into themselves, does manage to get one past. Evil Drew Danger keeping things cleared out, does have that Cosmic Expanse to buy a little bit more space. Path Splitter comes on out from Appabug, but not going to be able to catch the core. Instead, it gets flipped back over by Evil Drew Danger. Appa with the movement speed. Look at how fast this guy is, and he's got a core flip waiting as soon as he finds his way out of the core, but it's too little, and it's too late, and Boom is going to be able to take the goal.
Yeah, and that was super unfortunate timing, because now Boom was able to get the point, and Appabug does not have flip up, but Boom does have flip, and Ken Clem is about to have flip, while most of the players off Chatting isn't even close. Alexander, the only one being above 50% energy.
Yeah, definitely clearing things back out. Alexander ready to receive up the top side. It's going to be Appabug looking for a little bit of the core for their own hands. Boom gets the whiplash on across, looking to find another goal barrier. Has gotten the first one. Appabug, though, once again, finding that max energy, goes in for the core flip, manages to smack it through. Pineapple can't do much about it. The goal is now opened on up, and Appabug ready to receive once again, as Alexander there for the support, gets it through, finds the goalie, and is going to be able to get that numbers advantage, but the goal has been opened on up. Evil Drew Danger now playing up at midfield, does have that, does have the full bar. Oops. And there's going to be the goal earned already. So didn't even need to use the fire up, even though he had it ready.
Yeah, and Platinum Exclusive was doing a really good job at making sure Alexander either couldn't get the core to flip, and they made it so he didn't really have good angles to choose from while he did flip. But unfortunately, Appabug was just able to get a pass, and he just pushed it on through. And here we go. Appa's Egoist is live.
Yeah, coming on alive, stepping up forward, opening up the goal, going to be able to find it there. It's going to be Evil Drew Danger up on the top side. Again, clearing things out with that astral projection. Alexander passes it down to Appabug, who's going in with the barrier beam again, just trying to push it past Pineapple's defenses. now looking to score up some more of that energy wherever they can find it. Again, going to be looking to get that egoist proc and going to be looking to be zooming around to whatever part of the map needs them. Cleared back away by Boom up at the top side using that Whiplash to try to keep things aggressive. Knocked back on up. It's going to be Applebug actually down a teammate now as soon as their egoist procs, as there's going to be a good knockup found onto Alexander, but is it going to be enough? Applebug just buying so much time here, knocking it back over onto the other side. Boom finally takes control, but it's just as Alexander respawns and firing off those lock-in loads is able to open on up on the other side. Goals open for both teams now. Drew Danger throws down the Cosmic Expanse. Could all come down to this. This is their chance to qualify if the side of Chatting can find themselves that big goal. One more for Applebug, stepping forward. Core flip blocked away by Pineapple, but Alexander keeps the pressure on. Again, Pineapple keeps the defense going, but the pressure will not relent. Evil Drew Danger gets it sniped past him by a piercing shot, and Ken Clam keeps the game in the series alive.
Yeah, and that was a crazy good save by Pineapple. He was able to essentially strike more Applebug. As soon as Applebug used the core flip and just hit it, Pineapple was just able to strike it back. And we'll see what's going to happen with the rest of this match, because right now, Platinum Exclusive looks very far behind with their core flip energy right now.
Yep, and generating it so much faster as well is Chatting. Evil Drew Danger moves it down towards the bottom. Applebug ready to receive, going to push it up against It's a Pineapple. Pineapple does get the clear once, but can't do it a second time, as Appa will find that first barrier. Now stepping up onto the top side, it's all on Appa to just play up in Pineapple's face as they have this whole game through. Alexander just needs to keep the control and keep feeding it over to this fully decked out Asher. Appa steps forward. Appa gets the KO, gets the goal, gets it all, and completes the qualification run for Chatting.
Yeah, congratulations to Chatting. They made it all the way here. I believe that their set record is now 27-1. Unfortunately, unable to go fully undefeated. But I'm going to be honest, Platinum Exclusive put on an extremely good show, keeping almost every set really close over and over again. And the difference in both matches was just Applebug with those energy trainings, just constantly popping off core flips over and over again.
Definitely love to see that strategy come on through. 2 games in a row, Applebug showing us maybe what these new energy trainings can do. We didn't get to see too much of them in the Strikers League, as they were a little bit of late additions, and really just coming alive here on these brawlers by making the most out of them.
Yeah, and now Platinum Exclusive, they are going to have a chance to qualify, and honestly, for the team that is 5th seed, they honestly did extremely well, even though, honestly, it seemed like Chatting was going to blow through them. They pulled off some extremely good plays and were able to be very consistent, constantly taking us to 4th or 5th points over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, they played fantastically here. Really looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do in their run in the lower bracket. As we've covered a few times here, Platinum Exclusive, this is not the end of their run. They will drop down to that loser's bracket, where they will have the opportunity to play for a qualification into Liftoff. This is Launchpad. They don't need to qualify for Launchpad. They're already here. But they can get themselves out of here and get themselves over to that Liftoff event. Still today, they'll have another chance in that loser's bracket. They'll have another chance in the 5th place match if they end up needing it. So a lot of forgiveness for being able to secure yourself into this upper bracket with a really nice run in Swift.
Yep, and I believe it is going to be time for us to sign off so we can hand it off to the next casters.
Yeah, for sure. So I've been Gordo. Thank you all for tuning in. You can find me on Twitter at GordoCast. Yume, where can they find you if they're looking to hunt you down?
If you are actually looking for me somewhere, you could just look up Yanagi Yume, and that's usually where I am on most places in general.
Good stuff, good stuff. All right, well, thank you all for hanging out with us. We're going to pass it on to the next set of casters as we're going to move down to the lower bracket to check out our next set of qualification matches. So stay tuned as Launchpad number 2 continues.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Launchpad 2, day number 2, where there are 3 final spots on the line for the Liftoff North American Strikers League qualifier. My name is K-Bot, joined now by producer Saya, pulling overtime, and now coming onto the cast. Saya, how's it been for you on the back end today?
It's been pretty chill. The games have been especially good. I expect my bar was set high by yesterday, but I think today will be as good, if not better. And right now we have LP Thieves versus Party Rockers, 2 teams that were projected to be more on the winner side of things, but both of them have fallen. LP Thieves after a tough matchup, and Party Rockers after not even making it to the winner side through Swiss.
And of course, remember that even the loser here will get one final opportunity to qualify, so it's not win or go home here. There's still an extra chance, but even still, both these teams would rather not have to worry about that high-pressure environments being that last little thing. It's another best of 3, of course, and we'll be starting with Game 1 on IME's app here. It looks like Party Rockers coming out with their with the same roster that we were seeing from them yesterday. And see what the bands coming through are. Looks like Juliet will be one of them, and Asher will be the other one. Rasmus is left open here, Saya.
Yeah, I think both teams, knowing that they can play the Rasmus to that level, Swaghaver's signature Asher being taken off the table is expected, as is Death Gun on the Juliet there. But this Zentaro Rasmus composition on this map will have a very good time just flying in there, finding those combos, finding the follow-ups on plays. We'll have to see what it is matched by on the other side.
Of course, Dubu and Rasmus locked in. What will the third one be? Drum roll, please, everybody. I'm not going to do the drum roll because it'll sound weird. It's the Vice, which also a little bit of that extra mobility, but probably a little more on the way of damage rather than sheer mobility. We'll see if it pans out in favor here for the LP Thieves, as our starter awakenings are 6 fire-ups across the board, as the other one is lost to time.
Yeah, this is such an interesting game because both teams have incredibly high amounts of damage. So we'll have to see what they can do with it, as well the Rasmuses are the great equalizer after all. They can kill at 0 quite easily if anyone is mispositioned, but right now they're just struggling, kind of trying to position for that level 2. Right now, Swaghammer ahead in that XP lead.
Looking for it here, but Winter Freezer's got that Tofu Fortress to prevent that core from going in. The Death Gun will find the gold barrier on the other side of the pitch now. Power Core Chain Lightning will connect. Freeze will win the Strike War. Actually, Feinmuck will send it away, but now there's the KO, and Swaghammer will take it themselves with a pendulum swing for the first goal on the board.
Great secure on that goal. It almost felt surreal, right? The Dubu was almost on top of it, but that small amount of space is enough in the early stages of the game, while the Dubu is still slow, is still speed awakening less, even with the momentum boots. And now the XP is looking very, very good for the side of Party Rockers in the house tonight, as they are using their flip, using the fired up to continue their push, but Winter Freezer manages to defend the primary from Breach.
Winter Freezer sends it back up to Death Gun here, but they're starting to see some of the fire-up speed. Will they be able to capitalize on some of this speed? Looks like for now, not the case for the Party Rockers, and LP Thieves are going to have a few energy bursts unless they get KO'd in the process. This Swaghammer's Death Touch will connect once more. Frege is low on Stagger, uses the Oni's Blade, gets Feinmucked down to about 1, but can't find the finishing blow. Now is finally staggered, and Frege will find the slice and dice for the KO into the pit. Supernova tries to clear out some space here, but finally the Whiplash comes through from Swaghammer. Winter Freezer, nice rebound, still has the energy burst online as well. Frege forward, and will be able to find it with a passive strike dash.
The Party Rockers have been loving those corner angles where Winter Freezer cannot reach. Had the flip there, but decided not to use it, maybe just forgot in that instance, and really just playing around this Dubu perfectly in an empty net. That melee goalie is pretty vulnerable after all.
Frege once again uses the energy burst. Now Death Gun using an energy burst after Winter Freezer will use their own. All of the fire-ups come through, but it doesn't matter because there's enough core control on the front lines for Party Rockers to secure themselves the 12-second goal. Swaghammer first in the carousel here for the Party Rockers.
First on the carousel and has the pick of the litter, can pick that build different. And even if Big Fish is taken away by Winter Freezer, this Zentaro has so many options, and that's just this meta in a nutshell. But the Vice as well will have a lot to pick from. Zentaro goes for the Catalyst instead of the Big Fish Hover. Okay, going for that energy here on this fired up start. I see what you're going for here, and the Big Fish will be denied by the Dubu away from the other Rasmus.
Feels weird to see an Awakenings carousel, Saya, where heavy impact falls all the way through. But you mentioned and highlighted, Frege with the fire-up combination wants to go for the Catalyst, and we've seen the fire-ups continue to rack up in terms of having more energy for the entire team. And then, of course, the prime time on the Vice, opting for a little bit of extra damage there as well, rather than having those heavy-hitting impacts. But it's another KO. This time, Feinmuck will find one. Now, pass up to Death Gun, and will be able to slip it in front of Mari before the Summer Assault roll comes out. First on the board in the second set is the LP Thieves.
Yeah, clean 1-2, and I think a lot of people would have preferred heavy impact on Death Gun, but I think Death Gun looking more for the primary utility. Having 2 primaries is better than 1 after all in terms of core control, and that's what the LP Thieves need right now.
Frege looking forward again, does have that energy burst online. Swaghammer and Mari will have it as soon as he flips, and there he will be to secure the goal barrier. Death gonna get pulled back by the Death Touch and now KO'd by Swaghammer's Pendulum Swing. There's another energy burst. Feinmuck will find the KO with that one, but a whiplash is out of Swaghammer. Uses it, the core flip there. Winter Freezer will meet, and another core flip comes out of Mari, sending one up to the top side. Swaghammer looking for the shot down to the bottom side, and now gets KO'd by the Thunderstruck from Death Gun. It's a power play opportunity here, and here comes the Supernova. Feinmuck can't collect the core, but now it's forward again, and the power chord will slip it by Mari once more. 2 goals in response in a row for the LP Thieves. They're looking to make this a 3-0 set of their own.
Yeah, what a turnaround by the LP Thieves. I was not expecting this at all because that first set was a blowout, and now they're trying to turn in the other direction. They're just consistently moving the core forward. The Rasmuses hook each other into the center. It's a 2v2 game, a different game mode in a different universe perhaps, as Mori Cameraman just pushing up, dribbling the core, waiting for both players to come back up smartly as well. But Death Gun gets in there, tries to use the core flip as well, gets the barrier, and the LP Thieves are looking to 3-0 this, especially with that KO.
And Death Gun finds it once more with the power chord. How many of those goals were secured with the power chord shows the use of that primetime awakening that was picked up. But it's the opposing Rasmus that'll have first on the carousel. Feinmuck will now get their choice. And a lot of decent choices here, though not objectively strong. See what he decides to go for. It is indeed the quick strikes getting picked up in the energy heavy game so far.
Very energy heavy game. The quick strike picked up, but the prize fighter is what I'm scared about on Swaghammer. That knockback on the hook being scaled up as they get more and more fish in their net inside the pond in the center. Like, I don't know. I'm a little bit scared.
I would be as well, especially considering Swaghammer already has the build different. Now might be able to pair that with a few extra prize fighter stacks and be looking for this here. But Frege will find the goal barrier with the first one. There's the first prize fighter stack onto Swaghammer. Finds the KO with the pendulum swing. Now goes for the whiplash, looking for something there, but can't find it. Looking for it again. Pendulum swing out. Winter Freezer will be there on the save. Rushing forward is Frege, but doesn't have the extra range from one of those dashing awakenings. Summer Assault used by Winter Freezer. Still keeping that core flip online. Pressure will fall back the other way. Feinmuck keeps it back up to Death Gun. The Thunderstruck doesn't come out in time. Back the other way. Who's going to keep possession first for the longest? Mari on the dribble. Still looking for clearing angle, but Tofu Fortress interrupts the play once more. Frege, Oni's blade to themselves. Now tries to go down to the bottom corner. Will use the core flip out of Winter Freezer. Now one is denied there by Mori. Well done. In order to get that out of there. Still defending the goal barrier, but now the power chord finds it once more. Death Touch is out. Core flip denied once more. Still looking for the goal on both sides. Each team has used all of their energy bursts, and now it's going to slip right between the Tofu Fortress. There was not much room for the core to go, but Death Gun's able to find the mark regardless.
What a shot by Death Gun. It was the narrowest of angles, but they still managed to find it through in the end. And now the offense for the side of LP Thieves is just scaling up more and more. I was a little scared about Swaghammer's KOs, but they're really just not happening to the frequency that they need to be to turn this game around, as even the barrier take is responded to by even more tempo, even more possession. But Swaghammer gets the KO. That's what we're talking about. Gets the possession as well. Has the flip to work with. Mori has the flip as well, and Frege just looking for an angle to blink in to find the angle, but Feinmuck is the one who blocks the flip. Frege sends it through, but it's blocked by Winter Freezer. And with Death Gun back, the LP Thieves are trying yet again, but Frege turns it around. But no! Death Gun is getting KO'd so many times by this Rasmus.
Now these are the 3 prize fighter stack. Now the Oni's blade right in front of the goal box will be what secures it with an additional KO. It's a 1-to-1 set here, and we were talking a little bit, right, about let's see what can happen here for Swaghammer on this Rasmus. Now does have those 3 prize fighter stacks. These KOs going to find their mark that much easier. It's something that both Feinmuck and Death Gun are really going to have to be afraid of. Be wary of the positioning, where Swaghammer is and where he'll be looking to hook him in.
Yep, and Swaghammer is just lurking, ready to KO Feinmuck even without the hook. Just pure stagger alone, the primary gets it, and now Deathgun trying to maintain possession with the assistance of the Tofu Fortress from Winter Freezer, but a great angle by Swaghammer just goes up and over. Winter Freezer not even having a chance to intercept the core here, and the flip is intercepted by Freege, and Swaghammer just gets the shot into open space, stuns up Winter Freezer, and Party Rockers just turned it around.
What a pass up by Freege there as well. Right after the Oni's blade sends it up there to Swaghammer, who has so much open space to work with. And the Party Rockers looking to go ahead in sets. He'll send it around the log. It'll find the backside of the goal barrier once again. Winter Freezer has to use everything at his disposal and won't have anything for Swaghammer on the top side. Another set on the board here for the Party Rockers. They're looking to close this one out early and send us to another second game.
Yeah, and the Party Rockers were projected much higher than they are now, but still, this is their shot to qualify here. Their shot to not be forced into another game of potential elimination. And right now, I feel like they're just taking the Monumentalist. More power on the hook, but Winter Freezer. Glass Cannon is so important here. The additional mobility makes it so that some of those angles that the Party Rockers have been using are just not viable anymore. The Dubu speed cutting those off.
I mean, sure, there's the Glass Cannon, but you were said the Monumentalist for Swaghammer. Freege gets the perfect form as well. We'll see what else can happen here. But on the other side, Feinmuck picks up the Deadeye, has a little bit of extra knockback on the Pummeler's Rasmus, and there it is, comes through to get both members off of the pitch. Swaghammer will remain at 1 prizefighter stack. And as well, other thing that went undetected, Deathgun picked up another rapid fire. We talked about how important that prime time was earlier. Now with this rapid fire as well, these power chords, chain lightning, can happen so frequently, but has to be careful of the death touch. Gets pulled back again into the pit. Now it's a double KO. Swaghammer back up to 3 prizefighter stacks already in this set. Core flip out of Winter Freezer.
Oh, no.
Can't find the angle on the clear. Oh no, Pendulum Swing won't connect. Deathgun low on stagger. Now it's gonna get pulled back into the pit from Swaghammer on the 4 KO streak. This point alone within the last 60 seconds. There's the somersault forward. It's enough to find a clear from Winter Freezer, but now here comes Mari. Looks for the pass down. And Swaghammer's there on the cover with enough speed.
Great patience from Mori as well. Notices they don't need to use the flip. They don't need to send it in an uncertain angle. They just need to wait until Swaghammer is free for a pass, an open shot. And this kind of play, oh no! Walks up too much for the log. Winter Freezer's the one taken out, and the defense is crumbling. Freege gets it with the primary. Swaghammer's in there, and Freege gets a shot to the top side. 1 goal away from going 1-0 up in the series.
Party Rockers are certainly partying with their hands up. They've got basically everything they could possibly ask for, with Catalyst paired with these fire-ups, the perfect form of the Zentaro, the extra power for Swaghammer. And the snowball is rolling, but Feinmuck will find a KO with the death touch, removing one of those prizefighter stacks. Now the Pendulum Swing down to the bottom corner. Here's the core flip denied by the Oni's blade. Freege will also use the energy burst, but can't find the core. Deathgun tries to pick it back up after the goal barrier, but it'll get denied and sent back the other way. Here comes Freege. Now death touch as the Rasmus's trade once again. Mari does have the energy burst. Deathgun looks for the power cord, can't find it there, and it'll go around the world. Winter Freezer back forward, but Freege will intercept. Now the power cord looking for the dribble here. It'll find the rollout log as Feinmuck comes back online. Supernova sent up to the top side. Now looking for it again, but Mari's there with the Summer Assault once more. Deathgun low on stagger and gets sent off of the pitch. It's the power play back the other way, but Winter Freezer walks up to the midfield line and core flips it down to the bottom side. LP Thieves looking to stay alive.
What a tough spot for Mori. What a great shot by Winter Freezer. The ambiguity directly to Feinmuck that could have gotten redirected up or down, and plenty of time for the Rasmus to react if they can set up more situations like that with the fire up. But as I say that, a trade of KOs from the 2 Rasmuses. Freege going in, trying to get a scoring opportunity going, but Feinmuck still there, still standing, and Winter Freezer with the Summer Assault is just blocking Freege, stuffing Freege, but Swaghammer's back. The Monumentalist prize fighter hooks are back. You have to be so careful when you're maneuvering, but Deathgun and Feinmuck finding the KO onto the Zentaro there, looking for the barrier they managed to get, and maybe they have a shot.
Supernova out, already used by Deathgun. There's a Thunderstruck forward, but it doesn't find the core. Now it gets hit by the rollout log, and they can't quite find the connection to one another. Feinmuck low on Stagger, now sending Swaghammer away, and we'll pull him back in with the Death Touch. Forward once again, but here comes Mari on the core flip forward, able to find that one, and now gets the KO on the Summer Assault. The pressure is relenting. Tofu Fortress will find the goal barrier, but on the bottom side, here's Deathgun. Frege will defend from the core flip, and now Swaghammer's back online. Here it comes, back up, bouncing from the blue side of the pitch. Feinmuck nearly sends it back pass, but Winter Freezer's ready. Back up to Mari. Now over to Deathgun. Tries to find the angle here down to the bottom side, but Frege low on Stagger, rushes in. Here's the Omni's Blade. It gets stopped by it, but now, oh no, the power cord will send it back into their own goal. And it's one game on the board for the Party Rockers.
Not like this. Winter Freezer was holding it down, deflecting everything, but the betrayal was foreshadowed. The Rasmus secondary earlier, that was just a hint of what was to come, and Party Rockers go up 1-0 in the set.
Man, 16 KOs for Swaghammer. That is over. That has to be almost like 2 per round. That's close to like 1.7, 1.8 KOs per round, per rally for Swaghammer here on the Rasmus. I mean, what do you do when you keep getting KO'd? Feinmuck had 10, but of course, when we're talking about picking up the Prize Fighter, picking up the Monumentalist, picking up all of these other things for the Rasmus, it was almost incredible. It was almost impossible to play around. And then not only does the Rasmus have scoring potential, but the Centauro can also send it back. And how many times do we see Frege go in with an Oni's Blade into the goal box, secure some of those goals? There was only so much they could do on the other side, and they just couldn't quite find the same level of coordination and core control with Deathgun's Vice. Did pick up a couple of extra goals there, especially once the prime time and the power cord came online, but otherwise, the composition didn't quite hold together, and Frege and Swaghammer were able to execute there for the Party Rockers.
Yeah, and the passing plays were, I think, just a little bit better for the Party Rockers. They were keeping possession a little bit better. You saw the bright spots for the LP Thieves when they were in position, but I think maintaining those positions was a little bit too difficult sometimes for them.
Yeah. But the good news for them is that it's a best of 3, and we're potentially going to see a whole other map. But, you know, we'll see what happens. Of course, with a different map, we're probably going to see much different strikers. It's not, obviously, both these players can play the Rasmus, Saya, but I feel like they'd rather be on other strikers on other maps.
Yeah, if it's not Aimi Zap, I think we'll see a lot more variety. I think the ban options will also be opened up quite a bit, and it's not the Odyssey Interactive enforced Rasmus Aimi Zap anymore.
Well, it's not enforced. You could ban it.
You could ban it. But the thing is, at this level, when both teams have those power picks, banning it is kind of just setting your team behind the ban.
Yeah. It's almost like Rasmus chicken. I know you ban Rasmus. No, you ban Rasmus. No, you ban Rasmus. And then neither team has... Actually, you know what it is? It's the prisoner's dilemma, where neither team wants to be the one to actually ban the Rasmus, so the Rasmus will probably just stay online. There has to be some better phrasing for Omega Strikers than prisoner's dilemma. Like, there's got to be... someone's got to workshop that phrase who's more creative than I am. But now, I mean, hey, we'll see what happens as this set continues. Because remember, folks, there is a spot in Liftoff on the line. This is one of the last 3 remaining. And so while there will be another opportunity for the loser of this match, they'll still probably want to qualify now. Again, they don't want to postpone their potential qualification to the end of the day where it's all or nothing in one final match.
Yeah, you definitely want to do it here instead of later as we're getting into game 2. Hopefully a different map and some variety, but I think that is not up to us. So we'll have to see how it goes here. And I'm interested to see if either of those power picks gets left up. It is Night Market, and both Asher and Juliet kind of nice on this map, I gotta say.
We'll see what ends up coming through here. as we get into our striker select. Ban phase out. Swaghammer going back to hover the Luna. We'll see if that will indeed be the case coming through here. But it's the Aimee ban along with the Asher. So Swaghammer will not have the opportunity to even think about that Asher. And instead might just go for this Luna. That Saya maybe leads me to believe that there's probably a Deadeye or something online here. Or even specialized training or something for this Luna.
Yeah, this leads me to believe that it's actually missile propulsion. I could be completely wrong, but I think there's a decent chance it is missile prop here. But with the Asher band, Swaghammer will turn to the Rasmus, and yeah, we'll just have to see because Death Gun is on that signature Juliet after all.
It's big fish across the board for our starter awakening here. Don't even know what the other one was, so oh well, maybe it was missile propulsion, but at this point we will never know. So everyone's going to be slightly larger. And how much more important does that make the second size awakening here, Saya? When everyone already has one, is the next one more important or less important?
I honestly don't know if it's more or less important, but I think it's super duper important just like in a vacuum, because build different, so many characters in this game are impact users, just like the Zentaro and that Rasmus. That Rasmus primary with size is so obnoxious to deal with, stunning up Winter Freezer and making that save near impossible.
Able to find the first goal on the board here for the Party Rockers, who are still keeping those hands up and getting up to the challenge of qualifying for liftoff. But see what happens. The other thing we haven't talked about here is Feinmucked on the Drakkar this time around, as all four brawlers are on the pitch. Obviously the Juliet will be looking for these, dash punch combinations here, but it's really going to be a matter of who can rack up this damage first. And I feel like if anyone's going to have to play for more damage, it's going to be the Drakkar Juliet combination, rather than the Rasmus Zentaro combination, who could have a little more core control opportunity.
But the thing right now is that they're taking so much damage from both the Rasmus and the Zentaro. Both of those characters do so much chip when they're contesting the core. The Rasmus secondary, the Zentaro blink, the Zentaro primary, all just shred your health bar when you don't notice it. And now when you're low, you just get kill comboed. You get kill confirmed by the hook into primary or something. And it is just so good for this blue team.
They've been able to find KOs, but they haven't been able to find the second goal barrier. This Winter Freezer's been holding it down, but now will use the core flip and send it away. Freege on the dribble off the goal gate. Can't find it there, and it's collected by Feinmucked. Death Gun is forward, but Mari will use that Summer Assault to get Death Gun away. We're in overtime now after an incredibly long second rally. Mari sends it away once more with the rollout log. And there's Winter Freezer. Will finally get denied by Swaghammer's energy burst there, and now goal gates are open. Matter of time here. Tofu Fortress is out. Freege looking for a KO. Can't find it there. Actually, Death Gun will find the KO, and it's a power play back the other way. Feinmucked. Core go right behind him, but now sent forward from Winter Freezer. Tofu Fortress blocking off the top side of the map. Death Gun forward here, but another nice Summer Assault from Mari. Able to deny the lock and load. Swaghammer looking for the top corner. No, can't find it. Freege is in between both of the forwards of the other side, but it slips right on by both of them, and Swaghammer picks up the goal. 2 on the board for the Party Rockers.
It's a bit of a core control question here. Death Gun and Feinmucked, their offense is fantastic, but they're letting the core slip by them so much. Swaghammer knows this, just positioning in front of the Dubu, ready and waiting for that 1v1 scenario, and eventually Swaghammer will Windows against that slow Dubu. So right now I think the LP Thieves have to figure out a way to keep this core under control.
But there's another death touch from Swaghammer. It'll pull the Juliet off of the pitch. Tofu Fortress out. There's the rollout log as well. Winter Freezer now low on cooldowns, and this is the time to strike for the forwards. They'll find both goal bearers in the process, and Mario will keep up the pressure on the top side as well. Freege looking for it, but it's intercepted by both Feinmucked and Death Gun until it isn't, as it still slips on by. Winter Freezer looking for the clear angle, but can't find it. And Swaghammer secures the goal. 3-0 set once more for the Party Rockers.
Party Rockers not looking to make this long, looking to end this now, and now has the pick of so many awakenings here. Could go for the Stagger Spider, could go for the Prize Fighter, could go for even the specialized training here. So many options, but will opt for the consistent speed and near immortality. But the missile propulsion will be a thorn in the side of the Party Rockers, as if that Dubu can use the Tofu Fortress well, that keeping possession will no longer be a problem for them.
Look at some of the rest of the awakenings. Once again, the Zentario is able to pick up the perfect form here. That's Frege, able to secure that. And even still, FineMuch happy with the aerials. Gonna get a little bit of extra range on that lock and load, and a little bit of extra speed when the Jakar decides to go invisible, but now about to get KO'd. Back down to a very measly 1 stagger bar. Finally cracked and about to get sent off the map by Frege. There it is. Missile Propulsion Tofu Fortress catches the core on the wrong side of history. Here comes Swaghammer, though, once again. Playing a little bit of ping pong with Death Gun. Now it's sent down to the bottom side. Log comes out once more. Now there it is. Dash Punch Energy Burst will find the KO from Death Gun. And now the pass down. But a nice, once again, Summer Assault out of Mori. Here comes Death Gun looking for the extra stagger onto this Dubu. It's still saved by FineMuch's lock and load. And now Frege is back in. We'll save it with the Oni's Blade. Everyone gets involved on the defensive play for the Party Rockers. And on the power play, LP Thieves cannot capitalize.
They cannot capitalize, and the offense just feels unending. Frege is winning the strike wars in the midfield, but FineMuch finally advances with the speed of that Drakkar. The Xenocloak is enough with the dribbles, and Death Gun gets a great pass.
Finally, it's found for the LP Thieves. And Saya, I'm getting a bit of deja vu. In the last game, Party Rockers took 3-0. Then LP Thieves took the first goal. Then we're able to find the next 2 as well. And FineMuch will find the first goal barrier here. Looking to be on a roll. Winter Freezer forward once again. Will pick up the speed boost from this. And now keeps it forward for FineMuch to shove it back in the corner. LP Thieves once again responding with 2 goals in the second set. Right after getting down 3-0 in the first.
Okay, Bod, this is not boding well for the NASL, and all associated tournaments are scripted, people. You know, those accusations are about to be proven right here. If LP Thieves can pull it off, they have the barrier advantage. They're controlling the midfield, interrupted by a flip from Frege, but only for a moment. Death Gun gets it past yet again. The special out from Frege does stop them for a bit, and now the offense is mounting. But as I say that, no, Death Gun gets the special off, gets the KO, and FineMuch looking for the barrier, but Swaghammer will take the core. No, it just goes right back. Winter Freezer stopping the pressure right in its tracks.
Tofu Fortress locks off one side of the map. There's no one else there on the bottom side, and Mari Cameraman finds the clear once more. Power play is killed. Frege, though, will lose the strike war. It's forward for Death Gun, who finds the barrier once more. Now looking to punch it, but the gold gate is still there. Retracting in the interim. There's the core flip out of FineMuch forward to Death Gun, but Mori wins the strike war in the goal box. Swaghammer now has the energy burst as well and might try to turn this one right back on its head, but no! Death Gun will find the dash punch KO. Frege still looking for a goal barrier, will find one, but it's back on the other way here for the LP Thieves. Everything is used, but it's still denied. The Tofu Fortress won't quite send the core away, but it'll finally find the bottom side of the pitch, and now it's a KO back the other direction as FineMuch gets taken off of the pitch.
And the
core continues bouncing everywhere in overtime.
And the Party Rockers are doing their best to escape their fate right now. They are so close. The possession is impeccable. Mari still has flip up to use it. Doesn't even need it. Waste it, but it's almost fine. But the ricochets off the center split are enough to overwhelm him. And LP Thieves fulfill the prophecy. It is 1-1 in sets.
That is the split moment of split moments, Saya. That just happened. I think it ricocheted off that about 3 times before actually finding the net. And now LP Thieves, as you mentioned, get 1, 3, and 5 on this carousel. We'll see what they end up going for, but
not the build
it is
difference.
the super surge here. Interestingly enough, out of Death Gun, looking for a little bit of extra mobility here or something of this sort, but they're giving the extra special away to Mari. as the rest of the Awakenings come in, and it's Frege picking up that build different.
They give over build different in a double side scenario, and they give the Happy Star over, and they get quick strikes. And what? Why? And why is why are they winning?
I don't know what just happened, but they got 2 goal barriers right off the bat. And now FindMuck looking for the dribble will be able to find it back to the top side. 4 straight goals for the LP Thieves after going down 0-3 in the first set.
Yeah.
And after that carousel. What?
I can't believe they took Super Surge on the Juliet. I feel like you should have taken build different on the Julie, but as I say that, the Super Surge KO comes out for Death Gun. FindMuck just controlling the midfield as well. It is working for the LP Thieves.
Hey, sometimes it's a matter of a playstyle difference, all right? Apparently Death Gun likes the Super Surge. That's what they want here. Finds 1 goal barrier in the process. Frege looks to keep the pressure online, but actually can't quite collect the core, and FindMuck is able to find the strike up to the top side now. Now finds the KO on Damari with the energy burst. Death Gun looks forward. Winterfreezer's got core flip as well. But here's Swaghammer, interrupts things, kills it for a moment. Frege is still back, and Swaghammer will win the strike war versus Death Gun. It's still forward here. Winterfreezer still has the core flip, but won't pull it out there, as Mario will come back online. Now looking for the KO is Frege. Won't find it on the Death Gun, but without an elusive, he'll still get KO nonetheless. FindMuck can't find the lock and load for the net, as that Summer Assault will once again come in from Mari, who has been using that ability so well so far in this match. Back up to the top side. It's ping-pong back and forth for a little while, but now it finally finds that barrier. Mari over to Frege, but the Tofu Fortress comes out of Winterfreezer. Gets a few extra redirects for that special. And now Strike War, won by Death Gun, sends it back up to Mori, who once again uses the Tofu Fortress to block off this corner. It'll despawn just in the nick of time, and there might be an eye angle here, but no. And again, more abilities traded. Once again, we're in the blue goal box. FindMuck looking forward for Death Gun. Won't be able to cross up Mori there. 5 straight for the LP Thieves.
Yeah, and the LP Thieves have made such a turnaround. I don't think the Party Rockers were expecting this at all, and FindMuck is making full use of the quick strikes, getting that extra energy and winning the midfield so consistently.
And there's another KO here for Death Gun. Looking for another even onto Swaghammer, but won't. Core will find the speed boost, and still a power play opportunity here. It feels like they're after everything. Finally, it's about the right cycle of abilities and your opponents not having their cooldowns online in order to try to find some of these away, because some of these points, Saya, are so close and go on for so long, but now the goal gate's down. So both Swaghammer and Mari Cameraman do have the energy burst online, and Swaghammer will use it defensively. But even still, the core will find the corner, and the core flip will be denied. FindMuck finds the goal. 6 straight for the LP Thieves as they head into the next set, looking to equalize the series.
FindMuck's and Death Gun's positioning was great there. They just covered the clear angles, made the flip block easy for them, gave them more of a window. And now some great picks available to Catalyst if they want to go for more of that energy. But no, okay, well, just take the rapid fire instead, going with something more standard. And that 1-2 punch combined with the Super Surge makes Death Gun's kill range so massive. It is basically the entire map now.
And it was already pretty large, given by the speed boost of the Night Market gap, but nonetheless, the rest of the Awakenings come in. Frege once again will pick up that Catalyst, but without any other energy Awakenings. It'll only provide a little bit of extra value. And other thing here as well from Party Rockers, Mari picks up the Twin Drive for the Dubu. We have seen quite a bit of use out of that, but now the 1-2 punch, Fiery Flurry, specialized training combination will secure a KO from Death Gun. Which is another thing we don't talk about as much with the Juliet. She's got both specialized and 1-2 punch for this Fiery Flurry. Oni's Blade out once again. Winterfreezer will use Zone Summer Assault to deny both goal barriers, only sacrificing one. Here comes Death Gun looking for the dribble. There's the Summer Assault forward from Mari, but here's the core flip. Nice Tofu Fortress blocks it away. Frege won't connect with the core there though. Swaghammer looking to collect and can't. And it feels like, Saya, we're starting to see a few nerves sneak onto the pitch.
A few nerves, but Death Gun is a stone cold killer. Has the flip, has one objective, sends it up to the top corner, which has been so rewarding for the LP Thieves over and over. And even though these goalies have put up stalwart defenses, when faced with a flip in front of their face, there's not much you can do. And even though Frege and Swaghover are trying desperately, Death Gun is ready with the cooldowns. When they are pressed, like, someone is basically guaranteed to be taken off the map. FindMux can assist with the slow as well, but right now the core control, Party Rockers are trying to get a push going before they fall, and right now it is up to Winter Freezer to stop that.
Oni's Blade and the passive strike will find the second goal barrier. Frege already used the energy burst, but now the core is just out of range. Death Gun will collect a KO with that Super Surge Flying Phoenix, and now Split Moment finds 2 goal barriers. Open goals on both sides. Swaghaver on the Whiplash. Doesn't use the energy burst quite yet. Now is looking to try to poke the core with that pendulum swing. Frege back up to the bottom side, and a very weak strike will send it back. It snaps a 7-goal drought for Party Rockers.
7-goal drought snapped, and that might be the momentum swing they need. They have flips. They can rush down this point. They just got to stay alive. They got to watch out for Death Gun, because that damage is just overwhelming right now, forcing the elusive out, trying to get some damage back. But you got to be careful. One wrong misstep, and Death Gun could turn that into a reversal with the special with the dash punch.
Core flip. Denied from Winter Freezer. Shenanigans ensue, but it'll result in Winter Freezer yielding a barrier. Stagger bars low for both Death Gun and FindMux. Swaghaver and Frege were able to rack up a decent bit of damage, but they can't find the KOs thus far. And we'll be looking for the goal barrier once more, but here comes Death Gun once again on that Super Surge Flying Phoenix, able to find one of those barriers, but there's the pendulum swing right back the other way as the teams continue trading these barriers. Death Gun will find the strike down to the bottom side, pick up the speed boost, win the strike war versus Frege, but won't find the punch to put it away. FindMux low on Stagger, goes invisible for a moment. Tries to dodge around, the rest of the abilities coming out, but there it is, the double KO for the Party Rockers. Winter Freezer walks forward, looks for it, and is rewarded on the high gamble play. It is game point for the LP Thieves. What a play.
From the jaws of defeat, from the jaws of Party Rockers' comeback, Winter Freezer is confident, notices the hesitation, and Mori Cameraman is punished for not walking up immediately as Winter Freezer finds the angle. And the Party Rockers are rushing back, trying to make something happen here, but they lose a barrier in the process. It's all evened up now, and all FindMux needs to do is look for these dribbles on the bottom side, get one outplay against Mori, and they'll have a lot of chances to do it.
LP Thieves looking to send us to a game 3 with liftoff qualification on the line on the road to the North American Strikers League, or at bare minimum on the road to the Tier 2 League. See if they can pull it off here. Swaghaver on the Whiplash finds the other goal barrier though. Mori looks for the rebound off the split barrier, but FindMux will collect. Now the Tofu Fortress denies the core flip. Swaghaver looking for a KO. Oni's Blade out of Frege here. That passive will get used towards Winter Freeze as well, and now Energy Burst won't quite collect the core. Instead, it's right back the other way as the goal gates will fall. Frege now looking for the strike down. Swaghaver tries to pull it back with the Death Touch, but won't be able to find the core. Death Gun looking for it back the other way. Specialized training to collect the core. It's back off the bottom corner. Has to be careful of the cross up here, and the Super Surge strikes once again. Death Gun will send the LP Thieves on to a 3rd game in the set.
The LP Thieves, it didn't look too good for them. The Party Rockers had a bit of a dominant ending, but they reverse it here. They show that they are here to play. They were up there for a reason. And this deciding final game is so crucial because you don't want to fall down. You don't want to have to play another one. You don't want the potential to be eliminated here. And both goalies were incredible, but I think the decisiveness of Winter Freezer really turned the tide.
I mean, what do you do after that point, right? You get a double KO, you've committed all of your abilities, you found all the combos for the Rasmussen's and Taro combination, and then you've got the last member back. It's a 3 versus 1 play, and this Dubu walks forward with Energy Burst, is not afraid. You go, wait, what's going on here? Flips the core, finds the strike up to the top side before you can even react. I mean, imagine how stunned they are after that play, and you've got to be like, all right, let's reset. It's fine, guys. we'll be able to come back in the next round. But no, that one will leave an impact on you. And I think you're absolutely right. With that decisive action that was made at the end of that set, propelled them in to victory in that closing set of game 2. And now we've got one more to decide, the third to last team that'll qualify for liftoff here, Saya. This looks like it could be anyone's game.
Definitely could be, especially after that super surge. Oh man, I was not a believer, but Deathgun just completely catching Mori off guard and really just utilizing it to its full potential.
Now, I have a theory, Saya. I was talking a little bit earlier where it feels like the Rasmus and the Zentaro have more space denial, right? With the Death Touch, you can probably be able to play around the core a little more. You have a little bit of extra core control. The Oni's Blade comes out as well, and the Zentaro can dash around. But the Super Surge comes online, and suddenly that Juliet's effective range gets so much longer extended that she can collect a few extra KOs, a few extra hits, a little bit of extra damage. The Flying Phoenix hits harder in addition, and it feels like it puts her up there with that Zentaro. Pair it with the 1-2 punch specialized training build, and all of a sudden, she's a monster on the pitch.
Yeah, and especially in the midfield, but also against the goalie, right? When you're against the Juliet, you're like, okay, I can clear it away. It's safe. Juliet's effective range is so small, but you don't expect a super surge, and suddenly it just catches you. You get caught on the clear. You get caught on just a shot that you think is safe, and that's just a goal. That's exactly the type of goal that happened at the very end there. And
yeah,
it's great for Deathgun to utilize it. Like, great on Deathgun for utilizing it so well to that extent. And we'll have to see if they could do something similar to throw Mori off in this third game.
One more game as we queue up and load into things in just a moment. The winner of this one will be into liftoff, and the loser will have to fight one last time for that qualification. But Saya, we are heading straight back to Night Market for our game 3. We'll see if anything's mixed up here on Striker Select, especially with a different set of Awakenings online. And only time's going to tell. I think it's going to depend on who's able to come up with momentum.
Yeah, definitely. But momentum can change. We kept seeing that, like, you know, the Party Rockers getting the first set, and then immediately the response from the LPs. Like, if that happens again, it's scripted. It's over. Like, the accusations are correct. But right now, we're seeing that Rasmus and Taro again. I think the composition wasn't necessarily the issue, and with the Juliet ban, they'll force the opposing side on some more awkward picks like the X. X is very, very Awakening dependent, but they also leave the Aimi up crucially. And that Aimi's a little bit famous. I think a few people might realize why they were banning it, because that Aimi has, for Feinmucked, has really been a force for the LP Thieves.
Catalyst, Orb Dancer are the starter Awakenings here. Winter Freezer, only one to pick up the Orb Dancer. Mari even opting for the Catalyst here. Means that the rest of these energy-dependent Awakenings are that much more important, including potentially the Egoist as another source of speed. We'll see what ends up coming through in this first carousel, and we'll see if composition changes here, especially Feinmucked back on this Aimi, will be enough. The Gold Bearers will fall down first, and now punches right back, actually right off of the Firewall Sentry. Feinmucked credited with the goal. LP Thieves will be the ones to strike first.
All right, we're safe. We're safe from the accusations. It's all
well,
good now.
We're not safe yet. We're not safe yet, because what if the LP Thieves go 3-0 and then Party Rockers respond 3-0? That would be the perfect Game 3 twist, Saya, in the script.
You're just giving them more ammunition to use, aren't you, K-Bot? You're not even on my side for this one.
Put on your twin hats, chat. Come on now. Let's overthrow them. It's a revolution.
But this Aimi has really shown its worth so far. Look at that, splitting the map with the turret, even without any additional duration. Feinmucked is using it to its full effect, and Deathgun is capitalizing on that pressure that is brought by that Firewall Sentry, passing it up to Feinmucked, and Mori cannot do anything against that 2v1. That was such a quick moving play. The entire team of Party Rockers just fell completely behind.
And now have to mention it here as well. Mari on this Atlas, I feel like in most cases, Saya, correct me if I'm wrong as the resident goalie player, but I feel like you'll probably want to do here regardless because of how many angles it can close off with the Toku Fortress. Opting for this Atlas here, maybe expecting there to be a more damage-heavy build on the other side, doesn't find it here, even though a KO still comes through. And LP Thieves looking to find the final goal in the set. Looking to take this 3-0. Death Gun forward in the goal box here. The glitch pop will secure it from Feinmucht. And the LP Thieves on the 3-0 set first.
Yeah, the LP Thieves showing what they're worth, showing why this IME was banned yet again, and I have to agree with you. I don't like the Atlas pick here, and the Orb Replicator comes up, but there's only one member who really wants it, which means this is going to be a really painful deny for the Party Rockers.
See what else comes through here. It's the Super Surge picked up by Feinmucht on that
Orb
Cyber
Replicator's
Swipe.
through.
Orb Replicators through. We'll see if Winter Freezer does indeed pick it. Picks up the Reverberation instead. Oh, no.
No.
Well,
What?
it's all right. It's all right. Hey, he'll be staying alive now. Doesn't have to worry. They have 300 extra stagger.
Okay.
Extra cooldowns.
Like, this is like, okay, Feinmucht gets the goal, but this is like the most monumental mispick in the history of mispicks. You go from the best possible awakening in the situation to the worst awakening in a vacuum in the entire game. Why? Huh? Maybe it's
300
okay.
extra stagger, Saya.
Maybe it's okay.
300 extra stagger. Extra cooldown. I'm telling you. Just wait till he gets big fish, all right? It's coming. Just you wait. Still has the skate, though. But sneaks up a little bit too far, and the punish comes through from Swaghammer and Frege. Quick goals to start off the second set here. It's 1-for-1, Sai. I think you're safe on the scripting accusations here.
Yeah, the script is well and truly dead. And now, Deathgun occupying so much space with that bell ring and goes for the flip. A great block by Mori Cameraman. And that turret, once again, so powerful, forcing that top barrier through. Deathgun looking for a bit of a follow-up on that flip, unable to do so. Great shot by Frege to get that top barrier, and both teams, I think, are fully awake now.
Deathgun looking for it down to the bottom side, but Feinmucht is there. Core flip out of Mari will be sent up to the top side and sent around the world. Swaghammer will find the pendulum swing. Frege looks forward again, but now the bull rush comes in from Deathgun. No one connects with the core as it drifts back up to the top side. Here's the X-Maximus and the Firewall Sentry as well, but it's still sent away. Frege now connects with a projectile from the passive strike out of Zentaro. Here's the core flip out of Deathgun. Once again, bounces all over the place, and Swaghammer will intercept it here. Now has the whiplash, but a core flip out of Winter Freezer sends it back the other way. Feinmucht is there on the punish. Wins the war in the Cyber Swipe with that Super Surge. Now, once again, looking for the offensive play, but Mari does have a little bit of extra speed. Doesn't matter. The connection is made. Beautiful pass and positioning between Feinmucht and Deathgun to find the goal for the LP Thieves.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu. They had passing play just like that a little while ago, right? And it's really that no one's covering that passing angle. It just feels like the Party Rockers are behind the play defensively, forced to burn the flip here in such a bad spot. Deathgun punching Mori, trying to zone him away from the orb as well as the core slowly drifts for the top barrier, and Feinmucht just needs to pass it forward, and then a quick follow-up with that Super Surge blink, almost KOing Mori as well. Winter Freezer holding on for dear life against the duo of Frege and Swaghammer, who both have flips, but I don't think they'll have many chances to use them because Winter Freezer is just doing such a good job at keeping it away from a massive play. But as I say that, Frege gets the barrier, Swaghammer is taken off the map, and Mori manages to defend the barrier against two.
KO is found. Core flips come out. Frege stalls it for a moment, but Deathgun is there with the core flip of his own. Mari can't find the deny on the core flip, and it'll find the goal barrier. Here comes Deathgun once more. Saved on the last moment by Mari on the strike war. Back down to the bottom side. Here's Swaghammer collecting the core, but it's Frege rushing forward to find it. And this is the first 5th point in a set in a long time between these two teams, Saya.
Yeah, great play by Winter Freezer, but in the end, the follow-ups were just too many. Frege getting in there perfectly timed after the stun on the core by the Summer Assault. But Feinmuck is wasting no time, setting the turret up. Great expanse by Mori to deny the play. And now Winter Freezer has a lot of speed to work with, but I don't know. It'll just have to take a lot more, and Death Gun is that more. Just walking in, getting the berry, getting another with the Bull Rush. And now, as it bounces off the split, it drifts into the perfect spot for Feinmuck, who will find the goal.
Able to find it right between the members of the Party Rockers, who might no longer be partying, as the LP Thieves are 2 sets up in the final game here. One more will qualify them for liftoff. No Orb Ponderer online here, so we don't have to discuss that pick anymore. It's the extra special out for Feinmuck. The Firewall Sentry will come out a few more times.
Yeah, that extra special is just ridiculous. And the specialized training on Death Gun. I think this is the end. This is where LP Thieves need to win. This is them at their max relative power. And I believe they can do it. If they could win while taking the Reverberation over Orb Replicator with Dancer up, like, they might just be the better team.
Well, we'll see if they can punish it here. Of course, the specialized training for Death Gun. Already the X-Maximus is popped, and we're looking for the extra stagger, but can't quite get Swaghammer down completely. Now looking for the rush forward is Frege. There's the core flip once more. Will connect with 1 gold barrier. Put it back the other way. And now goal gates are open. Death Gun charges forward in the Bull Rush. The Bell Ringer won't connect, and it's a KO against Feinmuck. Swaghammer able to pick that one up. Power play opportunity, catched by the Oni's Blade. Frege dashing around, but is KO'd by Death Gun. 1-for-1 trade, and now Feinmuck's back online. Here's the Firewall Sentry, and it'll find the connection down to the bottom corner.
And these set pieces, it feels like, these plays, these setups from LP Thieves are just securing them. So many goals. They are so accurate when they place the Firewall Sentry down. Death Gun knows exactly what to do. They feel so practiced, so prepared for this matchup now that the Imies let through. And Death Gun yet again is pushing it through, winning the Strike Wars against Swaghammer, deflected by the log, no flip available. The Bull Rush in for the barrier, and the LP Thieves look unstoppable right now.
Just have to find a way to put it away. But here comes the Oni's Blade. Core flip out of Winter Freezer. Glitch Puff won't connect and deny it from Mori. But here's the core flip back the other way. Stalls out for time, and the Firewall Sentry won't be impactful, and now Death Gun taken off of the pitch. Feinmuck looking for the goal in the core flip, or with the glitch pop, excuse me. Now, Strike War won by Swaghammer. Looking down for this bottom one, but still sent away, and now loses a series there. Once again picked up. Offensive play. Here's the Whiplash. Rush forward from Frege. Gets KO'd by Feinmuck's core flip. And now it's intercepted by Mori before the Super Surge is able to connect. Death Touch pulled back. We've got one in an Egoist speed boost, and Swaghammer will take it themselves. 1-1 in the set.
What a great play by Swaghammer. What a great play by Mori by getting ahead of the X. But even on the door of death, manages to make the saves, manages to get the core forward. And the Party Rockers are looking to stay alive here despite the overwhelming offense of the LP Thieves. They are pushing so far ahead that if they can get the core past them onto Swaghammer, Swaghammer can get that 1v1, make some plays. But right now, the control is just insane from Death Gun. The saves are great, but Death Gun just keeping it in there.
Firewall Sentry is avoided temporarily, and Feinmuck will find yet another KO with the Cyber Swipe. Power play opportunity as the pressure continues. There's another core flip. Now pass down to Death Gun. Pass back to Feinmuck. Then it's punched right through. It is match point and qualification point for the LP Thieves.
1 goal away for the LP Thieves. Can they do it? They have shown that they can through all of the obstacles in their path so far, including self-imposed ones. I'm still mad about that, by the way. Death Gun gets double barrier. The turret follow-up was insane, and all they need is one strike.
X-Maximus will connect, KOing Mari. Up to the top side. No, it's sent away for now. The X-Maximus has been stalled for enough, and just 4 seconds before Mori comes back online, but Death Gun finds the cross-up back down to the Firewall Sentry from Feinmuck. And the LP Thieves will qualify for liftoff.
Congratulations to the LP Thieves. Well-deserved win. And yeah, just excellently played with the IME. The moment it was led through, it felt like a completely different game. FineMuck just so good on the pick, deserved MVP.
7 goals, 2 assists. 5 assists from the X from Death Gun, which you don't normally see a bunch of. And incredible play, incredible coordination for the LP Thieves. Saya, I think it was a bit of a word of warning for the teams that LP Thieves will go up against in Lipstoff. Maybe don't keep the IME up. Maybe not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
FineMuck is a little too good on the pick, it seems, and yeah, and the Party Rockers still have one more shot in the 5th place tiebreaker, K-Bot.
They do indeed, and we will get the chance to see who they go up against in a moment. So still another opportunity, but again, if you're Party Rockers, you've got to find your way to reset, maybe listen to some LMFAO tunes, get yourself pumped back up for the next match, and just forget about what just happened. Forget about everything there, because you've got another chance to go as you watch some of the replays from the last match. Fantastic stuff from both sides, but we've got more matches to come here, Saya, because up next is a few teams you were really excited to see.
Yep, we'll have to wait on that, but for now, I think we'll head to a quick break before then, and yeah, we'll see you on the end of this. Is like the shortest break of match. Like, don't go anywhere, please.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I'm filling up my water bottle. And welcome back to what tournament is this? Launchpad 2. I was about to say Liftoff, but we're actually qualifying into Liftoff, which will take place next week. My brain is still a little frazzled comprehending what we just witnessed in the last set, Saya, but the next one here, the same round and another spot for liftoff is up on the line.
Yep, and these two teams are pretty well known, I think, after this weekend, especially Platinum Exclusive have made it all the way here, fell in the winner side of things, but are looking to redeem themselves here. But Destroyer Mega Noob, this is a roster I think people need to remember because they have some incredible plays. Like, their team play is impeccable, their passing plays, Comet 4K winning every single strike war. I'm a bit of a fan as far as, like, you can tell I'm a fan, and K-Bot is trying to interrupt me.
Saya might be slightly biased, chat.
Just a little bit.
Just a little biased, so bear with Saya here. I'll do my best to counter and keep Saya in check, but nonetheless, game one will once again start on IMEZAP here. We'll see what ends up going through on our striker select, but it will be Platinum Exclusive on the blue side and Destroyer Mega Noob on the red side.
Yeah, and okay, I'm going to give you a bit of a peek into the seeding brain going into this, okay? So I was talking to Achi. I saw Destroyer Mega Noob, and I'm like, okay, we can move them up a few places. It'll be a funny joke because I know them and they're my friends. But now they've outplaced their seed. They've outplaced their high seed. Like, how did they do it?
See the bans come through, and I was too busy rolling my eyes at Saya to recall what those bans were. So I'm going to do a little tech I like to call clipping the Twitch broadcast and pulling it up live. And it's the Juliet and Rasmus bans. Okay, so Rasmus taken off the table for IMEZAP. We are not going fishing here today, and instead still dominated by brawlers. So we see Zentaro come out, we see the Drakkar, and now we see a Luna on the pitch here as well in that goalie box, Saya. Maybe you'll have to be a little biased back the other way.
Yeah, but that's an eject button Luna, so I don't know. I reserve my complaints as Zale gets the first barrier and Comet 4K with the immediate follow-up. Absolute precision, absolute, like, just snap decision making. But I'm a little surprised to see Zentaro coming out instead of Drakkar, because it is Comet 4K's Drakkar that completely beat up General Twee in their previous matchup earlier in, like, one of the biggest upsets of the tournament when they beat Dash Punch.
Starter Awakenings here are Fire Up and Orb Dancer. Haven't gotten the chance to talk about those yet. Only Pineapple in the goal box for Platinum Exclusive will pick up that Orb Dancer. See what happens with the Orb Replicator as well. But now a KO comes through as Comet finds the Energy Burst there off of the end of the Eye Rush. And it's 2 goals on the board for Destroyer Mega Noob.
And those follow-ups, I thought it was a bit of a misplay. Comet 4K made it a bit telegraphed. Great save by Pineapple, but the follow-up from Zale just absolved them of any responsibility, it felt like. And now Javaro has the flip. Zale has the plays going in, and this little Luna is looking a bit fragile, but gets the barrier with the dash forward. Comet 4K misses the barrier, and now Platinum Exclusive are turning this around, it seems like. Gets the flip, and Javaro is out of position. Great play by Pineapple.
Not quite the skating Dubu yet, and will get punished for it. Beautiful core flip there is found by Pineapple. And now, haven't even, or actually probably only got flip in that last one because Ken Clam was able to utilize their own energy burst. You give that Fire Up extra energy sharing to the team. But now, another quick goal barrier. 2 players in the corner here. Comet looking to shove it back, but Pineapple will find the save in the corner. Here's the Firewall Sentry. Javaro looks to send it back the other way, but a boost comes in. Can't find the goal barrier. Glitch pop from Ken Clam. Tries to send it away. Won't connect there. Whammy almost finds a KO, but won't either. Javaro once again patiently sends it up the backside, but now it's a KO. Zale and Comet looking to collapse on this one, and it hits the pit in the middle off the cyber swipe. Goes right back over to the goal.
Javaro's just flexing at this point. 2 clears behind the barrier when it wasn't even that necessary and just completely absorbs all the pressure. And now this is still rewarded with first pick and plenty of picks left to fall down to the Zentaro. So I don't know. We'll probably need to deny the twin drive here from the Luna. That BestieInSlot being taken away immediately, but we'll probably go for the specialized training here or the prize fighter. No. Opts to deny the big fish, but that means heavy impact is available. Instead goes for the stacks on stacks. Very interesting picks coming out. And Hotshot instead
Prize Fighter?
Huh?
Hotshot taken up here. Prize Fighter will fall through the carousel completely on IMEZAP with potential for extra KOs. As the rest of this gets rounded out, specialized training picked up here by Ken Clem as well for the harder hitting Firewall Sentry.
And then Pineapple looking for a bit of an outplay, goes right through the Dubu wall, but still saved in the end. Great follow-up rockets from Pineapple, trying to keep the play going. Common 4K looking for the win, but Pineapple is useless. Pineapple gets the clean defense down, and Jawar just passes to Zale, but Zale is staggered. Zale is taken off the map, and Javaro's a bit too patient as the core rolls in, Platinum exclusive, with the early lead.
Perhaps we're showing off there, but now maybe a little humbled after that last one. This one will slip by. I was afraid for Zale, and now Comet 4K finds a KO right off the rip. Slice and dice into the pit. Glitch Pop will send it back as KenClem tries to find the clear, but Javaro, beautiful collapsing here. Here's the log forward. Pineapple sends it back down to the bottom side. Well done on the clear, but it doesn't matter. Comet 4K is still forward, finds the KO, opens the goal box, and the goal goes in once again.
And Pineapple went crazy with the saves. Pineapple was blocking everything, dribbling it up and down, but in the end, the snipe from Zale was just too much knockback, too much damage, and that KO comes through. And now they're trying to slow down the play, trying to get some chip damage onto the members of Destroyer Mega Noob. KenClem has the flip, but that Tofu Fortress will be the one taking the Drakkar out, and Destroyer Mega Noob just have all the momentum right now.
Now Javaro passed down to Zale, interrupted by the Glitch Pop. Here's the energy burst, but KenClem will deny it. Looking for the goal barrier here, but no. Rose War forward from Zale won't quite connect with the piercing shot, trying to zone up the top side of the clears. Now Comet 4K forward, but once again sent away. Will pick up a KO in the process. Power play opportunity. There's finally the energy burst on Pineapple. Met with one on the other side for Javaro, and now Zale finds the KO and the shot with the piercing shot. 2 on the board here for Destroyer Mega Noob. They're looking to take a quick 2 sets.
And I love how Javaro played that. No hesitation, immediately used the core flip to keep the tempo up. And that kind of play is so, like, something that you wouldn't think of at first glance, but it just so much in terms of keeping this pressure on the Luna, forcing them to make the mistakes. And this Zentaro special coming in, so much chip damage. Look at the health bars, the Platinum exclusive. They're basically dead. The log keeps the core back up. Pineapple's being forced to save everything. But the striker advantage once again on the side of Destroyer Mega Noob. Javaro walks up to midfield, passes it up. So many hitboxes being thrown out right now. And the self pass with the Crystal Thorn. Zale misses the core, but still KenClem staggered. And they're looking to repeat it yet again.
Trying to find an angle to get this out of here, but the midfield pressure right now holding for Destroyer Mega Noob as Zale finds yet another KO. Pineapple tries to send this forward on the boost. Now denied. Here's Javaro though. Tofu Fortress zones this away. It's the ace coming through as Comet picks up a handful, cycling through the abilities of the Zentaro. And that is what does it for the set here. Destroyer Mega Noob up 2-0.
I was a doubter for a short period yesterday, but this is incredible coming out. It's a little bit sad that the Super Surge isn't immediately available, but the extra special will be denied. Super Surge being forced to be picked basically here. Choose to build different instead. Free Super Surge for Comet 4K, who has already been shredding your team. And this Dubu will get the pick of the litter. Will probably pick the Casta last year. It picks the Monumentos instead, not giving a single inch to the IME.
How many times, Saya, have we been met with an Awakenings draft where it is impossible to deny everything from the Zentaro? It feels like in every case, you don't want the Zentaro to get the speed or the size, so you pick up the size Awakenings, but I'll still find something, whether it be extra speed, super surge, perfect form, anything literally on the Zentaro, still able to utilize all of these Awakenings and still gonna have just as much of a threat. Maybe the saving grace here is now that is one big Luna in the goal box for Pineapple, which makes him potentially win some extra strike wars there, but also a larger target for the slice and dice, but also a larger target for the strike on the offensive as finds one with the boost.
Yeah, great patience from Javaro, but you have to win those strike wars there. You can't just lose like that. And right now, it seems that KenClem actually is the scariest member on Platinum Exclusive's team in terms of consistent offense. You saw Javaro panicking when the turret was down, but when Destroyer Mega Noob are on the offense, they're just so confident. They are unrelenting. They almost give up a barrier. Finally, no, they don't even lose the barrier here. The flip comes out. It is Drew. Comet 4K looking for the strike, unable to get it, but KenClem trying to hold the midfield down, but Comet 4K just blinks right through. Zale has the pass up. Pineapple being chipped down, but that Big Fish is doing wonders in terms of survivability and forgets to strike there, but Javaro trolled by their own wall, taken out by the nuke, and now Pineapple can rest a sigh of relief as they finally have the advantage, but no, Comet 4K with the blink in, with the flip, so decisive, and that goal just completely turns the tables.
This Zentaro literally just covered from the top corner of the map down to the bottom side of the map with the passive dash and with the super surge rush forward. Core flips it, finds the punish there completely, and it keeps Destroyer Mega Noob ahead here. 2 more goals to take game 1 in the series. We're looking for it again here. And potentially needing to go back to the drawing board as Platinum exclusive. KO'd is KenClam. Goal barrier falls. Javaro tries to send this one away. Zale will collect. Whammy. Get a little bit of extra damage here. As Pineapple will find the level up, and now in the corner, here's the Tofu Fortress. The pressure is continuing to mount, bouncing off of the wall. Zale on the pass up, just before the Firewall Sentry, but still can't find it into the net. KenClam taken down incredibly low here. Strike War won by Comet once more. There's the Rose War piercing shot combination, but it doesn't connect and find the goal. The clear still comes through. Here's everything used by Javaro in the back lines for the defensive side. And now Comet once again tries to send it forward. Zale has another energy burst to send it right down. That's the power of the combo fire-ups. And it is game point for Destroyer Mega Noob.
And look how they're playing. They're just overwhelming. They know when there's an offensive opportunity, and KenClam and Bume have barely been able to play up. Finally get the barrier with a shotgun, and with the flip will get the goal. But even this goal feels like just a drop in a massive ocean, because Destroyer Mega Noob, they're like right now with the flips equalized, you never know what's gonna happen next.
It's 2-2. Okay. There's maybe priority on the next carousel, but no, Oni's Blade comes out here of Comet. We'll be able to find the goal barrier. Pineapple has to flip. Luckily, the Tofu Fortress gets cleared in time, but Javaro sends this back the other way. The fire-up comes out here, but it's almost enough. Strike Force slightly won there, but Comet 4K finds yet another KO, now on a 6 KO streak. It's the rush forward. The Crystallized Thorns will do it, securing the clear angles for Pineapple. And Destroyer Mega Noob takes a 3-0 set scoreline out of game 1.
Look at the level difference that game, the possession difference. It was Pineapple versus the world, and the world is ruled by Destroyer Mega Noob.
I don't know what to make of that game, Saya. I don't know if that was a doomed map from the start, if it was a doomed Starter Awakenings pair, if it was a doomed, or what it was, or if it was a doomed first couple of carousels there, as Comet basically got multiple options of whatever you could ask for on the Zentaro, and was indeed rewarded with a super surge there, going crazy in the final set. Zale also comes up with a twin drive, plenty of Rose Warp plays forward. Where do you go when you're looking back at the drawing board here for Platinum exclusive?
I have no idea. I think you just have to figure out a way to play more core control picks, because this Aimi, as we all know, isn't necessarily the most core control pick. I think you need something with speed that will disrupt the formations, because right now, Destroyer Mega Noob are just running all over them.
Well, we'll see what happens here as we are loading into our next game already. These teams quick to pull the trigger here, as they'll be queuing up. And second game of the series comes on to Atlas's Lab. Extra damage here coming out. We'll see what comes through as Striker Select begins.
Yeah, and I think Comet 4K definitely wants to play the Zentaro here. I've talked with them, and I've told them, your Drakkar is better. They're like, I want to have fun on Zentaro, and Atlas's Lab, it's a pretty kill-friendly map, so kind of obvious that that will be picked anyway. It all comes down to what Zale decides to pick, and that Estelle has been a rock for the team, so might as well just throw it on the table.
Juliet Rasmus banned once again, same repeated as the first round. I guess Platinum Exclusive just does not want to play up against this Juliet. And now we see Drakkar Vice on the other side of the pitch. Switching off of the IME here, and now Starter Awakenings come online. It is a prize fighter glass cannon start, Sion.
Yeah, and this one will be decided by the KOs. KenClam smartly opting for that pick of the Vice here, trying to get the damage going, but I don't know, it's all up to the early momentum, it feels like, and this Luna, I think, will have a hard time defending its double barriered immediately, even while Zale is staggered, and if Zale can stay alive here, this could be the huge difference maker. Zale looking not to get taken out here, the shotgun looking dangerous, the rocket looking dangerous, but blinks forward, oh, and finally taken out. In common 4K, unable to get the goal. Great save by Pineapple, and this could be the turnaround for Platinum Exclusive.
Wem able to be forward, finds a goal barrier. Now KenClam looks for the Supernova, can't quite find it in time, and the power cord will do it. Pineapple will be there as well on the boost, credited with the goal. Now we'll see if the turnaround can come through here for Platinum Exclusive. It's a new game, got to get that mental reset in, and now Saya, they've already got 2 of their members with an additional prize fighter step.
Oh, and a bit of a blunder by Javaro, but responded by KenClam. Both of them had the chance to either lose or get the bottom barrier there, but both didn't opt for it, but it's still fine. Great power cord by KenClam, saved by Javaro. Zale looking for a bit of a play past Boom, but Boom is saving the court, and right now the center is just too claustrophobic for the side of Destroyer Mega Noob right now. They need to find a way to pop it soon, because right now the isolated 1v1s are not in their favor. They're taking too much damage.
You see Boom able to find that one away, and the Tofu Fortress will ricochet around right back into the goal box there. 2 goals on the board here for Platinum Exclusive. Starting to pull away with this one here. We'll see if the momentum and the wind is in their sails as they keep shoving this core back. Here comes Pineapple once again on the boost. Can't find it there, and now KO'd once more by the gravity well. Here's the core flip as well. It gets sent away, and now looking for the goal. Boom going elusive for a moment, or invisible I should say. Will secure it in the top corner. And it is a stunning 3-0 response here for Platinum Exclusive in the first set of the second game.
What a complete reversal, and this damage comp difference is the entire difference here with the prize fighter. Picking Vice Luna versus a singular Zentaro, Estelle 2, I guess, like, they're just like a wall that cannot be overcome of damage, but Ops sort of bulk up first. Doesn't want Stagger on the table? Okay, but that leaves Heavy Impact and Tempo Swing importantly. Tempo Swing up for the Zentaro. And if this Estelle gets something like a Catalyst, could stay alive a little longer, but instead opts for the Egoist for more evades.
We'll go for the Egoist here. We'll see what else ends up happening. Pineapple, of course, will pick up the Orb Ponderer as well. Another thing to track are those Orb Awakenings, because those builds can be incredibly overpowered and oftentimes forces denials to come out. We'll see if that's the case here, but now Destroyer Mega Noob might have momentum. Oh no, catches the gravity well, sends it right back up to the top side. Here comes the pressure, the projectiles coming out. KenClam looks to send it forward. Thunderstruck not out in time. There's the Molten Bolt forward. Summer Assault for Javaro, finds the save, and Pineapple tries to shove it back, but won't be able to find it there. Now it's covered from Zale's piercing shot. What a turnaround in a series of events there, as Destroyer Mega Noob finally finds one on the board.
Yeah, and that is the level of play they can achieve if they just pop the center. The center is the bane of Destroyer Mega Noob's existence, just like how that last draft and picking bulk up when the entire draft was open for Drakkar is the bane of Platinum Exclusive's like existence. Like, both teams not playing optimally, but right now, great saves from Javaro, but KenClam has plenty of space to work with on the bottom side. Will just send the power cord there, and Platinum Exclusive showing that if they can get the barriers fast, they can secure, they can close.
1-1 here as Destroyer Mega Noob looking to fight back after a commanding game one, but here are the KOs. They continue to rack up here for Platinum Exclusive as a Supernova sends another away. Elusive for a moment to avoid the crater. KenClam with 2 prize fighter stacks. Now Comet forward. Crystallized Thorns from Zaya look to keep the pressure. So much open space to work with here on the clearing angles, and now sent away. Wham on the 4 KO streak with the lock and load. There's Javaro forward again. boosting, looking to try to fend it past this rollout. Here's the Molten Bolt, tries to connect. Will come up just shy. Comet tries to dash down, looking to knock KenClam away, and now the piercing shot as well. And Saya, we're already starting to see more level advantages go over to the side of Platinum Exclusive this time, as yet another KO comes through. Javaro this time. There's the power core to keep the pressure up, and Bwem will send it back. Another set point here for Platinum Exclusive.
Yeah, and character select, incredible. The execution also incredible for Platinum Exclusive. They're not letting Zale breathe, and when Zale is down, they just focus onto Javaro, because a lone Zentaro isn't going to completely destroy Pineapple. Pineapple can defend that. They have that faith as well as they get the barriers. They get so much damage on Zale, and it is just overwhelming. The first game was a sweep for the side of Destroyer Mega Noob, and it's looking like a sweep for the side of Platinum Exclusive this time.
We'll see what happens now as we head over to our Awakenings draft. Built different, primetime, extra special, Sagger Swagger, specialized training, and Orb Replicator all on the board here. So many incredibly strong Awakenings. We'll see what ends up getting picked up first here. Will be the primetime now for the Drakkar of Bwem. And hey, more opportunities to send that shotgun on back is going to be so incredibly useful. And the Vice gets extra impact abilities as well. But Pineapple picks up the Orb Replicator or Ponderer online here for Platinum Exclusive. And this one could very quickly be a snowball to their favor.
Specialized training not picked up by KenClam. Interesting, but Pineapple importantly getting the Replicator on the Ponderer, and that damage is going to improve so much. That dash, the boost taking Comet 4K off the map, and KenClam just needs to hit it down, does so, but great save by Javaro, trying to keep it alive with the Summer Assault, with the wall on the goal line, saved by Zale, and oh, that elusive stun. Strike War won by KenClam, and that was almost a save by Destroyer Mega Noob.
Almost, but almost, Saya, does not count today. You cannot almost qualify for liftoff. You either qualify or you do not. And both these teams looking to do it here in this very game. Now double barriers as KenClam keeps up the pressure, finds the shot up to the top one. Pineapple's forward on the boost. Here's the Supernova. Will not connect with the core there. And now Comet sent away after finding a gold barrier. KenClam on the dribble looking for the power core. Can't find it there. Strike War won by Zale. As now Comet sent off of the map once more. Pineapple forward. KenClam will get stunned and can't collect the core. Citrus back the other way. Orb is up here for Pineapple. Now we'll give those extra cooldowns back to the rest of the team. But Zale looking for the shot and cannon. Pineapple finds the KO with the energy burst. Now Bwem back down forward. Tofu Fortress will interrupt things. It gets caught by the last little bit of that Tofu Fortress. Crater out. There's the core flip from Bwem. And it is game point for Platinum Exclusive.
Yeah, and they're just utilizing this damage comp to the full extent, playing it so well. If you're Destroyer Mega Noob, you're already thinking about game 3 at this point, because no matter how well you core control, like, your health bars are finite. Their abilities feel infinite with that Replicator, Ponderer, the one shining star of the draft for Platinum Exclusive. And it is just this comp piloted so well by the team, with Pineapple holding on just long enough. And yeah, this is just the
Raiders out. Invisible once again, and now the rollout doesn't come out in time. Bwem finishes at level 8 in this game. It is lights out for Platinum Exclusive there, as we go to yet another game 3 here today with a liftoff spot on the line, Saya.
Game 3, and so much is up to the RNG, right? So much is up to the starting Awakenings, the map, and everything, because both these teams have 2 modes that they've shown, and if one of them is completely enabled in this final game, they'll have the massive advantage.
We'll see if they can do just that. And I think, Saya, it feels like this is coming down to Striker Select quite a bit here. As discussions in the chat ensue, talking about this damage composition, talking about Prize Fighter coming through, and Glass Cannon picks on the other side was not enough to keep the speed up, keep the core control online, and only one goal here for Destroyer Mega Noob after such a dominant first game there on Imizap with so many KOs, with Comet playing such a role. Couldn't quite get the ball rolling there, and in a comparatively low damage game, it's still, what is that? 9 total team KOs, 1 per every minute out of Platinum exclusive, securing this one.
Yeah, and my advice is maybe ban Vice. Like, if it maybe ban Vice. There's a little too much damage when it's Vice Luna. Like, maybe it's a good idea. But
Well, Saya, you're the one casting. You've got no influence here into what the teams actually do, unless they're listening, of course, and they do want to just take your advice, which they might, I suppose. But you can tell, feels like the queue going a little slower this time. This team's not quite fully chomping at the bit to get into this one. They want to take their time because, again, the liftoff spot on the line, you do not want to drop down to that 5th place tiebreaker as that final one qualifier spot. We'll see what happens here. As we load into things, folks, if you're just joining us, plenty more Omega Strikers to come. Of course, we've got another best of 3 after this one. And then we'll also have more Omega Strikers next weekend, because this tournament that everyone's qualifying for happens next weekend. So make sure you're still around, because the weekend after, we start the North American Strikers League up again. And there's going to be a lot more coming. A lot more of our favorite game of Core Strike here, Saya.
yeah, there's going to be a lot of Omega Strikers action. And just this week, there's also some more Omega Strikers Amateur Series action. So make sure to drop a follow to BestieInSlot. But it looks like the players are back. It looks like we might be playing on Oni Village. Okay, wait, this is a completely different mode.
No damage compositions are going to work here. It'll be all about having that core control, all about having that extra speed. We'll see if that is able to come through here. As it does appear as Destroyer Mega Noob is taking your advice, Saya. The Vice will get banned away alongside the Juliet here. Leaves the Rasmus open. We'll see what happens as Striker Select gets finished.
Yeah, and Boom has been very strong on this Rasmus so far. It's going to come up to the Imi Rasmus comp as Zale looking a little bit at the Drakkar, looking to kind of just rush down those barriers. I'm not sure if that's right, because there's no way Pineapple picks Luna on this map.
Rasmus will be selected here in that midfielder role, and Dubus will lock it down on in the goal boxes. We'll see what comes through here. Starter Awakenings are extra special heavy impact, where Zale and Comet will be the only members picking up the heavy impact. Everyone else taking this extra special. You can tell Clem and KenClam trying to play for that extra core control, influencing that with their specials, but already goal barrier here falls.
Yeah, but both goal barriers falling is not too much of an issue for these goalies, as they just want to lock one down, as we say so often. Zale intercepting the passing lanes. Comet 4K in there with the primary. And they're saying, we don't care about your power picks. We don't care about your mains. We are better when it comes to core control. And we are here to sweep you just like we did in game 1.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, because both these teams did end up sweeping in sets. So the potential is there for this to go either way. Kick things off. It is Destroyer Mega Noob with the first goal on the board. It's the first set of goal barriers fall here. We'll see how the rest of this ends up developing as we start to see more of these specials come online. You know, first goal on the board, maybe not that influential, especially where these strikers don't have their specials online, especially when Platinum exclusive goes triple Happy Star. But now, Energy Burst out here. Comet gets denied by Pineapple's Summer Assault. Now, finds the KO nonetheless. Gold Barrier will fall as well. The Slice and Dice comes out. Comet is there for the pass from Zale. And it will connect with the goal box. 2-0 here for Destroyer Mega Noob.
I don't know. They're so good at focusing down the barriers. They're so coordinated. You saw that drop back from Zale to defend when Javaro was like clearing on the bottom side. This level of coordination is ridiculous on a map like Oni Village. Most people think it's just hitting it back and forth, but this team has definitely had experience figuring out those, like the Yoki 3-corner strategy or something, because they are so efficient in getting these barriers. But right now, Platinum Exclusive strike back for the top barrier. There's a bit of an opening they can play with here. Boom has the hook to get the core, but denied by the flip of Javaro.
Well done, barely catching the core, but now it meets with a Firewall Sentry. Javaro's still able to send it away. Wem looking forward for KenClam, and now has it forward there, but oh no. It's all right, every goalie gets their one, Saya. Every goalie gets their one. That was the one that gets let in here by Javaro.
Yep, and the matching Juliet Fire emote, a rarely seen emote right now, but KenClam has flipped, looking to make it early, and Boom with the follow-up is very, very quick. 2 barriers down in an instant. Comet 4K being pulled back by the hook of Boom to interrupt the play a little bit. The constant clears down, knowing that eventually they'll get enough damage on Comet 4K, but Boom does not get the strike off, interrupted by Zale as well, and suddenly it's looking a little good for Destroyer Mega Noob. Comet 4K lives, burns the primary from Boom as well. The hook comes out, but Zale is there to intercept it. Complete trust by Javaro to just hit it into the hook, knowing that her car is there as well. Comet 4K still staying alive. Pineapple is lagging, not like this, but KenClam has the turret, has everything, is staggered, still stays alive, finally taken out by Comet 4K, and now Zale looking. Both members staggered, both members trying to be KO'd, but Comet 4K has regen enough. No, the hook is so clutch, but Pineapple is lagging too much. Loses top barrier. This is an opportunity for Zale, even while staggered, to get past with the shotgun, but Javaro must hold here, but the flip is there. Boom, bottom corner.
Well done as the Rasmus slowly walks forward and then flips the core up into the air. It'll get secured, and now it's anyone's first set here, Saya, in an interesting twist of fate. This first set has gone the distance. No team gets the snowball rolling early here on this map where our KOs are harder to find, where the damage isn't quite coming through, but now there's the goal barriers down. Zale can't quite connect with the core to keep the pressure online, and now it's back up to the top side. Firewall Sentry splits it in half, and now KenClam able to secure the goal barrier, but here's Comet on the slice and dice. Pineapple sends it right back to him, but doesn't find the strike into the goal box. Tofu Fortresses out of both goalies. Now, once again, looking for it, but can't find the connection with the pendulum swing. Here's the slice and dice once more. Forward again. There's the death touch. Now looking for the pass down to KenClam. Cyber swipe out. Doesn't quite connect. It comes up just short. Javaro's able to send it right back. Core flip on a Pineapple just in the nick of time. Oni's blade doesn't connect with the core, but it finds the KO. And Destroyer Mega Noob will take the first set.
It was so scary, but Javaro holds in the end. Pineapple holds so long, but in the end is caught out by Comet 4K, who takes a well-deserved MVP. Will probably take the perfect form. No, goes for the Catalyst instead. A little interesting of a pick, but yeah, I'm a little confused on this one, K-Bot.
Well, we'll see if it pans out just like the last few confusing picks have, because you and I have been confused numerous times today, Saya, in our 2 best of 3s. Meanwhile, rest this comes out here, and we get to see a little bit of extra speed here for Boom, and cast the last with the Jakar, opting for the Molten Bolt. I gotta say, Saya, it doesn't feel like there are that many impactful awakenings on that last carousel, and we're just gonna be seeing a lot more of the same here in the next set.
Yeah, so far, not anything huge, but I think overall Destroyer Mega Noob are happier with what they got. 2 of Platinum exclusive on those weak stagger awakenings, especially it's a Pineapple did not want that bulk up, but was forced to take it, or some equally as weak things. So it's really hard, but Boom getting the top barrier despite a lot of traffic pulling it back. Zale intercepting that what would be almost a certain goal. KenClam being shot away from the play. Zale just stalling as Comet 4K gets the KO, even though it's only Village. Pineapple managing to defend, but the Tofu Fortress is good to continue the offense. Boom though, trying to interrupt with the primary, gets possession yet again, but falls back to help defend instead, and that might have been a mistake as the both barriers go down here. Boom has it, but the great flip by Javaro, decisiveness again, not getting stunned up. Flip out from Pineapple, gets it out of the situation, but this goes back and forth, back to Zale, back to KenClam, back to Zale yet again. It goes down, but Javaro with the quick strikes, not being mixed up here. The log hits stunning Boom for a moment. Oh, and what a great Tofu Fortress, sends it all the way through. but Pineapple is just better on the save as Comet 4K rushes in, gets the KO yet again. Pineapple, you're spacing too far back. You're getting KO'd for free as Zale just needs one shotgun, one strike, and the hook from Bume is what takes the goal there, but Destroyer Mega Noob are just surviving these barrier down situations.
Isaiah, that was the first goal in the second set. Welcome to Oni Village, my friends. As this one will continue going for a long while and continue being tense, even when the goal gates are online, because these goalies have been playing incredibly well so far. Pineapple stalls for a moment. Does Comet and Zale look to collapse on the bottom goal barrier? There's the core flip, sent away by Pineapple, but now it finds the speed lane, and Zale's able to collect, looking once more forward, but it slips right around him there, and the pressure will dissipate. Javaro looking for Zale, can't find it there, interrupted, and now the Firewall Sentry is out here. KenClem has core flip as well, but no, still sent away, pulled back by the death touch from Boom, and now KenClem can't find the core flip there. Pineapple able to send it forward. There's a beautiful summer assault once more from Javaro. Will intercept things for a moment, gets all the way over to Pineapple on that core flip, and now forward again. There's the Oni's blade already used. Bwem looking for the shot there. It's off the corner, and it's saved by Javaro. KenClam gets KO'd. Power play opportunity as it goes around the Tofu Fortress. Now it gets knocked right back, but he's able to find the save. Zale and Comet still looking for the connection here. Death Touch is out once again, but it won't find the connection to the core. Glitch Pop as KenClem comes back online. There's the Summer Assault once more. Zale looks to try to collect to the bottom side. No. Denied for now. KenClam looking for the passes forward to Bwem. Back and forth, but still can't find the connection. Tofu Fortress out once more. It's up to Bwem. There's another Tofu Fortress. Can he find the angle here? He will with the pendulum swing. Send it right back.
Both goalies holding for so long, making the craziest of saves, but in the end, Bume's absolute awareness to notice that the first hit of the log was taken already and to just use it there. Incredible, but I would also like to highlight Zale has just been a rock in the midfield. The possession has been firmly on the side of Destroyer Mega Noob thanks to this Drakkar winning every strike or just being there for the goalie in every situation, making Javaro's life so easy.
Once more. There's the core flip. Will connect with the goal barrier. Comet looking forward. Now Javaro tries to get involved, keeps the core in the speed lane. But again, connection is not made. Forward to Comet here. Here's the Oni's blade. Core flip from KenClem to steal it away. The pressure will dissipate again. Zale back up the top side. Comet to themselves. Can't find it. There's the core flip. Zale will connect with it. So many things interacting with the core, but it'll eventually find the goal barrier. Now, just a little bit too far forward was the core in front of KenClam, but the pendulum swing will secure it once again. Platinum exclusive now on set point.
Yeah, Platinum exclusive doing a great job with the passing plays, keeping it under control. KenClam just being that obstacle in the bottom side, consistently catching the clears. And I don't know, Destroyer Mega Noob needs to figure out a way to keep possession here because right now they're just being poked out by KenClam, by the primaries and the hook of Bume, just completely interrupting them in so many situations.
Firewall Sentry out on the bottom side, but it won't really have much influence on the core. Here's KenClam, about to get KO'd, but will cyber swipe away and have an influence on the core. Now trying to play incredibly passively, but Comet's on the prowl. Won't find it there. Pineapple forward. Will core flip immediately to prevent the goal barrier from going down, and now it'll connect with a glitch pop on the backside to open up the goal barrier. There's the goal, and it's another 0.5. This is the 10th point in the second set.
It is going the absolute longest distance possible. What a banger, and it's just absolute destruction coming out at the very end. But right now I think the main thing Destroyer Mega Noob need to worry about is this barrier, because when they're down on barriers it's a little difficult. Bume is so good at catching the passes from KenClam to get it through, but a KO makes sure that the IME is not a problem anymore. But Bume looking to get the solo, looking to be the hero. The pass down to Comet is intercepted by the hook. The dribbles come out dribbled, but doesn't connect with the barrier barely, and Zale is there to pick it up.
Firewall Sentry immediately placed down by KenClam. Boom can't quite connect, and now looking for the goal barrier again, but this time can't get it past the Summer Assault. Javaro will find the clear, but it's pulled right back with a death touch. There's the goal gates opening. The opportunity to take the set here now lies for Platinum exclusive. Comet and Zale, though, looking for the goal barriers the other way. Lock and load just a little bit too slow, and Boom able to find it with the pendulum swing. I think that is all 3 goals of the second set. Pendulum swings from this Rasmus will secure the deal. Pineapple will get credited with the MVP as we head now on to our next Awakenings carousel. Finally, Saya, more drafting.
Yeah, and Timeless Creator, really big here. The extra special Timeless Creator for the Dubu will serve as an absolute wall and build different taken away from the Rasmus. But the Rasmus will offer Sacker Swagger, and with the more damage on the side of Destroyer Mega Noob, taking a lot of chip could lead to a ton of speed for Boom, who has already been in the right places at the right times. Aerials for the extra blink range for this Centauro could be also a difference maker, but I don't know. I'm kind of liking how Platinum Exclusive's team is looking right now.
Seems to be the case. I mean, look, anytime, of course, you get a little bit of extra size, able to find that deny, and then, of course, picking up the aerials for the Centauro might not be the best ever, but still, the extra dash range, we saw it play a role in the last one. And I'm sure we'll see it play a role here. Tofu Fortresses will trap the core for a moment as emotes are exchanged. Comet, though, finds the Strike War and will find the barrier for it. Now Death Touch pulled back in from Boom, looking for this one, but there's the dash forward from Comet. Won't secure the goal. It's right back over towards this goal bearer. Chemclam now once again looking for Boom. Interrupted by the Summer Assault, but no. Denied for now. Chemclam looking for the strike into the net, but no. Comet now looking forward. Oni's blade. There's the core flip. It's got an angle into the net, but it's denied. Summer Assault forward from Pineapple. Beautifully timed. And now Death Touch from Boom, sending this back the other way. Core flip from Javaro now. As it goes back and forth, this pressure continues to trade. Javaro once again down to the bottom side. There's a glitch pop that comes out. Boom's able to find it straight down to the bottom side. What a what for Platinum Exclusive.
And It's a Pineapple has just been the better Dubu so far, it feels like. They have been faced with much more pressure, but are just deflecting it all perfectly. And right now loses the top barrier, but it's sent back, and both barriers of Destroyer Mega Noob are threatened, are taken. And Kenklam there with the flip. Boom has flip as well. This could be a quick 2-0 lead for Platinum Exclusive. They just need to get it past, and Boom pulls it up, misses a handle on it, waits out the log, and there it is, another goal for Platinum Exclusive.
Well played from Boom. Able to send yet another goal back. It's been playing incredibly well on this Rasmus. You can tell the reason why it was banned even without it just being IMEZAP, and now KOs come through as Comet's on a 6 KO streak undetected, as these KOs haven't played nearly the impact that they were in previous games. See what comes through here. Javaro will lose the goal barrier there as the Whirlwind doesn't come out in time. Here's Comet and Zale trying to intercept it. Death Touch back from Boom. Can't find its mark. Now Firewall Sentry already out. Pressure mounts to the top side of the map. Zale looks to try to just keep possession of the core, but there's the Tofu Fortress once again from Pineapple. Sends it away. Here's the core flip. Now down to the bottom side. Well done to find the clearing angle and waiting out your own Tofu Fortress.
Oh, Pineapple saved that on lag, got the Summer Assault at the last moment, and Boom is looking to score it here. Great clear by Javaro. Hook comes out as well, but another clear, and now Zale and Comet need this barrier as soon as possible, or else it will look so scary. They get it through. Pineapple is lagging, but still holding for a little bit, but a great job by Comet. 4K will keep them alive in this set.
Will we see 15 points in 3 sets? Certainly Destroyer Mega Noob wants that to be the case here, as neither team is coming away with the momentum so far. It's Oni Village, where the core continues bouncing back and forth. Another KO, but this time it's Boom taken off of the pitch. But both goal barriers go down on the other side. Back down to Zale here, looking for the forward play to Comet. Will find the bottom goal barrier, now finds the top one as well, as Pineapple doesn't have the skates yet. Core flip forward, Comet can't win the strike core. Firewall Sentry's out here for Chemclam as Boom's back online. Death Touch will get met with the rollout. Comet once again looking for the offensive here, but it's denied by the Tofu Fortress. There's the Timeless Creator putting in quite a bit of work. Energy Burst used there. Now, once again, diving in on the Oni's blade. Can't find it. Forward now. Comet looking for it, but well played from Pineapple. Sends it back away. Not phased this time by the Zentaro. And oh no! The Firewall Sentry despawns in the nick of time and lets one by. We will not be seeing a 5th goal here, as Platinum Exclusive is now 1 set away from liftoff qualification.
They're hungry. They're looking for it. And right now, they could turn the tides by denying this big fish, I think, will be the play here. Instead, goes for the twin drive. Those cyber swipes have been huge, but that additional size for Comet 4K might be kind of huge here as well as stacks on the Dubu. This is a little bit of a good draft for Destroyer Mega Noob, it feels like, because this Dubu has like Egoist left to take, and on the grand scale of things, getting stacks, big fish, and Chrono just feels like this is Destroyer Mega Noob's point that they have to win here.
See what happens though, because of course KenClam with that twin drive, as you mentioned, and Boom with the specialized training, obviously incredibly good on the Rasmus here.
Oh!
See if it converts into KOs or if it converts into more plays, as Gold Bearers will fall on this outside of the map. Finds the speed lane. Javaro still able to find the clear though, fronting the top barrier. Glitch Pop scared for a moment. There's a beautiful whiplash from Boom, able to connect with the gold barrier. Here's the Firewall Sentry out, but KenClam's taken down to low on Stagger. Comet burns the energy burst already and won't have it now. Looks to dive forward. There's the Oni's blade, knocks KenClam around even more, but still can't find the gold barrier. Whiplash out of Boom, collected though by Zale, who looks back up to the top side. KenClam still getting knocked around, not able to find the KO though are the members of Destroyer Mega Noob, and Boom able to send yet another one back.
Boom is outplaying them right now, and even with Javaro's clear against the whiplash, against the pendulum swing, it is not enough in the end. It is pulled back for yet more makes, but right now Comet 4K looking for the bottom barrier, gets it, looks for the top, but this second barrier has been the thorn in their side. Pineapple has been so good at defending it. They're happy to stall with the Timeless, and they take a barrier instead.
One barrier down either side of the pitch. Whem tries to pull it back, but it gets denied by what I think is a lock and load out of Zale. Finds the gold barrier, gates are open. Javaro will deny it with the Summer Assault and with the Energy Burst, but that Energy Burst gets denied from KenClam forward on the Cyber Swipe. Once again, the Tofu Fortress is there on both sides. Kill play for a moment. Here's another Energy Burst out of Pineapple. Finds the bottom side, and he'll slip into the net. It is qualification point for Platinum Exclusive.
Qualification point. They have turned this around. It looks so good for Destroyer Mega Noob at the start, but right now they are being absolutely outplayed. But right now they make a bit of an outplay, but it's not enough because it's a Pineapple. Saves the top barrier, loses the bottom one, but will be traded out. The roll burned as well. KenClam and Boom in the perfect position to go for the top one as well with the support of it. It's a Pineapple. That log almost leading to a KO, but the Tofu Fortress is out, and still it's a Pineapple manages to defend. This Dubu has been doing so much work so far.
Looking for the gold barrier here, can't find it. Firewall Sentry already used. Glitch Pop out as KenClam looks for the dribble for themselves. Boom tries to keep it up with the pendulum swing, excuse me. But here comes the Oni's blade from Comet, now looking for a little bit of extra damage. Lowering the stagger bars, can't find the connection with the energy burst. But Boom taken down low by the Molten Bolt. Will it be enough here for Destroyer Mega Noob to start coming back in this set before dropping to that 5th place tiebreaker? We'll see. Death Touch pulled back. Won't find the connection to the core, but now we're in overtime. Zale and Comet still on the bottom side, but zoned away by the Tofu Fortress. We'll keep possession for a moment, and now it's sent right back. Oni's blade comes out, but it doesn't quite connect with the gold barrier. It goes just wide. Here's the Firewall Sentry, splitting the pitch in half, and Boom's able to connect with the gold barrier. There's the logs out for both Dubus. Looking for the shot here is Boom. Strike war won by Zale. Comet forward, now won by KenClam. Sends it back the other way. Pendulum swing, not in time, as we're in overtime. Comet once again looking for it. Pineapple still being the stalwart defender. Boom can't find the connection again on the Death Touch, and now finally Comet will find the barrier. Here's the Oni's blade out. Looks for it with the energy burst, and he'll slip it right by. Destroyer Mega Noob still alive.
Destroyer Mega Noob, keep it alive. I was like, oh, it's over here. Boom is playing too cleanly, but that one missed strike on the specialized hook was what kept Destroyer Mega Noob afloat a little bit too fast for that cooldown. And now they're looking to get the bottom barrier. Comet 4K does so. Zale gets a free top barrier, and this could be 2-2 real quick as Comet 4K blinks in.
Still qualification point for Platinum exclusive, but if Destroyer Meganoob takes this rally, we'll get a whole final set with a whole other Awakenings draft coming through. But of course, Platinum exclusive doesn't want it to get to that point. They take the first goal barrier. It's immediately met in response. Energy burst online for both Javaro and Zale, but KenClem has one as well. Javaro will bait out the one from KenClem, but KenClem will end up winning the strike war, and he'll find the goal barrier. Goal gates open on both sides now. KenClem cyber swiping forward, looking for the shot here. There's the firewall sentry out. Wham tries to pull it back with a death touch, but no, denied once again by Zale on this Drakkar. There's the core flip from It's a Pineapple in the back lines, able to save it for a moment. Now once again forward. Here we go. Core flip to the midfield line. Comet takes it himself. So much range from the Zentaro dashes. Covers the entire match from midfield. And we've got one final set to play for who qualifies, Saya.
Comet 4K, the force of 4,000 comets with that play, picks up the prime time here. And Glass Cannon probably going to be picked up by the Dubu unless Missile Prop, no, goes for the hot shot. Missile Prop is left up for Zale, and Zale has been completely dominating this midfield. I feel like this is the draft for Destroyer Meganoob to win this. If there's any, it is here. Super Surge being taken, what? Super Surge for, okay.
I mean, Summer Assaults out of both Dubus in this match have been quite good, but now Super Surge used. We'll see what happens here. Sai, I have to hold myself as now. Oh my goodness, Particle Accelerator out of the Tofu Fortress. Gets enough, bounces off of the goal barrier on the other side, and KenClem will redirect it into the net. One up for Platinum exclusive.
Particle Accelerator into Accelerated Core. Javaro not ready for that one. So that's not a very good reflection of what's going to happen so far. Everything just happened too quick. We'll have to see if It's a Pineapple can hold, if Human KenClem can get that core control together. But Comet 4K has the flip, is sending it through. Bottom barrier lost. Hume trying to get the top one, but a strike war win for Javaro. Follow up by Zale, but still it is just a little bit too far away as Hume gets another barrier. They're looking to get a 2-0 lead so quickly.
Goal gates are open here, but a KO comes through. Power play opportunity now for Destroyer Meganoob. But once again, forward, boom, looking for this one here. We'll win the strike war and we'll put it right back. Despite being a man down, boom, once again takes it themselves. And it is qualification point for Platinum exclusive. Again.
They're getting another first barrier. It will take a Herculean effort for Destroyer Meganoob to win this, as Javaro is almost taken off to get the top barrier. Instead, they try to send it through. Comet 4K trying to do everything right now, doing so much damage to Boom as well, but the Molten Bolt goes wide, but Comet 4K wins the strike war. Comet 4K looking for a pass from Zale to win another, but it's so hard. Boom with the core control, looking for this last barrier with the primary. It is stopped by Javaro, who has flip available to stop the next play as well. Walks up on it, blocked by Boom, but in the wrong direction as Zale is walking up, but enough hit stun is out from KenClem, and now Boom is looking for another play, but no, it just goes back to the Pineapple. Zale wins the strike war while invisible. Passes it up to Comet 4K, stolen away by Boom. Yet again has the primary. This time it bounced off in the Tofu Fortress, but Javaro does not lose control of the core. Comet 4K is ready to jump in, but the core is hit out of this Zentaro special, and Comet 4K has the flip, needs to make a play here to waste it all out, but the save by Boom's hook, and it continues yet again. This time it is Zale with the potential flip play, but the defense from Pineapple is impeccable. No, goes up for a little bit, maybe lagging, and Destroyer Meganoob stay alive yet again.
What a hold on both sides of the pitch. Once again, the goalies have come to play today. But in the end, the core will find the speed lane in overtime on Oni Village, and Destroyer Meganoob yet still have some life remaining. Comet 4K once again looking for the goal, but the Tofu Fortress comes out to send it back the other way. Still one up on both sides of the pitch, and now the KO comes through. Zale on the 4 KO streak. Pineapple will core flip to send it away, but now the collapse is starting to come through. Comet baits it out and is able to find the goal barrier here. Destroyer Meganoob looking to find the grand equalizer.
Comet 4K in there with the primary, in there with the passive dash, and it is all evened up. The final point to qualify. The loser still has a chance, but this is it. This is every single member is the closest right now, and they have to make something happen here. They have to be the difference maker. Bume has been the difference maker. Every single member of these rosters, but right away the double barrier, and this could be it. Comet 4K rushing in almost, but a great save by It's a Pineapple. Comet has the flip. This could be it yet again, but another block by It's a Pineapple.
Now, oh no, double barrier is back the other way as well, as Boom is going to be able to take one away and is able to collect the core on the Whiplash. Platinum exclusive will finally qualify for liftoff after so many final rounds that they could possibly have. It turns it around at the final mark, and they qualify as the penultimate team in liftoff.
What a performance by Bume. It came down to the wire. Pineapple, I think, was the MVP despite lagging so much. Clutched it up at the very end. Saved the flip at the goal line. And saved so much more too after being double barriered. Like, Pineapple just carried this team on his back.
Fantastic plays from both goalies. Look, Comet and Zale combined for 12 KOs on an Oni village that lasted for 27 minutes of gameplay time, folks. Actually, you take out the Awakening carousels and maybe it's closer to 25 minutes or something. That is an incredible amount of time and such a stark contrast, Saya, to what we saw out of the first two games from these teams that were so KO heavy. We'll see, of course, whether or not Destroyer Meganoob can bounce back from that one, as they were so close 2 times and couldn't pull it off. They were able to pull it off to get that 5th set clinched, and then couldn't find the final few goals to send it back for the final there. But now we'll have to go up against the LP Thieves, as Destroyer Meganoob and LP Thieves will each have one final opportunity to qualify for liftoff.
Yep, and Destroyer Meganoob. Wait, no, they're against. Wait, are they?
LP Thieves, right? Because LP Thieves lost the.
No, LP Thieves beat Party Rockers.
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay.
They're against Party Rockers.
It's Party Rockers versus. Yeah, I'm reading the bracket wrong because I'm not used to doing 5th place tie breaks. My bad.
Yep,
But nonetheless,
there's still one more. Don't go anywhere yet.
There is one more. And we'll see what ends up happening in this next match. Both these teams want their chance to prove themselves in next week's tournament, and only have one more chance to do it. So we'll see who's able to pull it off. The 5th place tiebreaker will be back on the other side of this break. 2 of us will be signing off for now. You get, I think, Brickbat and Oppabug up next. Oppabug, of course, qualified earlier today. But folks, take care. Don't go anywhere. One more match on the way.
Hello, and we're back for the final series of Launchpad 2. So, these are the last possible qualifier series that we could have for liftoff. We've got two teams here who have kind of made their run through losers and have unfortunately failed to qualify in previous rounds. Party Rockers and Destroyer Mega Noob. So going into the series, this will be the absolute last chance these two teams have to get into liftoff and potentially into the first season or the second season of NASL.
Yep, and both these teams just had heartbreaking series against their opponents. And honestly, I can see either team taking. They're both probably hungry for victory. This is as Big Brad said, this is the last chance. So if this is your time to shine or die trying.
Yeah, and going into this final series, I mean, like, yeah, speaking about the last chance and all that stuff, like, talk about nerds. I mean, Destroy Meganuve obviously, like, running it back right after that heartbreaker loss in the series, the .5 set 5 game 3, and Party Rockers themselves failing to qualify in the last launch pad and trying to hopefully go through it this one. Obviously, also not having XLX too, as well as their goalie, having Mori cameraman instead. Hopefully either team will be able to pull it out and give us some good games today as we are in queue and hopefully looking to get into our first game here. And after that last game on Oni Village, I'm actually kind of thinking about that Dubu matchup that Javaro had against Pineapple. And I know that Mori Cameraman is a bit of a melee goalie himself. We're going to be seeing a lot of that Atlas, a lot of that Dubu, if I recall. But I think a big difference for that is that instead of seeing Boom on that Rasmus, we'll probably be seeing Swaghammer, which basically every single game that Party Rockers have played has drawn an Asher ban. So I'm wondering with Javaro struggling to kind of defend against that Rasmus, but kind of having to commit to facing that because of the Asher ban, I'm kind of a little worried for the side of Destroyer Mega Noob going into this game.
That's a good point. And we did see even in the series they failed to win. Swaghaver was going off on that Rasmus, so it could totally be the turning point of the entire series, giving that Rasmus. So maybe they might even not ban the Asher and risk it, or maybe we'll see what we've seen so many times before, this Asher perma ban every game.
Yeah. I mean, just about to get into our first game, but Swaghaver, absolutely infamous as a kind of an Asher main, able to like brawl surprisingly well with the character, able to get that damage off effectively. So we'll be able to see if Destroyer and Mega Noob want to try to face that heat as Demon Days, our first game in here, going from a low, well, a supposedly low kill Oni village into Demon Days. We'll see what either team can pull out here. And looking already at the hover, Swaghaver trying to get onto that Asher if he possibly can. Mori Cameraman, been playing Atlas for most of this tournament run, so hopefully trying to get onto that again. Julie Band looking to come out from the side of Party Rockers today, and there it is, that expected Asher Band. On Demon Days, I feel like since double brawlers are banned, we are going to see a forward pull clinch for a little bit. I don't believe Swaghaver has a Zentaro, but we do know that Comet does. And yeah, electing not to actually pick it, choosing the Octavia instead.
Octavia.
And yeah, absolutely kind of a surprising pick on Demon Days, but something that Swaghaver has been practicing. It's a pretty insane pick. Octavia kind of infamous for being squishy, being able to be pushed off the map pretty easily. And yeah, Comet falling back on that Zentaro first pick, something that he's all too familiar with at this point, basically playing it 3 games in a row, I believe. We
are going to see the Atlas come in as well to hopefully keep the Octavia alive, but there's essentially double brawler with the Centauro Rasmus. So we're going to if Swaghaver is able to stay alive, it could, be very good for Party Rockers, but it's also, he's playing a dangerous game here.
Yeah, definitely. And something I want to draw attention to actually is the twin drive start. Basically everyone except Frege electing to choose it. Frege instead choosing to go the Monumentalist route. But obviously twin drive on Atlas, a game warper training for that character. So getting his hands on it right off the bat means that Mori Cameraman will be able to probably pull off some pretty intense saves, especially in something as claustrophobic on Demon Days. But going to the game itself, Swaghaver already cracked both goalie barriers down for Javara, though, as Swaghaver electing to try to go for a goal, not able to find anything quite yet. Zale self-pass with Erasmus primary, trying to get it in, not able to do it.
The Atlas ult is going to save Swaghaver there as well, which is kind of what I was talking about before. And the goal is going to come in, but the Atlas ult able to revive Swaghaver's health bar, and if they can time this properly, hopefully Swaghaver will have enough time to score, as what ended up happening right there.
Yeah, definitely. And going into our next set, Zale already chunked out, might be looking to be sent off the map very soon. Flip up for Mori Cameraman, but a very precise secondary, able to clear it, and a good core flip gets a goalie barrier for his trouble. Swaghaver there with a follow-up, going on the offensive. Javaro not able to defend the goalie barriers, but able to defend the open net, as it actually a good strike from Swaghaver. Javaro not yet having those movement speed trainings, not really electing pauldrons over the movement speed boots, not able to make it to that core on time. And yeah, absolutely, going back to what you said earlier, that the res and heal from Atlas, no joke on such a claustrophobic map, such a damage heavy map on Demon Days, and already we're starting to see some value out of it. Swaghaver already low, Mori Cameraman electing to use the expanse to save it, but a good second expanse, the twin drive value, absolutely massive, able to save one goalie barrier. Comet 4K maybe going off the map soon, but Frege misses. Frege looking to be cracked himself and maybe going off the map. Javaro able to save the goalie barrier. He does have flip up for any opportunities that may come up, but it looks like every forward is slow. Yeah, definitely. And Comet looking to regen that last bits of stagger to be unstaggered, but Zale and Comet just low, and Comet's cracked again. It looks like they cannot get any help, but an excellent flip from Javaro, able to get it bounce off the terrain into the open net of Mori Cameraman. Nothing he can do to save it.
Yep, bit of a demon angle right there. He's Jaharvos did take pauldrons, which does make him quite large, and is allowed to be in charge here with these nice angles to reach to the side.
Yeah, definitely. And Swaghaver again already in the offensive, no dodge, low stagger. Mori though able to get his core flip up, maybe just 1 or 2 more hits. Again though, looking to look a bit of a reversal of fortune. It looks like the forwards on the side this time of Party Rockers looking very low. Revive comes out to save Swaghaver. Not able to get a revive, but the healing will be very helpful. However, he still remains staggered. Flip up for Mori Cameraman in case he needs it. Swaghaver no longer staggered and does have the dodge again, very importantly. Cyber Swipe comes out from Frege, able to select the goal barrier with a good strike war win. Swaghammer on the offensive again, able to get the second one, and a good turret from Amy actually, able to prevent Zale from entering the play and allows that 2-on-1 situation to send it into the net against Jabaro.
Yep. Once again, this Dubu, one of the problems with Powerhouse Pauldrons is he doesn't have the speed that you would normally have from taking the skates, taking momentum boots. So passing he's very susceptible to passing, right? And Octavia can move really fast and get to a lot of places to pass to the Imi as well. We're gonna see the quick strikes come out, and that's like really big on this map because strike warring these barriers is incredibly important.
Yeah, definitely. And that missile prop also coming out for the Dubu, gonna have a lot of offensive plays with Javaro, able to use that ultimate to secure a lot of those barriers, to keep it in play for his forwards to win those strike wards eventually. Though yeah, that quick strikes on Swaghammer, actually one of the players that I actually think has been pretty practiced on the quick strikes, able to use that training kind of to its maximum effectiveness, maybe be able to use it here. Yep. As one barrier goes down, twin drives from the Atlas, not able to actually save the goalie barrier, up 2 goalie barriers to none. Comet 4K going on the offensive, the Summer Assault comes out from Javaro, not able to find the KO. Fridge though, able to pass it up, using Comet 4K's low stagger a little bit to knock him back, winning a strike war and not able to quite secure it, but another expanse from the Atlas, able to save it. Zale not quite able to find the goal himself, as Swaghammer trying to keep it all play, trying to keep his flow stay up. Able to do it for now, but a stun from Javaro knocks him out and stuns him, not able to save it. Comet 4K on the offensive, not quite able to find the goal, but a good secondary from Comet 4K, able to sink it in through Mori Cameraman's stun lock.
Yeah, and the damage was also coming out there too, so even if the save did come through, I don't know if Mori Cameraman would have been able to live another set of rotation of abilities. And that's one of the upsides of this, picking these doubles brawler comp on Demon Days. You do a lot of damage. So we'll see if they're able to use that ability to, you know, perhaps make it easier to stop on the Atlas, or if the core controls coming through will make it larger.
Yeah, and both goalie barriers going down for the side of Destroyer and Mega Noob. Looks like Fridge going on the offensive. Swaghammer versus Flip, but it's not even needed, as Fridge able to get a KO on Javaro in the net. Javaro feeling a little too pressured, standing too much on that black line, and Fridge able to take advantage of that.
Yep, and Javaro actually had Flip too, so he's down a Flip now. He's back to 1 energy bar, which is, you know, it all sucks when you die with Flips.
Yeah, speaking of Flip, Mori Cameraman able to use his, but not quite able to save the goalie barrier, as one comes out from Comet as well, opening up those goalie gates. Mori trying to go on the defensive, looking a little low as Comet hits him with various abilities, but Swaghammer now looking low. Flip comes out from Zale, but a good expanse from Mori Cameraman, able to save it, flow stay up from Swaghammer, trying to keep it up, but not able to keep it going, unfortunately. Zale, no dodge, but able to keep it forward for Comet. The Comet not able to convert. Javaro using that missile prop so effectively, able to keep things in play, putting pressure on the side of Party Rockers, and Comet almost barely just gets it.
Oh, the barrier's gonna go down there, unfortunate, but... Oh, wait! Okay, that's gonna be the death of Swaghammer, and I think this is gonna be a goal. Yep. I was actually really close. Swaghammer almost had the jump on Jaharvo there with the sneaky little secondary, but not quite able to get that second barrier into the field.
Yeah, and we now Destroyer and Mega Noob in prime position to take their first set, but a base drop from Swaghammer able to send Zale off the map, an important KO, as now they have the man advantage and the stagger advantage. Comet 4K looking a little low, but a good save installed from Javaro, not quite able to send it out. Jesse had a good expanse from Mori Cameraman, keeps the play going. Fridge able to secure it with his core flip, but does pay for it with his life. Swaghammer with the primary, able to keep it up, but Comet 4K's staggered, but looking for the play. Mori Cameraman does have flip. Flow state comes out from Swaghammer, looking to keep it up. He's able to keep it up so far, but can he get it into the goal? But no! Mori Cameraman absolutely blue lock. Ego steals the goal with an excellent flip, getting it past Javaro.
And
2-2
both these
for the
goalies,
set.
both these goalies are hitting demon angle core flips. And they're actually switching sides, actually. Comet just switched sides to match Swaghammer. Maybe this is a tactical decision to try to get extra damage on Swaghammer and kill him before he's able to take over using the flow state.
Yeah, definitely. And looks like already a goalie barrier advantage for Swaghammer, but he's got flip in front of the net, and the base drop able to keep it in play, but not able to quite find perfect angles. Good revive from Mori Cameraman, though. Keeps the offensive going as flow state from Swaghammer goes down, missing a few strikes. Fridge, though, keeps it up. Glitch Pop does not connect for the goal, but Javaro trying to keep it out. But an excellent cyber swipe. Again, absolutely stealing the goal right in front of Javaro's face. That's the second set. Goes to
What a
Party
shot.
Rockers.
I didn't expect it, and clearly they didn't expect it either, because that goal just went right through the legs of Dubu. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and looking at this draft, prime time available. Oh, but it looks like we have a big fish hover here. Interesting. It looks. Yeah,
You have a big
interesting
fish,
that
you have a
stagger.
pass to last that has to be taken from the Octavia, but also Stagger Swagger. If she's gonna get the Stagger Swagger, the whole idea of kill the Octavia before she pops off, it's a lot harder now. It's gonna be a lot harder.
Yeah, definitely one of those characters vastly buffed by the reintroduction of Stagger Swagger. I mean, not only that speed, but yeah, like you mentioned, that durability, especially on a map like Demon Days coming into play. Swaghammer with that quick strikes too, actually kind of looking like a bit of a god build from Octavia. Unfortunately, losing the cast last and
Chrono Boost. And
the Chrono Boost, which is big, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2 barriers though down for the side of Party Rockers. Swaghammer though trying to keep it up. Not able quite to find it just yet, but Javaro keeping it in play for Zale, though loses a strike war. That size advantage for the Amy actually coming kind of big into play here. Swaghammer passes up to Fridge, enters flow state trying to find it, but not able to quite connect. More cameraman keeping it defended using his abilities, but Zale able to keep it forward with a good strike war win. Fridge though, or I believe Zale actually able to take out Fridge right in front of the net. Unfortunately, 2v3 situation here for the side of Party Rockers, but Swaghammer is able to save it with his flow state, but pays with it for his own life to revive.
Just a bit late.
Just not time.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nice mix-up.
Yeah, and no, good. And excellent passing plays between the sides, between the forwards of Destroyer Mega Noob, able to get that goal in. And yeah, that revive is tragic. Literally like milliseconds too late.
And you were talking about this earlier, but the Attack on Titan build on this Aimi, she's like massive right now. And it's like she's able to basically wall off entire quarters. It's really funny to watch. Never see Aimis this large.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, not to underestimate just the value of size in general, but especially on Demon Days, being able to, since both forwards like to hover the top and bottom sides around the goalie barriers, being able to take up just a ton of space, very helpful. Swaghammer though, looking very staggered right now, but Comet 4K not able to quite find the assassination onto it. More Cameraman does that flip, but loses the flip advantage, but a good expanse prevents anything from happening as Mori Cameraman uses his flip to send it out.
And here comes the revive again, healing all the way back to full health. And again, almost as well. It's a double health bar revive. The Timeless Creator is coming in clutch with that ult.
Yeah, definitely. And you were speaking too about that power of Stagger Swagger earlier, but with the extra advantage of Atlas, I mean, it looks like Swaghammer is just like unstoppable, unkillable, especially getting just focused and kind of walking out of it.
I mean, the core control has really been there, but the kills are starting to come through more and more often. That's the second round in a row. I mean, has perished, and Swaghammer's almost dead here too, even with the Stagger Swagger. They're gonna get the barrier.
Yeah, and an open net for Atlas is never something you want to be in, as Comet 4K with a good strike war win, able to pocket it into the bottom part of the net. More Cameraman not able to react.
And, you know, we might be seeing a turnaround here. Those were 2 very clean goals, almost completely unstoppable goals.
Yeah, at this point, neither team are too unfamiliar with reverse sweeps, unfortunately.
Yep.
So
a lot of those.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to keep it together. But as of right now, Destroyer Mega Noob has a bit of an advantage. Flip comes out from Swaghammer, not quite able to save it just perfectly, but 2 goalie barriers down to the side of Destroyer Mega Noob. Mori Cameraman with a massive expanse, able to keep it going. And it looks like Swaghammer on the offensive, not able to find the perfect strike, but another demon angle from Mori Cameraman.
I think these are blue lock goalies. I think these are. They want to score. They're the scorers of the team.
Yeah, for real. And that's 2 for the side of Mori Cameraman. Can Javaro pick up and score some goals for himself? Unfortunately, it looks to not be the case for now. Does not have that core flip quite yet. Oh my gosh, an excellent base drop from Swaghammer. Just absolutely tears through Destroyer Mega Noob. Though not able to find a barrier for it. Mori Cameraman now on the defensive, able to clear it past Zale. Zale looking a little bit low, but Swaghammer does have that flip to make something happen. Javaro, though, can respond in kind. Oh, and a revive from Atlas saves Destroyer Mega Noob, but not the flip itself. Zale looking very, very low, very, very killable. Mori Cameraman almost at another flip himself.
Oh.
And a good ability usage from Amy, able to send him off the map.
Yeah,
Looks
Fridge
like
been hitting these cyber swipes for lethals, and it's actually nice to see. Like, I see a lot of people struggling with these cyber swipes, but Fridge has been popping off on them.
absolutely, he's feeling good about this game as Zale and Comet go on the offensive. But again, this twin drive Atlas just seems so impossible to score on.
Yep, and timeless too is like also really important. Like twin drive by itself on this map does not cover like that much ground, but when you have this timeless as well, you can just cover off entire lanes. It's really impressive.
Yeah, and flip again, so many tools that Mori Cameraman has to just keep the ball in play, giving Fridge and Swaghammer just so many opportunities, but an opportunity will be wasted as Fridge does not have core flip, and an excellent pass from Comet 4K sets Zale up to pocket it. First set, going to Destroyer Mega Noob.
Yep. And I mean, once again, this could be the start of a reverse sweep. Hopefully I do not capture curse that, but, or I guess hopefully for them I do. But, you know, there's going to be some interesting awakenings. I mean, obviously we can see this hover on stacks, but I doubt it makes it that edge. It's going to be taken right away. But, you know, you don't want to give Octavia even more speed than this.
Yeah, almost certainly. Looks like Orb Ponder coming out from the side of Mori Cameraman. More revives, actually. Pretty important in this sort of thing. Heavy impacts does fall down to the Zentara, though. I mean, just this character has been such a great scaler. It's just so hard to deny the Zentara. We've seen it come into play in so many games, even in the previous series with Comet playing it. So hopefully, with that extra damage, they might be able to find more cheesy kills, especially into someone like Fridge, who's been kind of susceptible to that dying, not receiving a lot of those Atlas ultis, unlike Swaghammer.
Yep. Something to note though, all three dash extension awakenings are gone now. So if this game goes to set 5, Comet will not be getting a dash extension awakening. So you know, hopefully the heavy impact will do the job, but there is none left.
Yeah, so that means it does look like Destroyer Mega Noob in a bit of do or die situation, and unfortunately it's looking a little bit like die as Javaro not able to clear it. Fridge looking for a kill, not quite able to find it in the Amy turret, putting on some pressure, but Javaro able to get it cleared with a good strike. Zale now on the offensive, uses pull to keep forward possession. Comet 4K now using that to his advantage. Mori Cameraman though with flip able to defend it, having 5 abilities, and that flip is just so hard to get anything past this guy. Swaghammer now on the offensive. Good cyber swipe from Fridge now, puts it on the side of Destroyer Mega Noob. Comet 4K looking for a kill, not quite able to find anything, but Swaghammer is literally one thing away from flip, and he has it! Uses it for a good mix-up on Javaro, and the first point of potentially the final set goes to Swaghammer.
And that just, it's really hard to save that when Octavia just has that in your face and you're Jubu and you just can't block all of it.
Yeah, definitely.
This Octavia character is able to get almost anywhere on the map within a second or two. So it's, you gotta be very smart with your position.
Yeah, definitely. And as we watch Comet get sent off the map, I would want to point out too is that one speed training that you did get access to was the glass cannon. Something that does obviously always provide a little bit of value, as it does draw cooldowns to, like, you know, destroy its bonus, but obviously on a map like Demon Days, it's gonna have a little bit less of a value.
Yup, I mean, a lot of times it doesn't even need to draw any cooldowns because you just get hit when they're trying to score or break barrier. And, you know, just, it seems to almost be always off.
Ooh. Yeah, and looks like the offensive is going on for Destroyer Mega Noob. Mori Cameraman saving his life, but a good strike war win from Fridge, able to clear it up. Swaghammer in the offensive with a flow state, able to find it, able to refresh it importantly at the last second of it, but loses it right now. But he does manage to save the play, and Mori Camera back up. Full HP, but no dodges. Flip comes out from Zale, not quite able to find anything, but the pendulum swing able to save it. Mori Cameraman, an excellent strike to send it away. The Swaghammer and Fridge are now on the defensive. Flow state down for Swaghammer, importantly, unless the twin drive does come through, but the revive comes out from Atlas. He does have core flip to save this play, but a good strike or win from Comet 4K keeps the play going, though unfortunately a massive turnaround. This core is going so fast. Takes out the final goalie barrier. Javaro able to clear it up for now. Flow state gone, but a good mix-up from Comet 4K. Predicts where Mori Cameraman's gonna go, and he's able to get that goal.
Honestly, that goal could have gone either way. There was a 1-on-2 situation, and sadly, Swaghammer and Fridge were not able to pull it out. But nice mix-up by Comet to save the round.
Yeah, and keeping up this pressure. Already one goalie barrier down. Pull comes out from Zale to prevent Swaghammer from getting in. The base drop doesn't find anything. He's so low, but the revive does come out. Not able to find that kill, unfortunately. Fridge, though, looking to keep on the offensive. Not able to get it, though, but Zale actually winning a strike war, using that extra movement speed from Stacks, able to send it in straight through Fridge and Mori Cameraman.
Yep, I mean, that Stacks and Stacks is definitely clutch because, once again, there is no easy way to kill Zale and remove those stacks either with Aimee and Octavia as your damage dealing. So, he's going to basically keep these stacks for the entire round. The question is, will it allow him to keep up with Octavia? So far, it looks like it has.
Yeah, definitely. And Fridge looking to go on the offensive. One goalie barrier down for a flip. Base drop comes out, not able to find anything quite yet. Comet looking for the pass, not quite able to find it. Oh, almost is able to find it, but a good strike or win from Swaghammer, able to keep it away from him. Zale, though, with an excellent secondary from Rasmus, able to secure that last goal. Fridge trying to get possession back, not quite able to find it, but Swaghammer is there, picking it up. Flip does come out, Comet trying to go on the goal, and Mori Cameraman not able to clear it, loses the strike war. And it looks like that reverse sweep may indeed be a possibility.
Yup, and honestly, momentum is a huge thing in this game, and if I'm if I'm on the side of the team that just came back from on almost pulling out the reverse sweep, I'm very happy right now. And I think Destroyer Mega Noob is also very happy right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe that is an extra special missile prop Dubu with cast to last. Those Tofu Fortresses are going to do a lot of work coming into this final set.
Yup, and I do want to point out though that peak performance, that's going to be a pretty tanky Octavia along with the reverberation from last round. I mean, that's now a total of over 1,800 stagger, which is, I believe, the most in the entire game.
Yeah, definitely something to look out for. A lot of that cooldown from reverberation, a lot of that speed from peak performance on top of all the tankiness provided from Stagger Swagger and the Atlas ulti. It'll just be so hard to get Swaghammer off the map. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it even needs to matter as the first goalie barrier does go down on the side of Destroyer Mega Noob, though Party Rockers able to respond in kind with a stud from the cast the last Dubu, setting Comet 4K up for a good kill.
Yeah, honestly, Catalas is really nasty when you have an assassin like Kataro that can just assassinate any target you hit with it. As you've seen right there. Oh, another one! Another one!
Mori Cameraman! That's an entire set's worth of goalie goals from Mori Cameraman. It's the same play every time, and it keeps working. What a crazy eye Mori Cameraman has for these goals.
Yup, I mean, maybe he should try out for 4th position at this point.
Yeah, looking to go into it. Swaghammer, it does have flip, able to use it to get the clear off, does get a goalie barrier for his trouble. Javaro with core flip himself, not able to use it in time to save the second goalie barrier. Swaghammer and Fridge able to go on the offensive. Dribble play from Swaghammer doesn't quite pay off, so does the glitch pop, but a sonic boom from Swaghammer, able to catch Javaro on the clear. 2-0 now. It looks like the reverse sweep may be coming to an end early.
Yeah, I mean, don't jinx it yet, but I will say that was a very nice one too. The common Octavia W right there.
Yeah, and you know what? A bit of a familiar spot, unfortunately, for the side of Destroyer Mega Noobs. Unfortunately, both goalie barriers going down immediately. Swaghammer with a dribble plays, with a quick strike, able to put on so much pressure, but not able to confirm it into a goal as the sonic boom comes out, forcing the dodge.
He has flip, but he's at 1 HP. Will he get it?
Oh my gosh. And an absolutely perfectly timed strike core flip from Swaghammer, able to clear it past.
He doesn't score there, he dies. That had to happen right there and then.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's really hard for Dubu to make ground. He just took the 50-50, walked to the bottom side, and sadly, Swaghammer, you know, guessed right and shot top.
Yeah, and that will be the first game that Party Rockers in the house tonight have. One game up, one more game away from qualifying for liftoff. And if we're going to see some comeback potential from Destroyer Mega Noob, we're going to have to see that now. And going to the stats, I mean, kind of look at that. 3 goals, 3 assists from the side of Mori Cameraman, though less redirects overall. It looks like kind of overall that Destroyer Mega Noob was on the back foot for a lot of that game as Javaro was forced into a lot of save situations. That being said, let's not scoff at the side of Zale and Comet 4K. The 51,000 damage coming out from
He's
that
out here playing League of
Zentaro.
Legends. He's out here playing
Absolutely.
League of Legends.
Yeah, and you know what? So much of that damage went into that Stagger Swagger and that Atlas ulti too. So even though he just Comet 4K punching out so much damage, it just wasn't enough. And honestly, Swaghaver kind of with, even though he lost that Chrono Boost, that Castellas got together that like Stagger God build. The what did Audie call it? The Staggerton Suburb. And it was just so tanky going into those final sets of the game.
Yeah. One thing I do want to point out though is the IME, the Attack on Titan IME build. That thing was going hard, basically covering an entire lane and essentially allowing her to win strike wars and feed the core to Swaghaver to keep up the the secondary of Swaghaver.
Yeah,
And honestly, it's I hope to see another thing like that because it's really fun to see double size.
yeah, definitely. I mean, just having that advantage on all those strike wars in such a claustrophobic map. I mean, definitely something that Frege was able to take advantage of. And I wonder if this drafting advantage will continue in a game too. Because if it does, it looks like Party Rockers are looking at an excellent opportunity to get into liftoff.
Yep. But honestly, like as we saw, this series could go either way. That was a fifth set, and we've seen a lot of fifth sets today. So, and we've also seen a lot of teams bring it back from down 1-0,
Yep,
including
definitely.
including Swaghaver's Party Rockers. Actually, I believe they lost this series from this. So hopefully they do not repeat history for them.
In- Indeed, as we go into potentially the final game of the entire tournament, and it's something that I believe Swaghaver's team is just all too familiar at this point. Night Market, if I recall correctly, their series earlier against LP Thieves literally had 3 Night Markets for the entire series. So no
Remix
doubt.
is in here though. Remix is in over Frage here, which is something to point out. This is a different midfielder this time.
Yeah, though to keep in mind that Finny, that Remix is hovering, is going to be banned for this tournament. It looks like we will have a repeat of bans from the last game, though. That Juliet going out on Night Market, definitely a big pick loss. Looks like Dubu's locked in from the side of both teams, and an Era actually coming out from Swaghaver, something that I don't believe we have seen from him this tournament so far. I could be mistaken, but Remix also selecting kind of his infamous Zentaro at this point. I think something that we'll be looking to bust out this time, a Zentaro mirror from both teams.
And it's almost a mirror entire comp outside of the Era and the Rasmus, but like I think both comps have the same goal in mind, and it is a perfect form or replicator start, which does make sense for the Zentaro. It is one of his favorite ways to make.
Yeah, definitely. And between those two orb replicators, these early sets just mean so much. Getting that opportunity to get Orb Dancer or Orb Ponder to give your team such a huge leg up advantage. Both teams will be trying their damnedest to find these early sets here. As the first goalie barrier does go down to Comet 4K, Mori Cameraman, though, able to get it cleared with a good stun into Strike. Javara, though, keeping the play going as the Rasmus secondary almost finds it, but Mori Cameraman, excellent strike timing to save it. Swaghaver winning the strike war, able to get himself on the offensive. Secondary goes down, but not quite finding anything just yet. Tornado does force the dodge from Javaro, and it barely just manages to make that save as the ball just almost barely slips through Mori Cameraman. We're playing on the edge. Comet 4K looking staggered already. Remix with cooldowns and Flip coming back up. Flip goes down, trying to keep the advantage up, though it goes right back in the hands of Comet 4K, who isn't able to find anything quite yet, but Zale is able to pick up the slack as Mori Cameraman feeling a little pressured, but a good hook from Zale, able to send it to himself and send it to the bottom pocket, something that Zale has done time and time again so far this series.
Yeah, and honestly, this is another just great example of how this entire series has gone. Every set, every point is going down, could go either way, and it's like these teams are fighting for their lives. After all, this is the elimination match.
Yeah, definitely. And both goalie barriers unfortunately going down for the side of Party Rockers this game, but a good flip from Mori Cameraman, able to keep it in play and does get a barrier for his troubles, but it's just back on the aggressive again, though Tofu Fortress does come out. Flip comes out from Comet, and whoa! What a bounce off of a split in the center, able to mix up Mori Cameraman and able to find that second point for the side of Destroyer Mega Noob.
And we've seen quite a few demon angles this series, but that one might take the cake.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely crazy angle and so hard to react to unless you kind of know it's coming. Going into this next set though, Remix on the offensive, almost able to find two himself, but a flip comes out from Swagger to keep it up. Good strike win from Remix, able to save it. Oh, and Swagger steals it right under Comet's nose using that shrinking ray, but not able to quite convert into anything just yet. Looking very low. Mori Cameraman loses the barrier. Zale, though, looking low, no dodge. He may be going up the map soon. Tornado not confirming it, unfortunately. Mori Cameraman sending it back into the corner where Zale goes on the offensive, but Mori Cameraman keeps it clear. Zale now looking cracked as Swagger wins the strike war, almost pockets it, but Javaro does have that flip. Able to save it, though it's kept in play by Remix, but Javaro almost able to save it, but unfortunately just too many abilities, too many strikes from the side of Party Rockers, able to get their first point of the game.
What a crazy sequence of events. I had no idea what was going on there anymore. Everyone was just using all abilities, and they were all blocking everything, but eventually, Centauro just shows, oh, I have more abilities, I have perfect form, and no, I was able to destroy them.
And yeah, that perfect form start, we're just seeing so many abilities fly out. It's just so hard for these poor goalies. And just look, Mori Cameraman low, unstaggered, in front of the net with just one thing of dodge, but able to actually keep it clear. As Comet 4K almost gets set up the map, but barely just missed from Remix. But a pass from Sale actually able to set it to Comet and pulls Mori Cameraman out of the net, not able to do anything.
I'm sure Remix is very upset he wasn't able to finish that kill because that ended up causing the point.
Yeah, and not only the point, but the entire set as we go into our first draft.
Yep. There are actually quite a few interesting options. Maybe the Prize Fighter comes out on these Centauros, or the Twin Drive, or even the Catalyst. They're all very good awakenings on both Centauros here.
Yep, and it looks like we do see Twin Drives from the side of Remix. Catalyst picked up from Comet 4K. Oh, and actually, so importantly, that Ponderer, yeah, goes into the hand of Mori Cameraman, and with the perfect form or Ponderer, they're playing Earth. They've got no cooldowns going on anymore.
Yep, when you're getting cooldowns back, it makes your perfect form just even more valuable, because every time you cast an ability, you're getting even more cooldowns, and then whenever the orbs respawn, you're getting all your cooldowns back again. It's just over and over, rapid fire.
Yeah, definitely, and something to keep in mind too is as Era gets more and more cooldowns, as more and more shrink rays start flying, things are going to be so much harder for Comet 4K and Zale, as they'll just constantly have to deal with a size disadvantage potentially. Though for now, they are still on the offensive. Comet 4K with a flip. Swaghammer using the Flutterfly, not able to find anything just yet. Remix losing the strike war. Flip comes out from Comet, able to find that final goalie barrier. Both nets are open. Swaghammer able to keep it up though. NATO goes through, not quite able to fish for anything just yet, though Comet 4K and Mori in a 1v1 able to clear it out from Mori. Zale now shrunk though. Remix able to win the strike war, but Comet is there to cover him. Javaro trying to keep it up.
Not gonna use it though.
Yeah, just a bit. Javaro trying to clear it through, but Remix has the flip, though the Tofu Fortress able to save it just in time.
Oh, and that was actually like a last second save on Javaro. Oh, the top corner! Oh, I may have swept in too soon. My bad. But that was a last second save on Jaharvo, and like honestly, I thought it was golden right there. But nice shot by Swaghammer to close out.
Absolutely stealing that goal right away from Javaro's, just right in front of Javaro's face. Remix going on the offensive, not quite able to find anything, but does get the flip from Javaro, and now it looks like another goalie bear is going to go down. Flips up from the side of Swaghammer and Comet. Zale looking low with no flip. He might be going up the net soon, but able to pick up one orb, able to heal himself a little bit, lick his wounds. And Remix trying to find a strike war win, but can't just find it yet, as Zale goes down the offensive. Will get a goalie barrier for his troubles, but a flip from Swaghammer. Mix up red by Javaro, but a shrink ray almost comes through. Zale staggered, shot from Swaghammer, not able to find it just yet. It's so close. Javaro's able to hold. Unfortunately, his forward does die in the process, and maybe he'll follow along as well. Just no HP, just no dodge as well. Remix one ability off from sending him into the net, but Comet 4K just able to keep it open with that perfect form, with all those abilities flying out, able to stall time for Zale to come back up and Javaro to heal, but Remix on the offensive yet again. But a good stun from Javaro, able to keep it going. Swaghammer trying to find anything right now.
Yeah, and the defense is coming in through here, but Remix is gonna eventually kill this Jaharvo here, and he's actually gonna score instead. Scratch that. Nice secondary, nice dash to get that through.
Yeah, and after a loss of the first set, it looks like Party Rockers are trying to roar back. No core flips quite yet for Remix. Comet 4K will probably be getting his first if he gets any taps, but looks like for now, Remix is still on the offensive. Tofu Fortress comes out, able to blow Comet's core flip, not finding anything yet. Now it's Remix's turn for a core flip, but not quite, missing the angle just a little bit. Colin in response for it. Swag, Mori cameraman able to get it off his own bully barrier. Kind of interesting dribble though. Zale again, just looking so low all the time. The man is just constantly low on dodge.
And that, once again, these primaries, he's had so many of them because of his perfect form. Plus the punter, a nice kill off Swaghaver on the edge right there. But they are not able to get any other value out of this.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I just briefly mentioned it, but with that perfect form, that this Rasmus is just getting sent off the map time and time again. And it's kind of a little hard for Comet and Zale to find anything, as Zentaro unfortunately feels a little bit of pain from his own dash there. Swaghaver trying to get a goaling opportunity. Oh my gosh! The Maelstrom able to snipe
and
Jabaro off the map.
Swaghaver says, see you in Narnia, send me a postcard because I'm scoring on you and killing you with my NATO.
Absolutely sends Javaro right back into the cause that he'll be speaking with Aslan, trying to get those new laws of magic in order as we go into our next draft. And for his absolutely heroic actions, he is given that Castellas.
Yep, the Castellas is going to come through, and now it's going to be really painful for Zentaro and obviously the Rasmus when they get hit by these bewitching beams.
Yeah, it's going to definitely make a world of difference, especially because, again, they've got that peak performance. They've got that Orb Ponder replicator from Dubu. There's going to be so many Shrink Rays coming out, and I don't believe Primetime has been picked up yet, but if that goes off, it might be curtains for the side of Destroy Mega Dude.
Yep, I mean, I think even without the Primetime, these cooldowns are utterly ridiculous. I mean, even without the Ponder, even without the Replicator, the Ponder by itself is giving Mori Cameraman so many tools to defend barriers.
Yeah, and that ability advantage, that resource advantage just coming into play as Party Rockers looking to actually keep B on the defensive foot. Comet 4K with Flip, not quite able to find the core just yet. Swaghaver keeping it up. Remix looking for the barrier, but not quite able to find it yet. Comet uses his core flip, not able to find the core, unfortunately. Pull from Zale, sends it up to Comet, and a good strike or win, but not able to send it in. And it looks like Javaro is dead on the side of his own net.
Yeah, Remix was like, I'm Oki now, and I'm killing you. Oh, but he did get the respawn off, and he's almost dead again.
Oh my gosh, I mean, it looks like we've seen that Zentaro scaling time and time and time again, and I mean, look at that build. Vambrace, twin drives, perfect four, built different. I mean, we're looking at kind of the abysses for Zentaro in terms of damage. It's just so hard to get anything through him damage-wise.
Yeah, he's becoming the Max Samurai pretty quickly here.
Indeed. And if there was unfortunately the Mask of Adrenaline Rush, things might be able to look even worse. But already on the offensive, Swaghaver and Remix able to get good goalie barriers with excellent strikes. Zale looking to go on the offensive himself, though, not quite find anything. He gets staggered for his troubles. Core flip comes out for Corey Cameraman. Oh my god, Javaro! Ankles broken in the hospital, casts on both legs as Swaghaver able to put the core through that Summer Assault, and a second goal for his team in the set.
Honestly, that's one of my least favorite parts about playing Dubu, because when you mess up, it looks bad. And that's what happened there for Jarva. Ooh, shoot.
Yeah, definitely. And Javaro looking aggressive, looking to get some revenge for that. Unfortunately, not able to find anything with his flip, but Comet able to cover and get that one. Zale also burning a flip himself, not able to find anything, but Javaro almost sent off the map, but Remix mixes the Centauro primary. Javaro barely able to hold on, stagger, no dodge, but things might not matter as Comet's going for a flip, but not able to find anything. A soul read from Remix. Comet 4K, a little bit of a flashback from last series. Remix able to win a strike war with Javaro, able to get a goalie barrier for his troubles. Swaghaver trying to get to the net in time, or the core in time, but not able to find it. Comet 4K not able to find anything as well. Javaro looking to pass to Zale, dribble from Zale, able to get it past Remix, but right into the hands of Swaghaver. Swaghaver going on the offensive again with NATO, with Maelstrom, not able to try to find anything, but a good read from Comet 4K on Mori Cameraman's clear gets them the first point in the set.
And I want to now mention that Mori Cameraman has now hit 10 orb stacks. He had not hit it because these rounds were actually quite quick. But now he's at 10, like, the scaling is pretty big now. Comet might want to just Oki him at this point and remove these because it's gonna get pretty nasty pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And that Orb Dancer actually still there in the rotation, still has that potential to show up, which is so scary from the side of Destroyer Mega Noob. Things might be looking curtains for them in draft, unfortunately. Shrink Beam not able to quite find anything as Swaghaver on the offensive with that Maelstrom remix right in Javaro's face, calling him an insult, insulting his mother. But Comet 4K able to get some revenge on that, able to get both goalie barriers down. Swaghaver with Flip, he can use that if he needed. Mori Cameraman in the same situation, looking low, but does have Flip. Comet 4K staying in front of the net, looking for a pass, looking for anything. But a Maelstrom able to actually save it, but a core flip from Mori almost sends it right back into the net, but Swaghaver able to save it, or Mori Cameraman able to save his own mistake. Remix though, Forest Troubles does get that. Javaro, a little bit of dodge, a little bit of HP, and a Dream trying to get anything. Mori! Okay! Mori unfortunately tried to cut off years off of my life.
Holy cow, that was crazy, right? I honestly thought he almost goofed that up. But I guess he fooled us all there. And you did mention earlier the dancer, but this dancer could go either way, right? And it's not going to be here, but if either Dubu gets it, it's pretty bad for the other team. But we're not going to be seeing it on this set.
Yeah, that prime time we were talking about briefly earlier does come out. Stacks and stacks in response, but Era with that chrono boost gonna make those shrinks even larger. It's just gonna be so hard for the forwards of Destroyer and Mega Noob to really do anything, as Timeless Creator are also in the hands of Mori Cameraman.
And he's becoming the striker right here. He's becoming the blue lock player with that last second, you know, egoist plus fire up combo. And yeah, it definitely is a pretty lethal combo. The energy gain you get out of it is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and he's gonna need it as he tries to get his energy back. Nothing quite just yet as he loses his first goalie barrier. Comet 4K though on the aggressive has flipped himself. Actually, Zale using that secondary to keep it forward, not quite able to find anything. Mori Cameraman is holding it down. Swaghaver trying to keep it up. Zale looking low, but does have some dodge to work with. Remix trying to find the kill and actually does. Zale does not react to it in time. Goes forward, trying to find that goal, nothing quite able yet. Comet 4K forced to use core flip, but a weird bounce sends it right back, and Remix in the advantage. And oh my gosh, 1 point, putting them 2 points away from qualifying for liftoff.
Honestly, I thought that was gonna be a kill and a goal. I've been living with the, you know, skin of his teeth, but it's, you know, it doesn't matter if you live if the goal goes in.
Yeah, definitely, as Mori Cameraman trying to keep it up, and unfortunately loses 2 goalie barriers for his trouble. Comet 4K looking for that goal, but he's so small and so low, and the Maelstrom coming out will make things even harder. Get some HP back with this Siphoning Wand after casting Ultimate, but it's not going to be enough as Remix is looking to be on the aggressive again. Some dodge to work with for Comet as Remix misses the secondary. Javaro on the aggressive with his ego is not able to find anything yet. Looking for some of that payback for the Demon Days game, but not able to find anything yet. Cleared downwards by Mori Cameraman.
One more.
Yep, one more core flip on the side of Comet to maybe save it, but Swaghaver able to send it forward with his own. Gets 1 goalie barrier for his troubles. Javaro trying to get it cleared, but Swaghaver does not lose these strike wards. Able to keep it forward again and again and again, and Comet 4K is sent off the map by Swaghaver. Remix on the aggressive, and his second goal goes in through the summer assault. We're 1 point away.
Another soul read. Realizes, you know, he's gonna jump on the core, and I'm just gonna primer it right through his roll, and that's what happens.
Yeah, and Destroyer and Mega Noob fighting for their lift-off chances, fighting for their life. Zale already looking low. Things are looking so hard for the side of Destroyer and Mega Noob as Mori Cameraman is going up, giving Javaro a piece of his own medicine and telling him how to do it. Swaghaver able to keep it cleared as well.
Egos is on the other side now. Oh, it's gonna wear off. Oh, wait! No!
Oh my gosh, and Javaro barely able to make that save, uses his core flip to get it sent forward, but his flip from Remix could have ended it there, but able to keep it forward. Looks like Remix just load this guy's ninjutsu right now, using 8 trillion abilities all at once. He's got a shard guard out right now, and can anything go past him right now?
Oh my god, he's going ham, man, these people. Remix, he's gonna look at squad and he's actually got it!
And
oh my gosh!
A 3-1 set win for the side of Party Rockers in the house tonight. Party Rockers are indeed in the house, taking this series win and the last possible spot against Destroyer Mega Noob.
Yeah, and this substitute definitely worked out. This was a pretty crazy substitute. The minute they get that ponder, every single goal from there on, except besides one goal, went over to the Party Rockers. And the ponder replicator was definitely showing work, but also the cooldowns remix was getting was allowing him to just kill everyone, do 44,000 damage, and score 7 goals.
Yeah, and we were joking earlier saying that they were playing on Earth, but that looked a bit like an Earth mode right there. That remix was on. I mean, I think we saw like 3 dashes come out in that play alone for that final goal. I mean, he literally just dashed, threw out his ultimate, dashed again. Like it was, yeah, the guy was absolutely just getting Shadow Clone Jutsu out there, just blinking all over the map. There was so little that Zale and Comet 4K could do against that.
Yup. It's always great to be on the side of that Centauro, but definitely it sucks to be against him. Unfortunate. It was a great run by Destroyer Mega Noob, but unfortunately, that Ponder is going to end their run right here.
Yeah, super unfortunate, but congratulations to the side of Party Rockers in the house tonight, qualifying for Liftoff, showing up next week for the big tournament to get into NASL. And congrats to all the teams that have made it in today. You will be able to see them next week at Launchpad on Saturday. Looking for an entire best of 3 double elimination tournament. If you like to watch Omega Strikers, there'll be a lot to watch that next week coming up.
Yup, and I'm excited for it as I'm going to be playing it myself.
Oh yeah, you will be playing in there under chatting with Evil Drew Danger, under chatting or Chat Kara or Chikara Purple or whatever ends up being the case. But as we wrap things up here, I know you don't have many social medias, Bug, but where could I potentially find you if I wanted to?
Every once in a blue moon, I'll stream on twitch.tv/apbuggylol. I think I've chatted in this chat a few times too. If you really want to find me, you can find me on there. But once again, I don't stream that often, so that's the best place to find me.
Well, if he does end up streaming, you'll know where to find him. I am Brickbat here with the North American Striker League's team over here on Coscord. Make sure to hit the exclamation mark Discord to receive any updates or participate in any of these tournaments yourself. We will again be seeing us very, very soon next week for the final qualifier tournament of NASL. And after that, the first week of the North American Striker Leagues coming up very, very soon. You don't want to miss that. Anyways,
Yep.
one last time, Appabug and Brickbat here for the duo for the final series of Launchpad 2. I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Peace.